Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to start the live stream again. Okay, we're ready for our next moderator. I'll just check the schedule. I'm going to go to sleep for a couple of hours and I'll be up soon. So our next moderator is Anne Nebula. And so I believe she's here, and welcome to the stage. The mic is yours.
Peace, peace, peace to the room, peace to the space. I've been sitting here for probably since like 7. I decided to take a nap because I came on. I mean, it's 3 a.m. my time. I'm over here on the East Coast, but I've been hearing some beautiful conversations, some beautiful spaces being held. I always start my talks with gratitude. So gratitude to you, Leo, for putting this together, Nikki, and all the hands and energies and Ashe that went into making this space. As usual, this isn't my first time moderating on a 24-hour panel. I've been here before, was here last year, and I'm very happy to be back. Gratitude to the spirits that are up with us at these hours. It is the witching hour where I am, so gratitude to them for sitting in on this. Gratitude to the spirits of the Haudenosaunee people whose land I am currently occupying, the keepers of the Western Door, I believe. The brother Harry Smith was talking about those people earlier. Um, but yeah, Keepers of the Western Door, people of the mountain, the Onondaga people, otherwise known as Rochester, New York, is where I'm hailing from. My name is Ane Nebulae. And I would like to talk to you guys about harm reduction. So I'm actually going to share a slideshow with you guys and give you some visuals to go along with what I'm saying. So let me go ahead and share my screen. So I do believe I've got it. All right. So the title of my talk is Black Trips Matter, and it's about harm reduction for Black bodies in psychedelic spaces. Because as we reconnect to this medicine, right? As we reconnect to our ancestral traditions and modalities of healing and connecting with ourselves and with each other, there's a lot of things we as Black people, especially in America, Black people of the diaspora, whether your diaspora landed you in America or over in Europe or in South America, wherever you are, there's a lot of trauma around, how we got here. And so our journey is very special. In regards to these plant medicines, right? So I just want to touch on that while we're here. This is actually a pretty old talk. This talk is about a year old, maybe a little over a year old. As you can see on this display, it says my name is Aurora Divine, and yes, it was. But on a trip, and I'm more than happy to ask questions about this later. I was renamed to a nebulae during a mushroom ceremony following an iboga ceremony. So it is Zulu. Ane is Zulu for alien, and nebulae is where the stars are born. It's like the cosmic nursery. Um, but yeah, I'm a consciousness cultivator, activist, cultural stewardess, and educator, psychedelic doula, mycologist, founder of the Akashic Garden, as well as Plant Parenthood, which is a plant-based approach to sovereign um, family planning and things like that. So it's for both men and women and children, it's for whole families, as well as Fruit of the Womb, which is my college's playground. Um, but yeah, that's just a little bit about me. And it's not about me today. So a couple of things I'm going to touch on today is privilege in the psychedelic space, anti-racism as a form of harm reduction, cultivating, facilitating Black safe spaces for Black people. Because no matter who you are, you're probably going to run into a Black person that wants to sit with the medicine as we get deeper and deeper into the psychedelic renaissance. It's very imperative that we be informed. Right? Just like a lot of people were talking about earlier, I know Michaela touched on it, being trauma informed. And regardless if you want to own that as a person of color or not, we have a lot of trauma. Trauma affects your DNA. So whether or not you recognize it, you it's still within you. It's still in that DNA, and the mushrooms can activate that, and you can bring it up. And so that's when we talk about healing that generational trauma. Um, a lot of that work is done within these medicines, right? What does privilege look like in the NPO community? This is a quote from Natalie Ginsburg. I feel safe openly advocating for beneficial use of illicit substances because I've never been stopped by police without legitimate cause, right? So that's something that we worry about as a people. So it's a privilege not to think about, well, if I go get these shrooms and I get it stopped in the car, that I'm going to be another hashtag, I'm going to be another part of the movement, right? It's a privilege to not have to think about those things. Accessibility is a privilege to be able to just go and have these conversations without being looked at as crazy or as nuts, out of your mind, like as if it's something that's out of the norm, right? It's not very normal in our community, right? Historically, Black people's voices, contributions, and they've been muted. We've been muted a lot. And you saw it a lot in the cannabis renaissance. You see all these dispensaries opening, and where are we other than in cells, right? For doing the same thing that they're currently making millions off of, right? So historically, our voices have not mattered, right? And it's been undermined through various movements. We get left out of so many movements. We've totally left out of the cannabis renaissance, and now we're trying to play catch up, right? And we're trying to kind of carve a space. So we're in the mid of the psychedelic renaissance right now, yeah? And so I don't want for our voices to not matter in these spaces, especially when it is the ancestors of brown and indigenous and African peoples and Asian peoples who who have been historically the longest with these medicines, right? These are our traditions that they're co-opting, right? And so we don't want to be left out of the conversation, which is why I'm so grateful for spaces like this and Leo putting on things like this, because again, amplifying these our voices is very paramount, so we don't repeat the same mistakes that we've been making, right? The history of entheogen use, in regards to resources and accessibility, the history of entheogen use has been eliminated and whitewashed from the Black community via the war on drugs. Black people have been filtered out all of the studies conducted on healing with entheogens and have been subjected to unwilling experimentation in the name of advancement. Most Black people view entheogens as white people shit due to lack of access and to the demonization of our ancestral traditions and cultures. Yeah. So just to give a little context of the human experimentation. So if you ever look at the studies from the 60s and the 70s with LSD, it was given to us while we were in cells and imprisoned, and there was no regard for set and setting, which we all know is very important during journeys, right? That's why we have space holders and ceremonies and ways to go about things, right? So and we were given things while being strapped to tables and things. Meanwhile, our counterparts, they're being invited to practitioners' homes because they knew that set and setting did matter. But when you have that question of what will happen if it given like this and like that, so we were essentially made test subjects. And so between that and the war on drugs, where cannabis and LSD and mushrooms and all the plant teachers were illegalized, and the DEA put them on the narcotics list. That heavily went through our churches. And so that was preached to us. So when we hear about mushrooms or LSD or psychedelics or anything like that, as I heard the sister say earlier, you frequently hear that's white people shit. And so that's why my work is very much focused on reconnecting us with our medicines and our traditions, because it's very much not white people shit. It's very much our shit. And so while we're reconnecting to our spirituality, a a natural wave occurs to where we are careened onto the coast of entheogens and plant medicines. So if you dabble in with herbs, you're going to come across entheogens. So it's just kind of part of the natural evolution, right? And so when we step into those spiritual spaces, we get to the spiritual bypassing. The principle of oneness is central to the psychedelic ethos. So you hear a lot about that that ego death, and people describe it as, feeling like it's not just me and I'm part of something bigger, right? So it's very central to the psychedelic ethos. It's among the criteria that scientists use to qualify the mystical experience that may be occasioned by entheogens like psilocybin. The sense of psychedelic unity is said to lay the foundation for a greater connection to the earth, to a higher power, and to other people. So a big part of healing is empathy, right? So um, a lot of us, especially in the diaspora, are very much have been forced through circumstance to be very unempathetic towards a lot of things, and so that's a big part of our healing. Um, and entheogens play a big part in unlocking that energy and that chi and that prana that Nikki was talking about earlier. Um, a quote by the lovely, and my favorite, Audre Lorde: "To acknowledge privilege is the first step in making it available for wider use. Each of us is blessed in some particular way, whether we recognize our blessings or not. And each one of us, somewhere in our lives, must clear a space within that blessing where she can call upon whatever resources are available in the name of something that must be done." Those are calls to action. So when you're in those privileged spaces, right? When you're in that space of privilege, it's your duty, right, to use that privilege to amplify the voices of the less privileged, right? Anti-racism is a form of harm reduction, right? So when we talk about harm reduction, we talk about a lot of things, but again, our experience as people of color is very specific, and it is very important to recognize the ways that practitioners and people that offer spaces and offer medicine can show up in protection of us in particular. Um, when embarking on a journey of engaging in anti-racist practice, it's helpful to begin by acknowledging that harm is integral to the human experience and operates interpersonally and institutionally inside and outside of the psychedelic community. So it's not something that just occurs here, obviously. It's not something that can just occur in psychedelic spaces, but it's not something that's just solely institutional. It's also interpersonal, and it's not something that's just interpersonal, it's also institutional. So those two things are irrevocably connected. So it's important to hold space for both of those things. So if you are loud about anti-racism everyday life and you're a practitioner, you also have to bring it into these spaces as well, because it is a form of harm reduction, and harm reduction shouldn't just be for the outside of the psychedelic space, right? It should be for all spaces in which we occupy. The psychedelic community is a microcosm of the dominant culture, and racial inequality is present in both spheres. As a result, it makes no sense to implement anti-racist practice to reduce the intersecting harms of racism as a systemic cultural phenomenon that exists outside interpersonal dynamics and intentions alone. So just a reiteration of what I just said. Um, to the third point, cultivating and facilitating safe spaces for Black people. This is very, very imperative. I know we get to into these plant medicines and we recognize the oneness of it all, and we try to forget the reality of it, right? As Kether was talking about earlier, the duality of everything, and we try to go and transcend that. So and we can, and I'm here for it. However, there is still work to be done because you can't just transcend those concepts by yourself. Because again, we are one. So I cannot ascend without you. So we have to do the footwork down here to elevate each other so we can surpass and go into that oneness, right? Into that totality, into the all. Um, the principle of psychedelic intersectionality demands we use these medicines as a jumping off point to further justice within the psychedelic community and beyond. So it doesn't just stop because we sat with the plant teacher. If anything, it amplifies and intensifies because it's a different realm that we're talking about, right? This is a different space. This is a different being. And it's a very vulnerable place for a lot of people. You get naked in these plant medicines when you get down on those mats, when you're purging into those buckets, when people are seeing you at your rawest form being broken down and built back up. It's a very vulnerable space. So it's very important that we cultivate and facilitate spaces that account for different cultural experiences because it's not a cookie cutter kind of thing, right? So what can you do? So I've been up here and I've been telling about how, we need these spaces and what we need to do, but I'm not gonna leave you without some action that you can take because it's always about those actions, right? They speak more loud than any of the words that I could say or anyone could say today. So what can you do? So if there's practitioners in the room, if it's just you just telling your friends about entheogens and plant medicine, right? Um, there's something that you can do, right? So you can create safe spaces. An integral part of the psychedelic experience is feeling safe, right? So when you're back in the cosmic womb, so to speak, when you travel through these plant technologies to sit with these teachers, right? Everybody wants to feel safe because that's a big part of the anxiety that we get, especially when people are first sitting with a medicine that they've never sat with before and battling all the propaganda that we've been told all our lives that we're going to lose our minds and it's going to drive us crazy and all this other stuff. It's because we don't feel safe. And that's what gives us the anxiety. We don't feel safe. Um, and so your somatic system goes into a fight or flight. It goes into a stress response because it doesn't feel safe. And now I have to defend. And that's when people fall into quote unquote bad trips. I don't personally believe in them. I believe in difficult trips. But the point is that it's because we're not feeling safe. It's important to know that your medicine is safe, right? It's helpful to feel safe in your physical environment. That's why the set and setting. So when you're safe in your mind and safe in your body, you're usually able to have one of those more blissful um, journeys, right? Um, and it's supportive to feel safe with those who are around you. So um, I know uh, Michaela was talking about it earlier, and that kind of plays on that as well as that safety with that person and knowing that I can put my mind in your purse essentially, and it will be safe, right? So create safe spaces, and however you do that, make sure that safety is your utmost, your top priority because again, it's just like handling a baby, people in these psychedelic spaces. Um, and you wouldn't be ruthless and haphazard with a baby. So you shouldn't be that way in creating these spaces, especially when people of color are involved. Make whatever you provide financially accessible. So I know I've been doing this a long time, a very long time, like since in my mom's womb, a long time. My grandmother and my mother are who taught me to cultivate mushrooms and why I'm the master cultivator I am now. Um, and it wasn't until I stepped out into the public, because for a long time I didn't know that there were other families, other people, other Black people that sat with medicines outside of, going to Gabon and sitting with Iboga and going to South America and sitting with ayahuasca. I didn't know that there were other people in America that did this. And so um, even more so, the charging of it was a different thing for me because for me it's always just been a part of my life. So when I see people offering ceremonies and things like that, and they're like thousands of dollars, all I can think about is, well, how are we going to access that? The people that really, really need it are poor. They're in the ghettos and they're in the projects and they're in the countries and the trailer parks. So how would the people that need the healing the most it immediately starts to begin to build a hierarchy especially when we're talking in legalities and um, decriminalization and things like that. That's why I'm very much for decriminalization, not legalization, because we will be priced out of it. Just like it costs about $250,000, $1 million to open a dispensary, and that's why you don't see Black-owned dispensaries and things like that. And that's why. And so creates a barrier. And so what you can do is make whatever you provide financially accessible. A large barrier for Black people is psychedelic spaces is accessibility due to costs. Most clinical studies, ceremonies, retreats, and other services are grossly overpriced, deeming them inaccessible to communities that could benefit from healing with entheogens most. So I'm not saying like just go out here and offer your things for free unless you're able to, please do that. Energetic exchange matters, right? And right now the energetic exchange is counted in different currencies and American USD, yen, euros, all that. But offer reduced cost and scholarship options. Offer things on sliding scales. I know, like, I'm as a ceremonial leader, I try to keep my costs relatively low by sacrificing my own personal profit margins, but I also always offer a free space. I offer the option of people to pay a little bit more than the ticket price so that somebody else can get a reduced price, right? I teach a master class that I was actually about to start on the 9th, a master cultivation class for mushrooms in general, not just the active ones, but the adaptogenic ones. And I have a scholarship for that program, right? Because I want for us to be able to access these things. So don't price us out of your offerings. Um, this is not about money. It's not about profitelics, right? It's about the healing, right? It's about uplifting each other and ourselves and elevating into that oneness. So don't let the money grab of how popular it's becoming and sensationalized it's becoming to corrupt the space, right? This is a very delicate space we're in right now. It's a baby, this acceptance of plant medicines again, that reconnecting to these teachers. And so it's just like you have to be careful about how you train up a child in the world. We have to be careful about how we train up each other in these spaces. Um, so we don't want to price the most vulnerable demographics out of this healing, right? So offer flexible spaces, right? Facilitators, guides, sitters, clinicians, whoever you are, wherever you are on the spectrum of the psychedelic renaissance. We try to fit all of the clients into like a one size fits all box, right? And we need to diversify our approaches. So I can't approach just like the brother Sat was saying with a Western mindset to these things, especially these very ancient things that are very from all over the globe, right? All these traditions. So you have to consider um, your client's background. Like we don't want to see color. I know we don't, but to not see color is to do it injustice to those people of those colors, right? So we have to diversify our approach and it has to be able to be customizable. Educate and advocate. So don't be afraid to learn and talk about the disparities Black people face in psychedelic spaces. Even if you're not a person of color yourself, talk about it. If we're not there, if you don't see not a Black person in the room, talk about it, right? Because when we talk about these things, we create awareness, we create conversation through awareness through conversation, right? So don't be afraid to acknowledge any level of privilege that you have in these spaces. And most importantly, don't be afraid to create conversations and develop inclusive healing modalities, which again, I always applaud Leo for creating this space every year because this is what it's about, right? Call it like you see it, man. Call a spade a spade. Whatever it is what it is. It's okay to admit you may not be the healer or facilitator or guide for your client of color, for a Black client. Like it may be outside of your scope right now. You may not be trauma informed specifically to Black people, and that's okay. That's a form of harm reduction. If you know you cannot hold that space, but you may know of someone, which is why these spaces are beautiful, because you can't say now that you don't know anyone. It's full of Black faces and bodies in here. So you can redirect them to somebody that may be more adept at holding them in that space, right? So not seeing color and centering spiritual bypassing um isn't going to help create safe spaces and healing experiences for Black clients, right? So trying to say to transcend it and bypass it, it's not going to. It's just not. This is our experience here. This is what we are now. In when we come off of the mushroom, when we come off of the iboga, when we come off the DMT, off the toad, or whatever medicine, I'm still going to be a Black person when I get here, right? They're still going to be Black when they get here, and they still have to navigate through the disparities of it all, right? So that bypassing is not an option, but if you can hold space for that particular thing, you can be more helpful than you are harmful, because that creates harm when we try to bypass those things. It's almost as if saying a part of my being doesn't deserve to be seen or acknowledged because you don't want to see color or acknowledge it, right? So that is the end of my talk. Um, so again, I want to thank y'all for lending the energy. I do want to open up the floor. I'm also bad at Zoom, so hopefully I can see raised hands and whatnot. But yeah, if you have any questions, any commentary on anything I said, and if you would like to go through ask about any trainings or anything, I am aware of quite a few trainings. I provide quite a few trainings myself to people that aren't people of color on how to hold these spaces for us and to be trauma informed and how to better provide services to Black people that may seek services from you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. You say your name, Ane?
Yes, Ane.
Ane. Okay. I really appreciate that because I feel like I am a person not of color. However, I have offspring that are mixed. And one of the things that has been a challenge for them is going into these spaces that I navigate and not seeing people of color. My offspring has said that there are some of the coolest white people that they've ever met. However, it's been one of the things that's really bothered me. And I feel like what you were saying is absolutely the truth, is that the access to psychedelics and this kind of modality is completely missing the people that are in very much need. In our society, there are so many aspects of like the non-white communities, that demographic that don't have any idea that it even exists, that it's real, that it's accessible, that it's that it can make changes in their life. And for it to be kept from them, to me, feels like a sin. A very much a sin. So and I felt sometimes I feel like I'm wrong for being white and bringing this kind of topic up or talking about it. And I really appreciate the fact that you're so gentle with it and kind about like my privilege as being a white person and being able to navigate these situations and systems, because a lot of times I feel like I'm wrong and I'm rocking the boat a lot. And I didn't feel like that with you. So I wanted to say thank you very much for that, because sometimes I think that, the universe gave me such a voice and a white skin so I can, but I've gotten a lot of resistance from the Black community a lot, honestly. And I've learned how to move through that, um, and the white community too. But I'm glad to see this. This actually is, out of all of the events that we've done, this one has stirred me the most, probably because my offspring, I see it. I've seen, the streets of Seattle, and the effects of, trauma affecting, geniuses, in the Black community that don't get an opportunity to express that, or to demonstrate that. And when I feel like, when we all succeed, when we succeed, everybody gets an opportunity to be part of that. And that's what I have seen all my life. I've just been, I'm a dreamer, I'm a visionary. So, Big
Well,
Talker,
thank
thank you so
you.
much. That's pretty
Thank
much
you.
really what I wanted to say, because it was even hard for me to come be part of this, even though I've been working with, Leo and Sean Adapt and Entheo Society for a couple of years now, because it's such a sensitive topic. Um, and I'm so thankful that it's not that, the late 80s, early 90s anymore, because I wouldn't have been able to navigate a situation, like this probably at all.
No, I definitely feel that, and thank you for bringing those hard feelings up, because I know that a lot of non-people people of non-color, quote unquote, they don't feel welcome. But that's something that's I say all the time, it's a privilege to not have to feel that ugliness all the time. Like you can choose not to, right?
That's true.
So
That
a
is true.
part of that, part of acknowledging that privilege is sitting with that feeling of, like, that rejection that you will get from people of color, and that anger, because you have to understand that we're very angry
Right.
people,
And one of the
right?
things that my
So it's not particularly about you, but you may just
it's not
be,
about
the
me.
bearer of that face at that moment. You just may be that person there, and that's okay. So um, that's part of that harm reduction, right? That understanding. My husband says something that I always repeat, and he says, the highest form of understanding is love,
Mm,
right? So to love somebody is to understand them, right? So
right.
when you understand and hold space for that
And I
anger,
seek first to
right?
understand you.
Right. So when you hold that space, you hold it in an understanding. And even then, in that moment, it is a form of harm reduction. It is a form of care. It is a form of holding space. Um, to do that. So I'm happy that you came. I'm happy that you showed up anyway. I'm happy that this was a validating talk for you. And I don't believe that, just like Leah was saying earlier, like, shame is a teacher, but there are other ways that we can learn. We can learn through gentleness. We can
Hmm.
learn through kindness.
Hmm.
Um, it doesn't always have to be a painful experience, because, as we know, pain is a powerful teacher. But I'm sick of learning that way personally. I invite soft, gentle ways of learning into my life with
Yes.
struggle and that are easy.
Yeah.
And if we can facilitate those spaces with each other and amongst each other, I think we will get a lot further. So if we're willing to have talks like this, and sit down and listen to each other and really hear and understand each other, then we can get to the point of loving each other. And then we can get to the point where we may not need these spaces, but right now, um, we need them, and we need you guys to also hold those spaces. So continue to speak up on our behalf. Continue to amplify our voices in these spaces. If you see an injustice, if you see something, say something. I don't know if they say that, they not say that in your city, but they say that in mine. If you see something, man, say something. So
Oh,
that's
I
why I
do.
was very happy when Michaela got up here, and with her seeing something and saying something, and things like that, because harm reduction, it needs that infrastructure right now, as again, we're babies, and so we're going to need those training wheels, and I like to think of it as training wheels, because eventually, once you get a system established, it'll kind of just take off, and so we won't really need too much of the harm reduction, because we won't have that energy, as
Right.
I was talking about earlier, those darker energies, they'll be integrated. and that's why integration is also very important. So people
Mhm.
holding integrative spaces for us is another way we can promote that harm reduction for Black bodies in psychedelic spaces. So thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you coming up here and sharing that space and that energy with us. Do we
Thank
have any
you.
other
I think
questions?
Danny has their hands raised.
Awesome. Oh, I can see it now. Yes. Danny, let's see what you got.
Good morning.
Good
Um,
morning.
so you said you were on the East Coast. What about?
I am in Rochester, New York. I am at the
Okay.
western gate of the Onondaga people. But I do travel. I'll be in Miami for an Entheogen conference. I've spoken at the Detroit Psychedelic Conference as well as the Women in Entheogens Conference. I hold retreats all around the globe. So I'm outside, man.
All right, cool. Because I'm downstate in New York City, and I would like to know more about your work and even, having, you know, um, create some, not create some, but like invite for a talk, at different spaces, because I feel like from listening to you, listening and seeing your presentation, it'd be a good way for even people in my community who I talk about ethogens with and, you know, um, exploring that. A lot of, especially a lot of Black people that I know who are not into it or have an interest, but don't know too much about it. It's like word of mouth hearing things, but to actually have a practitioner, and I know people as well, but could just seem like to do a teaching. um, I find that would be so help just in, just a teaching in this way, to for people who are on the fence or just to go over that fence. So and one more question, right? How do you like for communities of color, how do you usually introduce it in your work and your experience? How does that usually happen for you for people who don't even know?
Well, usually people find me because I'm pretty heavily on Facebook. And so they inbox me with, I get so many questions from like, because I'm a doula as well. And I know I said that earlier that I was a psychedelic doula, which means, so I'm a full spectrum doula first. And then I use entheogens across all of my doula practices. So whether you're trying to have a baby, prevent a baby, have lost a baby, death doula, life doula,
Mm,
going on a journey, whatever, I can assist in that way. So they usually have heard about it because, like I said, we're in a renaissance right now. So they've
mm,
heard about it, and so everybody's doing it right now, and so they're curious. And so they'll usually like find me in the comments of something and like, oh, can I message you? And so we'll go about it like that. But I'm always talking, posting, educating.
mm,
So if you're just coming in, most people run into me a lot of the time. And so even if it's just a plug just to get medicine, but if you follow me, you're gonna get that education. And a lot of my stuff goes viral on a regular for being very inflammatory. And so they come that way. There's a lot of dialogue about around mushrooms, especially in Black spiritual spaces. And like I said earlier, when you start treading that spiritual path and coming home to your practices, you're naturally going to stumble upon this. But a lot of the talks I do are centered around those coming through the door, right?
mhm,
Whether it's my cultivation classes that I aim at beginners, whether it's just connecting people, Black people that believe that it's white people shit. I have another talk called Reconnecting with Entheogens, and it's all about Black people in our history with psychedelics, all the way back to Iboga. I use, and it's right in front of us. They tell us a lot of these things all the time. For example, Black Panther has a lot of psychedelic lore in it. The Iboga, if you are a old school Marvel comic reader, if you look at um,
mhm,
the old Black Panther comics, the Iboga root, it looks the heart-shaped herb is the iboga root, right? It looks like an anatomical heart versus what you see in the movies, which is more towards psilocybin. But when he takes this herb, he goes to see his ancestors, right? And that's the same ceremony, the Witi, where I and my grandmother and my family is initiated into that tradition. They take that and go to see their ancestors to figure out their life mission. And we're talking about kids like 8 to but as young as 8 years old. So between 8 and 16 years old, they're taking it. So I don't really put people onto the medicine as much as I put people onto the culture behind the medicine, which connects them to the medicine even
I,
more, and they finally take that leap
I,
to go with the medicine.
I love that. Because there's so many people that I've come across who are, again, I say on the fence because they have that conflict between religion, especially with a lot of Black folks, where the church get in the way.
Yeah,
Even,
this had a lot to do
even,
with the war on drugs and pushing that throughout our communities. But I always like to tell people when you come in through the spirituality portal, don't you got to heal those church wounds because
yeah,
the Abrahamic religions have a real strong hold on what people feel religion is, but we also have religion. So when you're talking about tantra and yoga and things like, there's whole religious systems connected to those practices, right? So when we're talking about Orisha and things like that, and Kandabol and Lukumi and Voodoo, those are whole religious systems, or as we call them, ATRs. The R in ATR stands for religion. So it's not a religion that they have an issue with. It's the power dynamic in which somebody used religion to exact control over that person. And so they're
yeah.
looking for autonomy. So they really come here with that spirit of rebellion. So it's important to heal that before like diving into your spirituality. And entheogens can help a lot with those church wounds. And which is another reason why, again, our traumas are very unique, right?
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I'll definitely look you up. And I'm really interested in like physical personal spaces to come into to speak with people downstate and try to see how that could be a reality
Absolutely. We can
within
definitely
2020.
coordinate. I'm very receptive. I got my calendar out. It's the top of the year, so I am doing a lot of collaborations and planning with things. And New York City ain't nothing but a hop, skip, and a jump. It's about 6 hours. Good, nice little train ride. So I dropped my link in the
Yeah,
uh
and I'll talk to my people, you know.
no problem. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Luna, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, hello. Thank you so
Hello.
much.
You're
This
welcome.
is so good. I just so appreciate you and your energy and your voice. Um, I'm like, okay, yes, this is good.
I appreciate that.
Mhm. Um, so I just kind of, this isn't really a question, but this is just a more of a, I wanted to just specifically talk about this and say thank you because I work in a very like I'm in the like coaching industry, so to speak. And it's a very white space, but there are a lot of like way more successful than me, Black entrepreneurs. And there's just like a lot of friction around this conversation of like Black scholarships. And there's a lot of women that are, you know, in this community that are Black that are like, that's insulting. I don't want to, you know, I don't want a Black people scholarship. And you just think all Black people are broke, you know? And like, I'm feeling like, okay, well, you know, I've kind of felt like I don't want to offend people. I don't want to do like, you know, the wrong thing, but also I want to, you know, like you're saying, create spaces for people who haven't had opportunities, especially Black women, you know. And so I just feel like the way you talked about all these different ways of creating scholarship and stuff like that, or different ways of doing it, just helped me open up my mind to I can do it in a different way. That's not me saying like, oh, this is specifically, you know, if you're Black and poor, come over here. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I
But
definitely get it.
it's still like, okay, serving that community, but I can do it in a way where I'm not going to say anything that's going to offend the people who think that is disempowering to the Black community, you know?
I'm not even gonna hold you. I don't even think about those people. You know why? Because advocacy is offensive, period. Advocacy is offensive and it's gonna be offensive. And so I come in these spaces, I don't care who I offend, because if you're offended, that's a shadow within yourself. You feel guilty about something, and maybe you need to eat a mushroom and figure that out. But that ain't got nothing to do with me or my mission. I'm not here for you. I am centering the disadvantaged, right? I am being their voice. So you can feel uncomfortable, but I would invite that person. Well, what exactly are you uncomfortable about? Because it's not about thinking that all Black people are this or all Black people are that, or feeding in any stereotypes. The reality of the situation is that we are disparaged in this country and around the diaspora, and we don't have access to a lot of things. It's not just healthcare and things that we don't have access to. And this is part of healthcare. This is mental health care. And in our community, that's not valued a lot. So you know this. We don't. That's why all of our diagnoses come so late in life and things like that. I was fortunate to have my autism diagnosis very early. I was fortunate enough to come from a family that was connected to medicines and used them in raising me. So like I said earlier, I've been literally doing mushrooms my whole life since I was in the womb. My mom found out she was pregnant with me on a mushroom trip facilitated by my grandma. But I recognize the privilege in that. So it's my job to again elevate us in these spaces. And if nobody's going to speak up for us, if I don't, who's going to do it, right? If you don't, who's going to do it, right? And change comes from uncomfortability. So you have to make those people uncomfortable, because if you're comfortable, you're not going to change. You're not going to move. You don't move out of that comfortable spot in your bed, right? It's when you become uncomfortable that you change your position, right? So make them people uncomfortable, girl. Make them uncomfortable, because if they get uncomfortable, maybe they'll sit with themselves, because you can't call yourself a coach, right? If you still can't actively coach yourself. So if they can't coach themselves through that, well, too bad. But you being in that space and being that Black voice in that space, that's your job. It's your job to bring our voices and amplify in those spaces. So you be that loudspeaker, you be that megaphone for us, and fuck whoever gets uncomfortable.
Okay, yeah, I guess I just feel like, well, all these other Black voices are saying the opposite of what I think, and I don't really see anybody saying what I think. So maybe I should just
No, we're out here, baby. I promise we're out here. So when we build these spaces like this, we get connected. Like you and I, we're connected now, right? And so now you know of another person talking about it and ways to implement it in those spaces. Listen, I tell people all the time, I primarily service BIPOC people. It is very rare that I sit with a non-Black body, because there's enough resources for non-Black people, right?
That's true.
There's plenty, there's clinics, there's all kinds of stuff. And if you want to pay $2,000 to go sit in a ketamine in an uncomfortable chair in somebody's clinic, that's your business. However, I'm building spaces for us, FUBU, for us, by us. And I do that unapologetically. And if there's any type of allyship, that will not be offensive, right? Again, if there's any type of love there, you will understand why I service the way I service, right? Why I speak the way I speak, why I bring the conversations that I bring. And with that understanding will come action, right? So any non-Black persons in this room will be called to action, activated by what I'm saying versus offended. If you find yourself offended, you find yourself a homework assignment.
Can I jump in for a little bit here?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rick. I can't. This is probably like the third time ever in my life I met someone else that has the last name Luna. It's not that common of a name. But anyways, yeah, I'm half Mexican and half white, and like it's really hard to like separate yourself from that like ancestry. You know what I mean? Like my great grandparents barely spoke a lick of English. And so I had reached a similar conclusion as to like what you're talking about right now. I've been cultivating mushrooms myself for the last like couple of years, and just gotten involved in the psychedelic community maybe like a year and a half ago or so. And I got I was asking around if like anyone knew where to get any LSD. And like I got turned on to this dude. It was like a local vendor. And this guy was selling like eights of mushrooms for like 40 bucks a pop and like hits of acid for 20 bucks a piece. And I was just like, man, this has become like rich person's therapy now, right? And yeah, immediately like thought about like the migrant communities, you know, the people working in like the meat packing plants and on the, you know, out picking vegetables and whatnot, like those community, yeah, like every day, like psychedelics gets a little bit more expensive and out of reach to like those communities. And so yeah, I had kind of like drawn a similar conclusion that like somebody has to like step up and like find a way to make this available to those people. Um, yeah, that's really cool to hear like someone else, you know, saying the same thing.
Yeah, no, man, the profidelics is what I call it. When people see something and they get into it because it's a money grab. I see it in all types of spiritual practices. People giving away fake initiations to Ifa, or people just coming to make waste beads. Or there was an influx of tarot readers a couple years ago. Like everything's when it's to hashtag whatever it is, hashtag ayahuasca. When you got when all the celebrities are talking about it now. Andre dropped his album, and so now I'm seeing an
Right.
influx of people looking and seeking to sit with grandmother, things like that. And while um, there's always two sides to the coin, right? Because that exposure is beautiful to see so many people coming home, right? But then you've got that other side where people are cashing in and taking advantage of others, and that's why harm reduction is so important, and that accessibility is so important. Like, sure, sell your mushrooms for $40 and $50 and $60, but also what are you doing to balance that, right?
Right.
So I have a class out right now. It's a 12-week master course for mushroom cultivating, and it's $777, even though my tribe yells at me and tells me it should be significantly more for what I offer for it. I'm like, no, I don't want to offer it for $1,500 or the $2,500 that it's worth, because that prices out my people. And even then, even at the price point that it is now, it still prices out some people, which is why I gave away 2 spots of the 15 that I had, right? So
Right.
that's 2 spots. So every time I do that class, that's 2 people that get to go for free. And then I have 2 spots for a reduced or half price, right? And again, like I said, I offer options for people to pay a little bit more. It's called sponsor a sibling.
Sure.
So you pay a little bit more and it goes towards that free spot. So I still get paid for what I'm doing, but somebody else doesn't have to pay as well. So there's ways that we can implement accessibility without sacrificing giving away our information for free, or so to speak, or not being compensated for the energy. Like I have been up for a literal week, okay, prepping for this class. So I
Yeah.
would say I deserve to be compensated for doing that, and then I'm going to teach it. I'm literally going to be on there, and I'm doing a grow along. So by the time people are done with this class, they will have mushrooms that they've grown in their hand that they can now sit with and be more connected with. Because
Right.
I'd rather teach you how to grow a mushroom versus sell you a mushroom, right? So it's again, it's not to villainize people that are trying to make a profit, because everybody deserves to make a profit off of whatever their skill is. If we're talking in terms of monetary, I won't go on a rant of how I really hate money as a matrix and I don't like it. But so in the current barter system we have now, that's that energy exchange that I was talking about, right? So I'm not going to demonize people that have that energy exchange, but I do want people to think about accessibility and make your services full spectrum. Just like I'm a full spectrum doula, I could just be a birth doula, I could be just a death doula, but I see a need across all of these spaces, right? So I became a full spectrum doula. So I just invite people to become full spectrum and inclusive in in whatever modality that they're offering, or whatever service that they're offering, whether it's ceremony, whether it's integration, whether you're just a cultivator, things like that. Like, really have integrity in what you're doing and really care about the little people, because we cannot be left out. I absolutely refuse to watch us be left out of another renaissance that could pull us out of the trenches in whatever countries we are in. I refuse to let people think that our cultures have died. No, the information is still encoded with us. We are still here. We are still keepers of wisdom, are still talking about these things, right? So when we got people like Paul Stamets co-opting everything and all of our knowledge, I can't just stand by idle and let that happen, and neither should anyone here, right?
Yeah.
Because there are those malevolent spirits that are cashing in on the ignorance of others and the knowledge of our ancestors. So we can't really let that fly, right? But
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
cool, right?
I try to steer people towards, like, getting involved in cultivating for themselves too, because I mean, even if you're like find mushrooms at like $15 an eighth, you know what I mean, which is like still 90s price. Like, um, it's hard to put I wouldn't know what number to put on it, but I know for sure like an 8, like if you're trying to get to that like deep down, like icky trauma that's been like haunting you for your whole life, like it didn't happen to me on the first time. Like I had to like slowly build a relationship with the mushroom, get my sea
And the
legs.
best way to build that relationship is cultivation. That's why I teach classes, because
Right.
it's different to have somebody give you some medicine and you sit and meditate with it and connect with it. But it's different when you've watched it from spore to mycelium well, I'm sitting in front of my grow right now. Like my grow is in my altar space. Like when you cultivate with intention, the medicine talks to you different. It connects to you different. You get to know it in a different way. So it becomes this mutual exchange and this mutual understanding. And again, it's mutual love, right? Because your hands did that, your ashe went into that, right? Um, so I always encourage people to connect these medicines in the deepest way that they possibly can. And the best way to do that, just like hunting is different than going to the grocery store.
Right.
Um, Sitting with that medicine is a lot different when your hands cultivated and when your ashe is in it and when it's sat on your ancestral altar, right? Yeah. But thank you so much. I appreciate
Yeah.
the questions. Do we have any more questions in the space? I know that about 13 minutes left in the space, but I do want to
Oh, sorry.
oh, you're fine.
I thought I saw
Um, I-
Danny's hand up for a sec, but
oh, you're fine. Um, I do want to talk about um something. I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but I want to talk about incorporating this healing with our children. So I'm a big advocate outside of just people of color healing with these plant teachers. I'm a big advocate for children and plant medicine, especially as a doula and somebody that frequently delivers babies with moms that are on high doses of mushrooms, and being a baby delivered on a high dose of mushrooms. My mom took 7 grams when she went in labor with me. Um, our babies need this. We don't want them sitting in these spaces like we are, trying to pick up the pieces and figure out who they are. So, in my travels, I've been around the world working with a lot of plant medicines. I sat in Peru and Ecuador for 8 and 9 months, respectively, learning how to administer and brew the grandmother medicine. I've been to Gabon and I've sat with Iboga. Earliest ceremony was when my grandma was 13. But I say all that to say that in my travels, I noticed that the children are always a part of the medicine. My children are always a part of my medicine as well. They know what a mushroom is, they know where it comes from, they know what it does. They lick the bowl when I'm done making chocolate. Um, yeah, they microdose every day. And as our children, as this world is more and more tapping into our minds, and we get more diagnosed with ADHD and autism and things like that. I'm forever grateful for being recognized that I didn't need those psychotropic meds and that I just needed plant medicines. And so I know in the West, a lot of us think about kids and drugs, what? But we also don't toot our nose up to give them ibuprofen or an Adderall, which is methamphetamine, before a mushroom. So give them to the children. You will prevent so much hurt. A lot of things I've noticed we lack a lot of transitional initiations over here in America. Like we got our Sweet 16 and the first time we get to drive our car and when we get to go buy a drink, but we don't really have any significant markers, right? And I noticed they have that still intact in a lot of other cultures. I know like in down in South America, they give children ayahuasca. The mothers um, would let them sip from their cups. Their pregnant mothers sitting in ceremony, right? So I get a lot of questions about if it's safe for pregnancy and breastfeeding, things like that. And I have a free talk on my Facebook. It's like an hour and a half long that is dedicated specifically to children and entheogens because it is imperative that we give our babies a footprint, a guide to who they are, and these entheogens will do that. You hear of the Native Americans going on their spirit journeys and finding their totems and things like that. We have traditions like that too. In the Witi religion, um, we go in as early as 8 years old. And the whole point is to go and speak to our ancestors and our higher selves and our Ori and figure out our purpose and our path because a lot of our kids get caught up in the drugs and the gangs and the troubles and the lower energies because they're bored and they're stuck in this limbo of not being a kid anymore, but I'm also not an adult. So what do I do? So we have to make those spaces, those safe spaces for our kids in our homes and let them sit with the medicine with you guys. I facilitate ceremonies with parents and their children all the time. And it's progressive progress. I let the children see what their parents look like when they sit with the medicine, and then vice versa. Have the parents sit with the children, but we go through a training so that you know how to hold space for those our little ones. I call children godlings. And so we have to train up our godlings to have relationships with these medicines and relationship with these plant teachers and learn how to heal themselves so they don't look to other places and they don't get into trouble. They know how to recognize who they are and what they are, because a lot of that what they go through in those adolescent ages is not knowing who they are and what they are, and there's a lot of confusion. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that to the space and build ceremony and tradition around these plant medicines. You don't even have to let them take them, let them tend them, right? Let them put the mushrooms on the altar before you sit with them. You know, I know that the Native Americans, when I lived in California, when I was sitting in peyote circles, there were kids in there just watching. They didn't partake, but they were watching, right? But yeah, I just wanted to put that to the space. I do see we got some hands. We got Danny.
Um, and just a comment on everything that you said in regards to the kids. It's like, I have too many friends whose children are suicidal and are taking multiple medications and seeing like three um, and I don't want to come to of being, it's just what it is. I'm frustrated, you know?
As you
Um,
should be.
and talk to some of my friends, and I'm like, hey, not to force anything, but and I out of respect for other people to go, but just like just to encourage everyone here too, like for us to really try to make that happen more, in advocating for like more young people to have access, and for practitioners even on here besides you to train and help offer that as well. So
Absolutely, absolutely. And I do offer training to other practitioners about how to hold spaces for families and with children and things like that, because that's something that's really taught. All my personal teachings have come from being brought up in that way, and also going and experiencing with other cultures in different countries and how they sit with children. Like I said, I have a whole talk about that on my Facebook page. It's called Sacred Seeds, and it's demystifying children with entheogens. And then I see we have Lovely back up here with her hand raised.
I'm just so excited that to hear the things that are, the conversation that's happening right now, because I started a tradition with my offspring about 6 years ago. Like on Thanksgiving, we do not celebrate a normal American Thanksgiving. We have basically a grown-up charcuterie board, or, we eat very little, and we take psychedelics, and we do art, and we talk.
I
And
love that.
it's been very like a controversial when other people have heard that I've done that. I mean, they're of age, um, but still, they're 18. But sharing this with my offspring who have children now too has been even though they've done it, they still have this controversy. So I am sending her to your page to watch that, and I'm going to look at it too, because this excites me. And I wanted to say thank you again so much, because the children are, I hope that they can learn the things that I'm learning now at 53, in their 20s, so they can live a happy, productive, and prosperous life. And I think
Yeah.
that this is totally the way this change is, absolutely imperative to that, I believe.
It
So
absolutely is very imperative. And this is why I advocate so hard. I like to have those difficult conversations. So whether it be about race or childbearing with these entheogens, these are the conversations that need to be had. We can't reconnect completely without including them, right? And I feel like it would be a disservice not to extend the spirituality and healing. I know a lot of people that they don't let their kids touch their altars and stuff. I built my kids their own altar with their light up candles so they don't have to play with fire, but they give their ancestors water every day. They give them parts of their food off of their plate. You train them up as a part of the lifestyle, because then it won't seem like something to go sneak and do. Right. In my talk, you'll see me just like I bring up a PowerPoint. I'm always got a PowerPoint. I always got to have the visuals. But I bring up a lot of studies and a lot of numbers in
thank you.
regards
Yes.
to how many kids in high school have already tried psychedelics and things like that. And again, these are vulnerable spaces and these
They
are
don't even realize the
developing
power.
minds. So we have to make it an inviting space and make it okay for your children to come talk to you about these things, demystify it for not only ourselves and each other, but for them as well, so that they can come up informed, that they can come into the world ready and prepared, that they can know that they can go within and heal thyself, and they don't have to look to outside things. And that this is something we do in our house every day. Like mushrooms are nothing in this house in regards to like a mystery. It's like they know exactly what they are. It's in their food every day, be that shiitake or lion's mane or a psilocybin mushroom. My children get up and is it microdose time? It's microdose, mom. Is it our off day? Is it our on day? They know about schedules,
I
like they
love that.
know about all of the stuff. So, and because I create tradition around these things, they miss the mushrooms for me. They pick them. My son, he will count capsules for microdoses that I sell, because this is part of their lives. So we have to build those traditions. So just as it's important to turn 21 and you get to buy your first drink, create that type of excitement about around plant medicines for them.
Yeah, we drink tea every
Demystify
morning.
it for them. Rick, I see you got your hand up, and we got about 2 minutes before we reach the top of the hour.
I just wanted to say, so I'm looking at the schedule. It looks like Effie was supposed to come on at 1, but
I think Claretta is. Claretta.
oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we just ran a little bit over. If you wanted to
All right, well, I'll go ahead and wrap it up while as I start with gratitude, I always end with gratitude. So gratitude to all the energies in the space that made it possible today. Gratitude again to the spirits that are up at 4 a.m. with me over here in the witching hour. Gratitude to all of you. And again, my name is Nebula. My link is right there in the comments or the chat. That's linktree.com/the Akashic Garden. You'll find all of everything from Plant Parenthood to Fruit of the Womb, for sourcing medicine, things like that, to the Akashic Garden and everything that I'm doing. And as always, I love you.
All right, thank you so much.
Mm.
It was really good talking with you.
We love you too, Anea. I enjoyed that talk. I'm Claretta James, and I am a public defender in King County. I represent people who have been involuntarily committed to hospitals because of their mental health or their ability to care for themselves. And listening to you talk, listen to Anea talk about the children is something that I believe it would not be the best thing to be our forefront in the psychedelic movement. I was concerned when you mentioned it, and I'm just speaking up, just just to say, including children in it crosses another road before we get it legalized, and so I think we have to keep our efforts chimed into what our American society will accept at this point, because we're so close to getting it legalized. And I can definitely have problem with us not using this medicine to help our children. I definitely have a problem with that. I just think that if we put that out there as an additional, I can't even find the word to call it because it sounds so just demeaning, demeaning to plant medicine, if you will. But I can't say offering it to your children is going to be acceptable, because offering it to children whose brains have not been developed yet, and having their changing the makeup of their brains at an early age may do something else. And I don't know what that would do. And we haven't done the studies. And so I think in America, the children are going to be off limits, most likely. Just like they're off limits to alcohol, they're off limits to everything except medication that is approved. Now, I started with that because I work with people who are forced to take medications, forced to take injections, forced to use medicine and not even understand the medicine. And to me, plant medicine is much better than the medicines that have been created in the lab. And it's just heart-wrenching to know that the way our America is set up, it would definitely stay on the schedule as a illicit illegal drug if we start offering it to children in the broader sense. I commend you for helping your children. I commend you for using plant medicine as your vehicle to help them be the best adults that they can be. But I can't even see it in America being acceptable. I I'm 58 years old, and I've lived through a lot of things. I was raised Muslim. and American Muslim, with Farrakhan as the minister at the mosque that I attended as a young girl coming from Brooklyn, New York. And I have seen a lot of drugs and what they do. And that's what mushrooms and entheogens, I should say, have been scheduled as for, well, I can't even say for the life. I could just say for the time in which we started scheduling these drugs, all drugs. I want to thank everyone for participating in this 24-hour event, because it is just mind blowing the things that I've learned today. I've been so educated by everyone that I've listened to, and those who I've read about them. I have not experienced a I have experienced mushrooms, but I haven't experienced it to the point that I can say I'm even educated about it, because as I talked earlier, I have a fear of it, and I don't know what it would do to my brain or my mind or my speech or my physical. It was just amazing to hear that you put your mind into it, that gets your body into it, and your spirit is into it. I didn't even go that deep with mushrooms because I'm a child of the 60s, and it all only says, just like we've been saying, that white people drug, and the only people they're going to allow to have it. So many of my brothers are in prison today for having drugs such as that in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, and that have not gotten pardoned, And so I am honored to be here tonight. I'm honored to be a part of this. I'm honored to have met Leo, who introduced me to plant medicine and gave me a broader perspective on people, on life, period. It's a pleasure to see this many African Americans proud, talking about their experiences and how it helps them, and how they breathe better, how they feel better, how they don't have to take some of the Western medicines that you do with age, because you're aging, because you have arthritis, or because you're aging. It has been enlightening. I seriously cannot wait to have my next dose so that I can try to get some of this enlightenment. I talked about it earlier. The first time I tried mushrooms, the only thing I could see is a brick wall and barbed wire just wired up at the top, and just brick. And I'm in a park with hundreds of trees, and I'm walking, and the only thing that is concrete is the platform that I'm walking on, and a lot of that is tar, not even cement. Yet I'm seeing cement walls around me, and so I'm like, oh my God, am I in a prison? And then I think of my law degree, and I think of going to law school and being a part of organization, or even a profession that does not choose me first, period. Do not look at me with respect, period. Do not think that what I do is valued because of who I am. I've always been a dark sister, and I love it too. I have always felt, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say felt. I have always known the prejudice around me, because I don't say feel, because it doesn't really affect me, but it absolutely affects me. And I think people can identify with racial problems in America. And I'm 58 years old, and I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, in the inner city, and had 8 siblings, and I was a Muslim for the first 10 years of my life. And then I became a person just out in the world, not having a religion because the leader died, and there's dissension because of money and things that interrupt our paths, at any given time. And so I am fearful. I am fearful of the medicine. However, I am grateful that people are speaking about it from my community, because it makes me more comfortable with even thinking about ethnogens. I mean, I sometimes I get on, I was uncomfortable even saying the word, even talking about plant medicine. And if I say plant medicine, I only can mention marijuana, because that would be the only thing that could be the plant medicine that I would be talking about in the circles that I've been in. And so it's enlightening to hear that you can grow and you can find yourself and your spirit and your chi, your balance, your your uh you know I I'm grateful. I want to talk a little bit about this privilege and accessibility that we talked about. Uh when I think of plant medicine, I think of marijuana first, and then I think of a shama or something like that, because it's only in 2 spots for me. I can accept that there is an organized place in which people help you microdose, dose, and become and become involved in the use of the plants. And but I am always taken aback because of my lack of privilege. And I always think, I'm going to get stopped. It's going to happen. I'm not going to be able to have this. I can't get it home. I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to lose my livelihood, and I don't think that I don't think that my white sister Leo has that problem on a daily basis. And so in being an attorney and thinking about driving and thinking about, like people say, you microdose every day, and we have these laws that you can't use any of the scheduled drugs, and you get stopped and you get a DUI, and and you think of all these things, and all of that is running through my head when I'm even thinking about using an estrogen. I mean, it just boggles my mind how much I've been taught to to live and be in a way, and the freedom of plant medicine is what I know we need in America. I absolutely know it. And so I believe in the cause. I want it to happen for us. I never thought marijuana would be legal. I never did. I thought, oh my God. And when we talk about when marijuana became legal and the accessibility of African Americans and having the stores, I mean, I don't know many that are owned by Black people, but I do know some. I know people who didn't get chosen. I know people who got chosen, but it failed because of partnerships. I know that there's a lot of accessibility issues when it comes down to the legalization of it. I applaud Anna for having classes to grow it yourself, because if you grow it yourself, it's in your home. It's not in any place in which these things can happen. It's not in your car. It's not outside. It's not in public. And so therefore you have a more of a curtilage around your home that no one can enter. But when you start introducing it to your children, and then the children go to school and say, hey, I microdose every morning, and tell their friend, and then what kind of CPS issue may you have? I don't know, but I know you will, and so it makes me, the whole cause stirs a lot of emotions up in me that I'm grateful to be able to have a space to talk about this issue, to share with people that are like me. And because I live in Washington State, and there's a lot of people that are not like me here, but they are human beings like me. And I was fortunate enough to meet Leo, and she's introduced me to a world that I didn't even know existed, and I'm grateful for that. But I am troubled by the lack of accessibility of our community to help us with plant medicine, when I am certain that is our roots. I'm certain that that's how we handle problems prior to being engaged in a country like we are. I am moved by the awareness of this group of people that have come together today. And it makes me not even have a story, because my story is not within the plant community, only because I'm a bystander looking in, going, "Ah, you could do that," and I find myself in awe sometimes and go, "I did it yesterday," and and it's interesting. I have a son that microdoses, and he cures all of his mental health issues. Has, and I don't want to say cured, I want to say have managed his mental health issues with his microdosing. And I always applaud him for doing that. And he started when he was about 23, and it was outside of me, and I didn't even know about it until I had a talk with Leo about it and joined the board so that we can try to get it legalized. And so I I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about us having our children, allowing our children. And and maybe my son even told me he microdosed uh at a later age, just because of the stigma he knows we have with the plant. And I always encourage him to tell me the truth about things, but I know, he started much earlier, and I haven't discussed it with him because he's still fully in his journey, and I don't want to interrupt it with my Western ideas, if you will. So I I I have grandchildren, and I was talking about a granddaughter that had a urination problem, and she wet the bed. And the only thing I know about helping her with wetting the bed is waking her up. And I got some really good ideas today about talking with her about it. And so sometimes, even if we don't get the benefit of the actual plant, we may get the residual benefit of someone learning something about themselves that they can share and give someone else. And so that was I'm grateful for that. Um, I'm grateful for a lot of things. I'm grateful for awareness and an open mind. And I see that this community breeds people with open minds and open hearts, and that's, just, it's good to see, it's good to hear, it's good to be around. The energy is flowing. It feels so nice. I mean, you just want to go and can I go to yours and yours and yours and yours? And I just want to, I got everybody's email now, And so I'm just so grateful at what we're doing today, that I can't even explain the euphoria that I'm feeling from it. It is enlightening me, and it's empowering me, and it's showing me my handcuffs. It's this is just, just great. I am so honored. Um, Leo asked me to speak today, and I speak for a living, and so I can always speak about anything. I am not knowledgeable enough about this subject to even think about making a PowerPoint, but I enjoyed it so well, and and I thought, wow. Oh, look at her, and I go, I pay $7.50 to learn, So and then I go right back to privilege, and I think that I have privilege, but it's a different kind of privilege. It's the privilege to be able to think. It's the privilege to be able to share. It's the privilege to be able to understand and step into someone else's shoes and admire their view and appreciate it. I when I say I want to talk about privilege, I don't want to talk about the white privilege. I want to talk about Black privilege. And we have a privilege to be who we want to set out to be if we concentrate on it and make it so. And so I think that I'm sitting here today and I'm thinking, all of these people who are like-minded about plant medicine have to get it to the world. Like, we have to get this to the world, and having events such as this will absolutely do it. Absolutely. And I'm just so honored. I can't say enough. Um I want to talk a little bit about legally where we at and what we really can do. There is only one state that has allowed plant medicine to legalize plant medicine, or to not criminalize it. And so much of what we do is criminalized. I mean, the criminal justice system was created to keep us in place. It wasn't created for uh, uh, to help society grow. It was definitely created to keep some people down, and the targets were our community. And I remember as a child in the 70s, and my uncle was in the Black Panthers, and he was running, and he ran to our house, and he came to our house frequently, and he would be having some business or some rally or something like that, and my parents didn't participate. They thought that the movement was someone else's business, but I also think that they had 8 children, so they probably needed to work do other stuff instead of marching and being a part of the movement. And my uncle, he he came in the house, and I remember he he was talking to my dad, and he's like, Jimmy, FBI is after me, and I didn't even do anything. I'm just trying to make us have a life. I'm trying to make sure that we we can grow in this country. And I had never heard anyone say that we're growing every day, you know. And I remember just sitting there as a little girl going, what does it mean to grow? And I think I was about, no, this was 71, because I was about 5. And I remember the police just storming in the house and just knocking everything down. And they took him away. And I remember just telling my sister after, Angie, I think we're going to grow in our minds. We're going to grow in our minds, you know. And I remember saying that to her and it was just silly, you know. And I was like, how am I going to grow in my mind? And when I met Leo, I was like, you mean to tell me it took me 40 years to figure out how to grow in my mind, and I still reject it? You know, that's interesting. I don't, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. Maybe somebody can help me with that.
I can help you with that.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Well, everything you said just makes so much sense of why you would feel like that. And like having such a traumatic experience with your family member at such a young age, of course you're going to be like, I don't want to get involved in that. So, and you know, what you said, I could empathize and relate to, not as like on the same level, but I definitely appreciate you sharing your voice and talking about this. And because I definitely feel afraid to be more active and out and be like, I'm part of the movement as someone who's not like white, you know?
Right.
So I totally could relate to what you said, and I appreciate you sharing it. And I do think it's like an important point to be made, and that, yeah, there's decriminalization sort of, and things are in this kind of messy in between stage, and like, you know, profiling and racism and all of that is still a factor in the game.
Right.
But there is a community, it isn't 1971, you know. It's like,
Right.
there is progress, that like there is support, and you know, it's not the same, but it makes sense that you would have like a deep fear around that, you know. So I don't think that it's anything strange or abnormal or at all that you would feel like that. It's the only thing that actually makes sense that you would feel like that, you know.
It seems like the demonization, it's like still out there. When I was a kid, I had to do they called it the DARE program when I was in the 6th grade, and it was just all this stuff about like they told me if that smoking pot would make me grow tits, or that or sterile or something. So like there was just all this like weird stuff. Since I've been growing mushrooms and talking to other people about it, I had someone ask me if they were going to scratch their own eyeballs out. Like if this type of, like, am I going to go crazy and scratch my own eyeballs out? I had some dude ask me like how much before he needed a babysitter, but asked it in the way like he was worried he was going to walk out into traffic or jump off a building or something. And then my neighbor down the street too, she was like very concerned that it would change her permanently in some way, right? She mentioned that several times. I'm worried I'm going to take it and it's going to change my brain, and the next day I won't be the same person. I won't be me anymore. And I was trying to say, like, that's the best fucking part. Like, for us people that have like that deep down, like, trauma and like icky inside, like being a new person is like, yes, please. But no, obviously like that programming and rhetoric it's still out there and still, affecting people for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we know that, the DARE program was a program that they offered in all of the schools so that we could be scared of using, we could be scared into not even thinking, scared into even having thoughts about plant medicine. And that was a big movement with Just Say No. I mean, after the crack epidemic and whether it's an epidemic or not, or just an addiction phase in America, it was considered to be, an epidemic that they had to rid everything. And I'm not saying that crack was good or anything like that. I'm saying who brought it to the neighborhood, who made money off of it, who actually ruined these communities, and who actually paid. The brothers paid. A lot of people got rich that weren't brothers, and so it's, I mean, I can't even tell you how much conflict I have around it, but thank you. I understand it. I understand it, and thank you for saying that um, to me. Um, I know your name, but thank you.
You're
I see
welcome.
another hand raised. Anea, your hand is raised.
First of all, thank you. But just showing up as you are and just saying, I am scared still. It still strikes fear into me. I think that was a very vulnerable and necessary place to be in. I just wanted to thank you for sharing that. And just to point to what Rick was saying about that programming and whatnot. And I teach a lot about that and about deprogramming a lot of those things. So that's why I understood why you opened the way you opened, because I fully expected at least one person to be like, yeah, not the babies though. So but I'm empathetic to that because that's a very Western thing. Like as I was saying
Mhm,
earlier, it's like I see when I travel and the way I was raised, it's part of my life. But
mhm,
that we have to worry about those CPS cases and things like
mhm,
that. It's not to say don't do it. It's just to say to just like as you got up here, speaking the way that you spoke, to do it scared. Do it in a way that is still going to serve us, because what we deserve is to be connected in the ways that we're connected now. But I did actually have a question
Okay.
for you, because I am the spearhead of Decriminalized Nature of Rochester. So where I
Mhm,
am, and we have in New York State we have Bill A113 for the decriminalization, and so as I've been in the advocacy work and things for plant medicines for a long time, I've found myself on other ends of the. Have you heard of the decriminalization versus legalization debate? Because I'm very
yeah.
much in decrim versus legalization, because as you
Mhm,
and we were talking about that accessibility and how
right,
important it is to us, I feel and I fear that legalization, while I get like, taking it off the scheduled list and things like that, like I get that. However, I fear what will happen in terms of accessibility, especially for our people. Um, should it be legalized, because with legalizations come certifications, and now we got to get
mhm,
certificates and things from the government, and I will be damned if I let the government dictate to me what my ancestors and my lineage have been doing for
mhm,
so long, and then again we'll be priced out of that. So I wonder how, with your push for legalization, like what would be the balance for that? What is the safety net that we could possibly make while pursuing legalization, to make sure that none of those things happen? Like people in this space, like I don't see many of us getting licensed through a government program, you know, with our disparities and inequalities and whatnot. So I just wanted to know, like, how, like, with your pursuit of legalization,
Well,
if there's anything protecting that.
mhm. Well, I believe the legalization of it, decriminalizing it, makes it so that if you have it, you're not going to be going to prison for it. And so first we want to get everyone comfortable with not prosecuting it. And just like we did marijuana, the first thing happened was the prosecutors across the nation started, or in the states that it's legal, started decriminalizing and saying, I am not going to prosecute you for marijuana. And set the dose, set the amount. I'm sorry, I don't mean the dose. Set the amount that you could. And of course, that legalization, criminalization, it's still illegal, just like marijuana is still illegal federally. However, the federal statutes for marijuana is so much marijuana that it's decriminalized, but it's still on the books as illegal, and so it's decriminalization is what you hope for when you're initially putting in a bill. You'll put something in a bill and you'll talk about decriminalizing it, and you'll be talking about taking it off the schedule. And so if we take it off the schedule, then it won't be a crime. And then we'll move towards making it legal for you to have it, you know, by some laws. But I don't think that the way our structure and our legal structure is, that we cannot go through both steps. It's just hard to get it legal without regulation. It's hard. That's the problem. That's the problem. How do we regulate it? Even the dispensaries that are legal all over the country don't have anywhere to put their money. A lot of the dispensaries here in Washington are reducing their prices. You can get an ounce much, much cheaper than you ever could. They're back to 70s prices, and how much, how you can get marijuana now. And that's because they got too much money. They made too much money off of it, and there's nowhere to put your money. Like, you can't put it in a bank because federally that money is illegal. And so they're having a hard time with that. It's relative. How hard of a time do you have having $1 million that you get to go and use? You know what I mean? I'm not minimizing, the wealth that people are gaining from it, but it is hard. The money is the biggest factor when you legalize it. And I'm sorry, when you decriminalize it and you don't make it illegal. Make it legal. If you don't make it legal, you can't make money off of it. Not really. You make money off of it just like men made money. Men, women, people made money off of it on the streets. You know what I mean? You're going to make money from it. It's more centralized because they told you how you had to set it up in each individual town and each individual county and each individual state. But you're going to make money from it, but what can you do with your money once you've done it? You know what I mean? And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem that people are having now with marijuana and legalization, and so our decriminalization. Because I'm going to always call it decriminalization until the feds say marijuana is legal. You know what I mean? If I can't get on an airplane with it and smoke it when I want to anywhere in the United States, we know it's not legal. So, it's it's a thin line between legal and decriminalized, because then you start looking at who is the person that I caught, and then that's where brothers get the problem. That's where sisters get the problems. That's where persons of color get the problems. That's the problems all day. Because if it's not legal, we can't have it. Wink, wink. So what do you do? I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, I got some really good insights from your answer. I just, like I said, I see where we went wrong in the whole cannabis movement. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out what can we do now so that we don't have the same problems. Like how do we go into that legalization and the language of that documentation to make sure that we can bank our money and to make sure that, we aren't ostracized out of it because they want to regulate it to hell because and tax it to shit.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well,
So I'm just really
yeah,
anxious about that particular
yeah,
part of legalization. Like
yeah.
I'm okay with it. Like if you're not gonna mess with me for doing what I'm doing, fine. I don't care what the
hmm
bill says. It's whatever.
hmm
But
Well,
I
it'll be the individual states. It'll be the individual states with what they will allow in their state, but you can't take it out. You know what I mean? You got to stay home. You got to keep it at home. Just, you know, that's just the reality today, but do I think that we really can legislate around it? I don't know. I don't know if we have enough people, enough power to get it nationally. We could. We working hard. It looks like it could happen, but it's just always at the door, sitting outside the door, waiting to be. I'm just a bill sitting
Oh,
here on
I know.
Capitol Hill.
A113 has been passed on for 2 years now. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. But thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Yeah. You're welcome. Danny, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing all of just your truth. It's interesting because in this conversation what coming up again, the reimagining, right?
Mhm.
And the shifting, because it's so interesting. I've seen like on Instagram, like they're advertising these microdosing spaces like in the city, and it's like a nice little commercial or whatever. It's like, yeah, go in, have a great like, and they show all the different rooms and the practitioners or something like that, and I'm like, I know that on one level it's not legal, but then these spaces are popping up and it's like maybe under the radar. And like even for myself, when I go to see my doctors, and I tell them, because at one point, because of insurance purposes, I'm like, I'm not gonna say this, but I'm like, whatever, this is what I'm doing, this is what's happening. And you know some of my doctors may say to me, because I was before I got knee surgery, I was microdosing a few years before, just for the pain, because I wasn't on any medication or anything like that, any type of pain management. I was doing other things, and also doing snake venom doses and stuff like that. Um, but the interesting thing was one of the surgeons was saying to me when I was talking to him about it, he was like, yeah, they're doing a study with veterans on microdosing for PTSD. And just seemed very interested. Is it, when they're doing these type of studies, is it in a way decriminalized? Like what's the line with doing with some of the clinical studies that's happening?
Oh. I was thinking this exact same thing. That I thought it was very ironic that they've taught us to be afraid of something and
No.
made it illegal.
Mhm.
But all these rich white folks are like, no, this is going to work. Let us do this test, and figure it out, and writing these big long papers. But it's taken how long to get, finally to people to, stand up and say something.
Mhm.
It's like this huge trickle down, yes, it is. They have to go through a process
Mhm.
to have it legalized for their, but they get money to do it. They get the, the freedom to do it. I mean, they have to write a proposal and everything for them to be able to do the research, but they've been doing it for 60 years at least.
Mhm.
Rich white folks have been doing this and trying to like figure it out for many, many years. And for them to continue to hold it away from the society is just another example of how they control. For them to make plant products illegal, but to be giving our children Adderall and Ritalin and shit and red colored dye and shit and everything. And it's ridiculous the way the society's all backwards. But thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the schools getting monies and parents are getting
Right.
money from the
Right.
pharmaceuticals to put their kids on
Exactly.
on that.
And that'll fuck a child up.
It's like all the racket from the schools to the doctors.
Right.
Mhm.
Yep. And here,
Well, that's our America. The 1% up top determines what the 99% is doing if the 99% doesn't speak up. And so
right.
that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're
Thank
speaking up. And so as
And
long as we speak up and we start speaking up in numbers, we'll get what we want, just like we got the decriminalization of marijuana. And I'm going to call it decriminalization until the feds say we can use marijuana recreationally, because that's the only fair way to
right.
look at this. It really is. I mean, you enjoy. I remember when I was a kid, 14, 15, I was smoking weed in Brooklyn on the streets, like, we smoke cigarettes, and nobody ever stopped me or anything, because ain't nobody there to stop me. Ain't no cops there. Ain't no, I mean, you know what I mean? It's not that. I don't have a big ring, but of course the dope house would get raided every, I don't know, maybe every year or two, just so that they can know that they are doing some work in the community. But the communities that have mushrooms, generally it was not our community, because it had already been stamped out of us not to use this kind of plant, this kind of medicine, period. We already was following a line, and when I say we, I say the masses are already following a line that we can't use it. You know what I mean? Because they put it on the schedule and they told you it was illegal, and as soon as it come up, everybody around you is like, well, that's illegal. I can't do that, And so I'm sitting in the 70s and I'm smoking marijuana, but I'm not using mushrooms. I mean, you know what I mean? It still was not, I don't believe that we necessarily get what the top 1% get at any point. And so we always have had to fight to get what the top 1% has, and so when I think about decriminalization and I think about the movement, I think about voices and people who want to use it. And so as long as we have people that are trained in introducing people to plant medicine, it'll grow. You know what I mean? And so I think that it has to grow at society speed. So the law is going to grow at our speed. And so, marijuana just sped up a little bit more. That's all. And so if we keep going like we're going, and we keep putting bills in front of the people that can accept it, we'll get what we want eventually. But we got to plug at it, you know?
Oh, sorry. Like you said such a key point with the bills, the people who would, what was the last part that you said? Putting it in front of the people who,
Yeah, you have to put it in front of the people that make the decision as to whether it's going to be legal. You know what I mean? And so
that's the great thing I feel about, like, even what's happening now, the generation of people who are coming into office, younger generation of people,
Mhm,
and that's the thing, getting more people in positions of power
mhm,
politically, because I feel infiltration in those ways are always good. Like people,
mhm,
or even people who I know work in the tech community, Silicon Valley and things like that.
mhm,
They're going in to help on with ethics, you know.
mhm,
They're going in, and also because that's where they're needed,
mhm,
so we're needed I say needed everywhere, and just the synergy of that, and just like in like reimagining,
yeah,
so even if some people can't envision it, having
mhm,
holding the space for that, um,
mhm,
see what's needed, what's possible, and
mhm,
even
right.
soul always knows before the mind does, you
That's
know,
right.
like
Mhm,
collective conscious, the collective souls, we know, and
mhm,
and doing this grid work too, not only in this physical, right? Because we do
mhm.
this work. So, um, yeah,
I
it's
mean,
on.
how everyone spoke about it today as
Yeah.
a healing, a spiritual, a revival of oneself, a renewing of things that, helping, a renewing of your whole being, or even finding yourself or finding your purpose, and all of that. How it's gonna be inevitable that it will be legalized. I don't know when, but I'm almost certain that it's going to be decriminalized. I'm almost certain it's going to be decriminalized. I mean,
Hey,
we cannot explain Adderall without allowing somebody to have a mushroom. We can't. We can't. We can't continue to do that. We cannot.
Exactly.
So
uh,
so I know. Rick, I see you have your hand up.
yeah, no, I'm sorry. The hour passed. It's 2:05. Lady
Oh,
Holly, it's
sorry.
time to come on here. No, no, no. I've been thoroughly enjoying this, and you've been saying some brilliant stuff. That was a really good way to end it too. That
All
was
right.
perfect.
Thank
Thank you
you
so
guys so
much.
much for having me.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
I wanted to say one thing
I
too.
applaud you guys for attending. I applaud everyone for their comments and for all the knowledge that I received today. Thank you. I am blessed. Thank you.
Claretta, I wanted to let you
Thank
know that
you.
we really appreciate you too coming to this group and sharing your vulnerability about not necessarily, knowing, thinking differently than some of
Mhm,
us, and
mhm.
sharing that with us wholeheartedly. We're honored to have you as part of this group. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you for sharing that. Yes. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
Grand Rising. Good evening. What is good?
hello, good morning.
All my lovelies up in the building. I swear that Anna and I we're sisters from another mister. I was like, well, she took it. It's just me. I was like,
I've
I
never
was like,
heard that one.
done. Okay. No. So I'm Lady Holly. I am now actually more and more in the psychedelic space, going by Laeli and Bruja and Claretta. I just want to say, like, strong ashe, like, absolutely vulnerable, absolutely in a room where you had something to deliver, where, everybody had to take a moment to hear you. And so thank you for being bold, brave, and courageous, and using your brown girl voice as a brown girl. That's important. And so I appreciate you. Um, I want you to get out of the fear though, because the generation below us, they don't walk the walk that we walk. They're not instructed to live in fear. And so as a mother of 5 children and 5 grandchildren, and as a beige being, I walk through and I'm like the mother of the universe. So I don't push fear no more because it's false evidence appearing real, right? There's nothing to fear. I think our fear holding that is what allows them to have so much fuel to be able to step forward bravely. And so, yes, we'll hold them down and to create legislation and the bill that supports the fact that when we and you talked about it, and I thank you for bringing up the Black Panther. Like in every culture that I am, so I am so many things. People say, you know, you are a mutt in a sense, in terms of my lineage. But what my abuela did for me was to introduce me to every part of my ethnicities, every parts of my rite of passage. So peyote, from my northern band, Cherokee, and my Sioux, and my upbringing. So I grew up in California and moved to New York, and I did peyote at I want to say at 11. I sat in ceremony to prepare it, sat with it at 13, because I'm one of those kids that they say was born with a veil. So when I embarked on a shamanic journey, it had to connect profoundly through a spiritual awakening. And in each step of that, there are thresholds to your consciousness. And so in between the spaces of life and death, one thing that the mycelium does is hold the space for rebirth and renewal. And so when you walk attuned to that in the rhythm of nature, then channeling any other energies around creation and nurture and doing sacred pilgrimages and honoring what I believe that what we understand is this interconnectedness of all beings. And you can't get to that realization to embrace the wisdom of your ancient traditions without a support system. So in that, I think for me, that's my highest heart ashe. That's me loving my ancestors, because if I didn't have that, I don't know where I would be, because they introduced medicines at a level which was for my knowing, which takes me through Iboga, which takes me through Bacana Africana, which takes me through, Angel's Trumpet, to Blue Lotus, to, Mother Eye, and now being able to have not just grandmother coming and saying, it's time to ingest her, when it's time to serve her is a whole nother piece of this renaissance, or what I would call this psychedelic renaissance. And maybe because I did have, the German, not privilege. I think my family was much more of we were called light, bright, and damn near. My family was very multi-ethnic. And so my grandmother got to live this lifetime because she was fair-skinned, and then would come back and inform and advocate for Black people in the diaspora. So yeah, we could speak Spanish, we could speak English. We knew how to make tamales and pateles. Like, so our food tray was delectable, but we also then were the house that delivered the babies. We were the ones that played with the herbs. We were the ones that grew the herbs. And some people would say, oh, you grew up in the heebie-jeebie house. I'll take it. I'll be the heebie-jeebie house, right? I'll be that house. Because that house I was the 5th generation in that house, living amongst all my elders, right? So in this anti-drug propaganda, and I hear you, the devastation of the Black community, right? Because of the war on drugs, which they brought to our communities. And for me, part of how we write this has to be what we use in terms of being impeccable with our words. I'm not considering this a drug. I'm considering this a sacred technology. I'm considering this plant medicine. I'm not drug. While I play with, now I'm having fun with some MDMA or and some other stuff in some of the work that I'm doing. That's a drug. right? That's the drug. That's the synthetic. That is something that, we've turned into something, right? But our creativity and solace as indigenous people of color has all been around sacred. Everything that I do is, I sit in ceremony. Everything that I do is ceremony. Because once the plants talk to you and you connect, then there is no role that I play as a womb holder that escapes me being connected to you in the I am experience. So even from the Kemetic principles, the Ifa principles, to the I Ching principles, to some of the modern philosophical conundrums around what were our practices. As I do this walk, I think for me it's the education to break back and dismantle systemic barriers to foster equitable access around this, particularly in BIPOC communities. And I'll say that again. It is the profound ability to label this as healing. I don't know it to be anything other than healing. Whether people understand that it is healing them or they take it to think that they're going to trip, or as my nephew in a boat decided that he was going to 7 grams in a boat with no sitter. I'm like, why would you think that you should be in a boat? Like, did the mushroom really tell you that? Because I do believe that that psilocybin chooses the journey that you go on. Because I've had somebody go, oh, I'm not feeling anything, and then take more of the strand we were serving, and it did nothing, because that was where, if you don't meet that level of darkness or that level of frustration or fogginess to be able to foster your transformative, breakthrough, doing more is not going to really help you. It doesn't give you some sort of collective liberation, because now you've tapped in. So I honor the wisdom, and as an elder, the ancestral tradition piece of this, while these young people are forging new pathways, but it is all in a healing bubble. And so for me, sometimes even looking at, and I have a neurodivergent grandson, and I of course sit for many, and even last weekend, I had a really good group of 13. And I was really, 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 really big on, okay, we're not chanting. I'm talking, it's rising. I have a furry person who thinks that I'm about to start chanting because he thinks that it's part of his job. But when I sit with my neurodivergent love muffins, it's interesting where they tap in. And I can tell you that it is my mush babies, my mushroom babies, that are absolutely excelling by integrating this into their life at an earlier age. So similarly to the war that we had on getting doulas covered, and right now in New York, we're an experiment. I have to say New York is, pretty okay with making sure they will listen to the people. And so just to access some equity across transformative tools around ancestral tradition, because they will allow certain religious groups to do certain things. And so there's a way to wrap this in a bubble should the first attempt go awry. And so I am hopeful on that angle that there are definite pathways, but there's not. The resistance is futile, because I can tell you from the coffee to the microdosing of the tea, to the mixing of really being thoughtful around how I make my honey now with mushrooms, right? And so my thing is, if I'm gonna make a tea, well, let's top it off and put some in the honey too. Let's double dip. And it's not because I need to be in what people would say, oh, you're in an altered state. I would say it would be, it's the state of being able to elevate my consciousness and allow my neural synapses to click in and 10x me for the day. And people are always looking and seeking and trying to reach this this high, watermelon sugar high, whatever the high. It's not a high. It really isn't when you think about what it's doing to the body. So that's why I say some of this work is going to strive to create inclusivity around literally the young people, because they are suffering. And if we talk about, people don't want to do vaccinations, well, people don't want to do medications. And one thing that the mycelium in any facet, because Ebola, let's be clear, absolutely can cure you from your urge from if you're former or recovering person. When you use Iboga, it is the reverse effect. So where grandmother shows up on one side, Iboga will make you not want to use the drug ever again because of what it does while you're under. And the fact that you meet your ancestors and they sit and they snap your whole edges right. And they it's like they take the taste out your mouth. For real, for real. So I went to school in Kenya, and I lived in Russia. And so I don't know. I didn't ask you. I don't know that there is a culture that I've met that doesn't go to a flower that's created out of turmoil. I don't. And I've been to 24 countries in the continent of Africa alone. I'm well traveled. This work allows me to touch and deliver babies and take care of women across the veil. There's a smoke. We either grind it, we do something with it, we put it in our food. It is going to be our new normal, because now we're actually talking about being in a box with some oculuses or some glasses that are altering our reality. And one thing that sacred technology does is allow you to meet yourself regardless of what you've created for yourself in your own narrative that potentially is a Disney version of you, or a version of you that's not true. And it allows you then to process through the kaleidoscope of those patterns, and if you say under the influence, the fervor, or the desire for me to translate and allow myself to experience and infuse this new palette or new color. It's like, when the box of crayons they keep giving us some more. So when we were back at, what was it? It used to be 9, and you get 24, and you get 64. And that's literally what the mycelium kind of does. It allows you to start painting because you've got new crayons. And not that you don't know that you have them, but when you can sit in your authenticity, I think what we create are people who show up in their authentic state without having to create a narrative that's false, without having to tap in and feel as though they are under this allure of something that is holding them to a standard. I would think that if anything, it's a pathway toward an overall healing journey. And as the ancestral traditions allow, and as the medicine is unveiled, I get to work with it. I get to sit with it. I'm so glad that I have super friends of healers across this globe, and I'm never afraid. I don't think I delayed grandmother. I did. Because I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready. And it was that social kind of like, oh, people, there's not a lot of information, there's not a lot of data. And I'm talking 86, so definitely not a lot of data. And so just getting through the efforts of the barriers that have allowed us to step from what is the hippie drug, or my daughter asked me the other day, were the Beatles, did they use psychedelics? And I was like, I don't know, listen to that song one more time. Like, let's really delve in. I think 2 of them were avid users. I don't know that all 4 of them used, but I know 2 of them definitely. You can be like, boop, yeah, he definitely, boop, yep, he does. But when it's like Annette said, it was like when Andre decided to do his flute album, for me, it was our way of putting psychedelics in this, in this great conversation around music and sound and frequency. And if love is the highest frequency we can vibrate on, and shrooms help people stay in this little cocoon of loving themselves first, then it's going to be a conversation for many, many years to come. And it's our right, our job, our impetus as elders to make sure that we get them coverage, because long COVID is the thing, and the babies born during it have a lot of issues that don't need to have the medical and pharmacology of it all throw more testing at them when their parents are also sitting in fear, when their parents are also sitting in dismay or disbelief of a system that they feel has failed them. And now we know from Darren that they can grow on frogs, that they came from outer space. Like, we start thinking about where it all came from. We have to go, oh, if we don't believe we're cosmic beings, shame on you. You are nothing but energy. When I die, I'm going to ascend. I'm not going to be buried. I'm going to ascend. And some people who want to be back to the ashes of the ashes, well, guess what you're going to be? A whole mushroom. In my Puerto Rican culture, if you saw Avatar, the whole tail to the tree moment is a ritual. We take everything that we when people see a thing. So does life imitate art, or does art imitate life, or life imitate art? Because that is a tradition of my Taino Indian ancestry. And so it's interesting to me that, what made it so beautiful is that you could tell whoever envisioned the whole process took a shroom or two to get that blue and get those vibrant colors. It was like all of a sudden their eyelids shot, and that you have a black light, and they just saw these colors, even the wave of the mycelium in the tail, and understanding that they were tapping into a thing bigger than themselves. It was the biggest movie. It was, they should have said, and watch this on shrooms. Like, I wish they would have had a disclaimer, because it was fantastic. And then down to the I forgot what it's called. Oh, Anna, what is it called? The whale, where they were getting the whale thing, the liquid that's inside of the whale head. No, Sherlock. Of course, you're talking about psychedelics. Like, what could make you sit there all united and talk around a tree? Everybody knows how to do it. Under the, it's like, hello. It's a no-brainer. We vanillaed ourselves into these social norms that no longer fit. The boxes don't fit. They don't. They're just, the math isn't mathing. And I love this generation because they're going to call it out and let us know that it's not mathing for them, and that they don't have to do it. And what I'm loving is that we have all these cultivators who are like, oh, I'm going to go play with this fungi. Oh, I'm going to go make a strand. Oh, I'm going to go make a tea. Yes, I say. I'm going to go make some chocolate. Or I'm going to just hydrate that bad boy and give you some of the best mushroom crisps you've ever had. I just had some beautiful, I just saw the note about you, Lucia. I just did a sitting, and we microdosed B+ during the day. After I turned MDMA into magical stuff, right? Because I mix the two together. I believe that they can exist, because what I need is people to get calm and not sit in that fear and not sit in that apprehension of the technology. But then the next day, we microdosed B+, and then showed up with Golden Teacher behind it. You talk about one of the most exciting. It was exciting. And we used Golden Teacher honey for people who were having difficulty, chewing it. But they were so crispy, they tasted like crisps. They tasted like pita chips. Like, it's a matter of how. I've heard it all. Oh, they're too chewy. I was like, girl, I like when it's chewy, right? Because you leave the one that's in your tooth and you suck it out, and you're like, oh, keep going, go right back in. I got a little bit left. Hold on. You want that little afterburn. And so when you to have a room full of healers who heals the healer, right? And so I got to get creative, because that's more of the sittings that I do, is really on the people that work with this technology on a day-to-day, month-to-month seating. And one of the young ladies just had come from Costa Rica, and so we all decided that we would, clothing is also a barrier. So in a minute, we're gonna have some very naked young people walking around, very mushroomed up, very psychedelic up, just enjoying their authenticity in their skin. And I'm here for it. Break down the barriers, y'all. For real, your ability to collaborate, break down these walls, and to amplify your level of community engagement. Once you get out of the self-use and figure out where it sits for you and how you show up, I honor the fact that you will gain this ancestral wisdom and then walk side by side with me, because I'm Lady Holly, I'm Lele and Bruja. I want to open up some dialogue, because these ancestral traditions need to be passed down. We need to talk about it. We need to normalize the fact that it's okay. It really is, because these are new pathways toward healing each other and healing this world.
I wish I knew one of them pathways. I just really am kind of sitting here and like, and I'm sorry for being so naive, but I am, because I'm so systematically conditioned to do that thing that I psychedelics really elude me. Just the thought of it. I mean, the thought of just drinking a tea with my son in the morning just really goes, wow, that's a bad idea.
But
like it just straight up becomes just a bad idea.
It's funny that you say, so my son is 26, and it was one of the best things we ever did, because he has anxiety. He's not a great student. And his ability to level off before he gets to school. I have an employee who smokes so much weed before she gets to work. I was like, oh my God, can you come off the cannabis? Can you, let's change your technology. So I hear you. But right now they don't trust adults. They don't trust the government. They don't trust the World Health Organization, an organization that I used to work for many, many years. They don't trust education, because there's this whole, thought process around why am I going to school this, and when I could sit home and do my Forex trading, my Bitcoin, I'm already, making more money than you are at 26. What are we about to tell them? So as a mom, pick up that tea and
oh no, I don't tell him nothing about the tea. I let him do the tea. I'm just talking about me. Like I gotta go and represent somebody in court and stuff, and I'm going, I don't know, that's healing is gonna be the right thing for me. I mean, it's a fear for real. I mean, so when I think about my vacation next, it'll be that, so that I can experience it. But I am certain that that's probably a no. So
and you can capsulize it. You don't have to drink it as a tea. You can take it in many forms.
Oh, absolutely. I know.
It's not enough to make you high and start tripping if you're microdosing.
Correct.
It's not going to affect you in a negative way at all.
Right. That part. So yeah, no. Oh, lovely, you're back.
Yeah,
yeah. It's definitely, that's not where we need you to go. I think for me, do you brush your teeth with your left hand?
Do it.
No, I'm asking you.
I do with both hands.
I do with both hands.
Okay. So
I just do because it just makes sense for me. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's also stimulating the neural pathway in your brain to fire off differently. I take 10 mushrooms, had a beautiful conversation with Andre and the people who created Rise, and now the people who created an everyday dose. I can get it faster, but mushrooms are a thing, and I don't care if they're psychedelic or not. So for me, when I say tea in the morning with him, it could be the 10, I do the 10 strand because I didn't want the oats. Like I'm already going to drink coffee. So I don't need you to I buy good coffee. I don't need you to give me coffee. I need you to give me some really good adaptogens that are going to impact my neural synapse. So give me 10 of those bad boys, highest dosage you could possibly give me. Comes with a little spoon inside, and that goes in my coffee.
Yes, I have something that's called Jedi Chai. And it
Ooh,
has
I've had that.
turkey tail,
Yeah, yeah,
lion's mane,
yeah.
psilocybin, like fresh cardamom, and
Yep.
like organically grown like herbs and spices and cinnamon, and it's all freshly made by, and so like the microdose of psilocybin, the actual psychoactive part of it, is very minimal. But the benefits of all the other mushrooms that are in it are outstanding.
That part. And that's that for me is the where we're going. So
Right.
you have lived long enough that everything that we saw in the Jetsons has happened. So
Already. Yeah.
okay. I was talking to Claretta too. I was like, thank you. You said it. She said the future is fungi. Heck yeah. But it wasn't just the future is fungi. We have been isolated and removed from our ancestral walks so that we have to relearn this. It takes so much time. That's why I tell you, I may not come back. I think I'm gonna be a rich woman's dog. I don't know that I want to do this human walk again. Because it just took too long. I need the Hansel and Gretel of it all. I need one of y'all to lay the ley line, the breadcrumbs on the ley line, the fungi on the ley lines, so that I can pick it back up. So if I choose to come as a human again, it can't take this long to get tapped in. Nope. Sorry.
Well, you might get tapped in earlier next time because now you're more enlightened from this time. And so, that's how I'm looking at it. I want to do the 3,000 years if I can, come back as many times as I can as human. And hopefully I learn something from even inception or how to swim to the A. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like
how to get there faster.
yeah. Or with a brother already.
I hear Lady Holly, not again.
I just know that this is with, and not in this lineage. If I can
Not
this
again.
lineage, when I found out I was my mother's mother, I was like, yeah, this is too much responsibility. Can I get one less thing off my plate, please? And then I mated with mortal men, so my children are halflings. They walk in here with the Percy Jackson scenario. They're not quite Aquaman. They're not quite Spider-Man. They're halflings.
They have superpowers.
They do have superpowers, but they don't have them all. As I said, they're having their Percy Jackson moments. And so it's hard to sit here and go, a Spirit Traveler beat me. So I'm 30 grams heavy on the shroom side. So that's my highest dose in.
Whoa.
What'd you say?
I said, whoa.
Oh,
I'm a lightweight.
I'm in grid view. So I'm like, who said that? Spirit Traveler beat me with Baba at 60. And I told her, I understand where the 60 came from. She and I have had quite the conversation of what that means for you in terms of going in. And so when I say it's not about, I don't need to sit with it all the time. I did for the month of December. Comfort Prescott created this thing called Enigma that I needed to try, and so I microdosed and had a full version of the strand, and it's a beautiful thing because of that. I think Danny, you mentioned it around having something that resonated more feminine, in terms of everything being very masculine. So when we sit, yes, I love Enigma, yes, sitting with all these, peanut envy, all these, the baseline, what I call the baseline when somebody goes to get a shroom, 9 times out of 10, they don't know about. So that's where I need you guys to start being much more conversant about the different fungi. Shroom Daddy and I had this whole conversation. So, I'm creating my own thing. I done snatched some more, I done snatched the spore from out of the lands. And Shroom Daddy has agreed to help me figure this out because he just knows my brain, right? Because I definitely, as I sit for folks, I'm always compensating because a lot of female identified, womb holders will come forward and go through these cathartic experiences laden in their testosterone, laden in this, what I would call, it feels like a testosterone boost. And so for me, it's like, where's the softer side of that? Where do we show up and be in a softer side? And how do we get the mycelium, or where do we find the mycelium that taps into that piece? So that's been my quest. Questions, because I do this all day. I'm 54. I'm about to have my 55th solar return. I stepped into my shamanic journey at 27. I hemmed and hawed until 33 because I'm irreverent. And it was barking at all kinds of trees. I have no desire to be a cultivator because I can talk to animals, plants, babies, anything. You name it, anything that's alive, I talk to. And they tell me all the stories. And then I have to go figure out who that story is for. So know that you have a group of folks who are, working on your behalf to make sure that we heal the planet in a way that they don't have to work so hard, so that when you cultivate, you got pure vessels who are like, I want some, I need some because I've got X, or I need some because I need to, whatever the need is, there's a way to heal. Y'all better come off mic. Y'all are tired. Making me read.
Things I've noticed this evening in
Yeah, I don't
particular,
want to
but
read.
since I've been like introduced into the like psychedelic community over a year ago, is that like I hear the term like mother and grandmother or like goddess, or like I haven't heard anyone refer to like the wisdom of psychedelics in like a male context. Like I met God, right? It's always like it's yeah, like this great mother, like archetype kind of
God is a
thing.
woman. Because God is a woman.
Right. Yeah, no, and so I had this really like special trip once. I'll make this story like brief, but I was dating this girl, and she'd gone off on this like camping trip, and like I watch a lot of true crime stuff. Like this girl did like everything that should have gotten like a chick like her like axe murdered out in the hills and stuff. And so I was on this heroic dose one night and just kind of like meditating and just like sending this message out to the universe, like, please, like bring this girl back home safely, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like this had never happened before, but like, I mean, I've had that like third eye open, like divine presence thing, except this time, like that, like divine energy was like distinctly feminine, right? Like I was just like kneeling before this, like the great mother in some way. And it like, I was like being like cradled by it. Like, I remember it was just this like real comforting, like, you know, type of like I cried and stuff. I mean, it was just like so beautiful. And like I never heard the term the Great Mother until this experience. And then like I went and like clicked it into Google like the next day and just like found out like this is something that has been with like humans since like beyond the caveman days. Like, they found these like figurines of these like large breasted fertility goddesses like carved out of like mastodon tusk and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I like it's just like something that like I guess when on mushrooms, like it's just like something that's like in my DNA, and I kind of get to like connect with it a bit. It's like but anyway, it's really cool like to hear people refer to this is like grandmother and stuff like that, because like I identify, I mean I can understand but anyway, all right, I'll pass the mic.
That was quite a prequel for you there, as you're living your life, but that was a prequel of something you were supposed to remember, and introduce yourself to and hold reverence for. So I dig that. I dig it. Jaguar, I see you popping through. Everybody's having a reawakening.
I woke up to your lovely voice. I dozed off and I was like, who is that talking? She's been talking in my dreams. I'm so grateful to wake up. So blessings to you, Lady Holly.
Blessings to you. It is so good to see, like, for real. Just to know that we have that, absolutely shout out to everyone on the coordination side, because I was like, I don't know, I'm gonna be asleep, right? I was like, nah. So I took a nap and earlier, and I said, you know what? Then I'll have some of this lovely tea. And this young lady from Kenya who is one of my herbalists that I picked out took hibiscus flowers, y'all, with the what's in here? I think this is malma, and made she calls it flowers. I was like, and she leaves the hibiscus in it. So you get to eat the hibiscus. You know me, I suck the tea bags. I eat the flower. I'm oral, so I'm gonna eat all that stuff. Waste not, want not. And it is amazing. So she brought some for us because she's finished. I think she's about to market it. It's really pretty, really amazing. And you can either put it in regular tea or you can then put just double dose like we do. But no, I'm so glad that we get to tap in every now and again as a tribe and pull up and see each other and hold space and see we see what each other is doing on social media, but to know that we are out here doing this greater work is amazing. Like, I'm last class Sebi before he could not come back from Honduras. And so there's some stuff about that worked, and there's some that works because of all the pharma intervention. So like my people who are diabetic can't do an alkaline diet. My people who have high blood pressure can't do a full alkaline diet. So certain stuff just doesn't work. But again, it's all the practices and the tools, and the proof was in the testing. The proof was in the life-saving stuff that we were able to accomplish, even with cancer. Let mycelium be a thing that starts to stop ADHD. And I'm telling you, it's on and popping, which is why the children are going to be important.
Yes.
When you think about on the other side of this, to get the appetite to be teased up after chemotherapy, all of a sudden weed looked good, didn't it? Mm-hmm. We gotta go low so we can go high. That's the easy one. That was an easy one. Epilepsy, easy one, right? It's like, all the seizures. So, yeah. Anna, go. I see your hand raised. Nebula.
Hi, baby.
Hey, baby.
I really just wanted to come out here to say hi to you because I love you and I miss you. And thank you for blessing this space with your dankness as usual.
Did you see my AI art in the background? I do.
I love it.
I'll be in there. Me and these AIs. I love it, especially when I'm on shrooms.
Listen, with AI, we got to integrate with it. AI is just another mycelium made manifest. That's the
there
future.
You go.
Fungi in the AI.
Yeah, that art, it's like inherently psychedelic. Like it's crazy. It's beautiful. I love it. I think it's cool.
I'm having a ball with my AI, especially when I'm on a journey. And that's like right before I come down, I seem to just go in the app and it just calls me. And I'm just like, and these prompts I write, they'd be a thesis. I'd be like, and so because I want, and
girl, ChatGPT got me in a choke hold, okay?
Like, it'd be a paragraph, and then all of a sudden I render it, and then half the time it comes out what I want. But yeah, this series, oh my God, I came up with some good ones. This series was mind-blowing.
Listen, take a couple shrooms and hop into some AI. Listen.
Baby, it's an amazing thing. So I can't even, I'm Danny.
I just wanted to get up here and say hi and bother you.
It's okay. You're not bothering me. You and I was like, when you were speaking, I was like, well, I can go back to sleep because she done covered it all. When you got to the black I'm good. She's going. I don't need to say nothing. It's so good. But you know what's so dope is that when I was growing up, I didn't have that many people to tap into. And so it was really hard to get, good source information. And then it was, if you're hanging out with an elder who's a man, it was like over sexualized. Like, why are you sitting up under him? Learning. Learning something, trying to taste the medicine, trying to see what's going on. And now it's not. And so for me, I'm like, okay, if I were to close my eyes tomorrow, y'all got this in a major way. For real. So I love
we
y'all.
got it, Mom. We got it.
I love y'all life. Danny, come on through. I see your hand, your black hand to the fifth hour. Yo, change Anna, get your change. You gotta change your Zoom to your brown emojis.
I'm patient. Question. Where do you teach your workshop sessions? Where you at?
So I live in New York. So let me say this. It doesn't matter to me. I travel all over the place. So right now I'm going to Texas next weekend, and then I'll be back. I'll be in Detroit for Spirits thing. And then I'm trying to level off in New York because people want me to start working here.
Okay.
And then I'm serving grandmother in California. I think it's gonna be Joshua Tree, or it's gonna be Santa Monica, because they just need some love. And that offering needs to be given back to that land there. California's losing their minds. And that's my home state. So don't just hit let's spiritual gangstars.world, gangstars with an A. I'll put the link in the thing. It's real easy. I did that because on my journey, I have been able to meet these dynamic, people who recognize their superpowers early. I don't know if you've ever watched the Super Friends, man. I only had one channel in California, and I watched my Super Friends. And if I'm from the lineage of Diana, which is a Wonder Woman, which is Hatshepsut, which is the only woman in Kemet who has a temple, because she convinced everybody that she was a warrior and got her temple put up. And so once you sit in that kind of like fire of where you're at, pull up. I'm virtual, for real.
All right, cool.
COVID made me mad because I was like, I can't travel. And then I was like, whew. Then when we were back out in these streets, I was like, oh, I can travel. There's not a lot of people traveling. I'm going to travel. And then now we're really out in these streets. I'm nomadic. I got rid of the house. I really want a mobile home, $1 million mobile home in the United States, so I can just drive around with a little car underneath and go get my shot and then come back. And then, nomadic. 5th kid is off to college this year, so I am free. I just gotta be free. Ba-da-da-ba-ba, free. Mom, why are you singing at 5 o'clock in the morning? But just hit me for real. If you're on a journey right now as you're speaking, it's always gonna be Lady Hollywood at Gmail. Like I was always Hollywood because of California, and I was like, before everybody got it, I was Lady Hollywood on every platform. So Lady Holly TH at spiritualgangstars.world, because now I own it in advance of the Bob Marley's family. So I am not yoga pants. I am about putting together curated experiences, whether we're birthing babies, whether we're doing transition, whether we're doing somatic sexological body work, whether we're doing, and helping with tantra and relationships. My sister comes in, and Lucia and I do a lot of fantastic work around trauma and sexuality on shrooms. And then I deliver babies, and then I help with death, right? Or transition, which I don't call death. I call death going home. And if you saw the movie Soul, all you do after that is you decide whether you're going to jump again. I think I'm going to be the chick with the clipboard. I'm going to just stay up there and just be like, okay, is everything in alignment? I see that for myself. Fierce, locks down to the floor, just dragging them. Just, okay, where's everybody? Okay. Because I don't know that I'm jumping again. I don't know that anxiety of the jump is just like, what? I got to do it again? But I can tell you we're living longer. And so tap into this wonderfulness of this world of mycelium and
we're living longer. Okay. I'm loving that.
You live. So remember, you're only young for a tiny amount of time. You're older. So we're always older longer than we're younger.
That is true.
Dramatic happens.
A lot of my 30-year-olds that I've been coming across, they're like, we're burnt out. We can't take it. We need something.
I know. I was like, what, 30? My daughter's 37. I said, girl, bye. I was like, wait till you get to these Timberlands. Girl, bye. But I can tell you this too, and Claretta, I hope you are listening. I hope you didn't fall asleep. I'm 54 about to.
No, ma'am, I'm here.
I'm about 54, about to be 55. I still have a tremendous amount of sex. I don't take a pill or a potion. I have supplements. I'm in a knee study because I have genetically bad knees in my family. So I wanted to get in front of it and not behind it. So they're testing out an experimental drug. And I said, oh, y'all gonna love me because this is the most purest specimen at 54 yet I've ever had. I'm unvaccinated. I wish somebody would try to vaccinate me. And my psyllium, you met the gentleman who 10X is his wet life. I swear to you, at 60, he and I are gonna be friends because that's when I said I was gonna go back to it. I used to do all that, and tore my, I used to surf, I used to do all that. I'm bone on bone in both knees technically, but I injected my own platelet-rich plasma, and you know who told me to do that? The mycelium. They got me all the way right. They told me how to do it before it was legal. So with that, waiting for it to get legal stuff, I would be done. Probably had 2 crutches and a cane, if I didn't see a thing before it was a thing. I had to believe in the technology, and now all my friends, I used to play ball, all of my friends who are athletes now get to do it, and it's covered by insurance. But I also harvested my stem cells. I also do delayed cord cutting, and we practice the placenta encapsulation. And for moms that take it, we have mixed it with the shroom strain of their choice. So, honey, this ain't going nowhere. So we just got to figure out how it's going to sit. And so if we go wrong and we don't talk about it as healing and a sacred technology, then I feel like lumping it in with a drug and letting it be I want to bastardized, villainized by the Food and Drug Administration, who we no longer trust.
Right, because they won't make it, because they are making money on stuff that we'll have to buy more stuff to
that
get
part.
symptoms.
That part. I see your hand raised. Claretta, come on through here. All right, Black people, y'all need
my hand is raised up high because I am just so amazed by you. I'm sitting here and I'm all talking about this journey, and and I'm with my family. Unfortunately, I'm at my daughter's house, and so I'm with my mom and dad and my daughter and her children, and we're up playing cards or whatever. But I was gonna be here anyway to do this, and so it kind of worked out for me, and that's how just my universe always works out for me like that. And so and you're talking in terms that I'm not used to hearing people converse in that manner, and so it's so mesmerizing because it's like I found somebody that's talking in the space that I talk in, and I go, where she's from, what she's doing, and why can't I go to vacation with her? I mean, like I'm really kind of reaching, like, and I hate to be so forward or vulnerable about that, but I'm compelled to just say that to you.
Take people on vacation. Let's go. I take Black and brown people to Egypt every 2 years. And
do you?
Yes, I do.
I gotta
believe that you don't
be on
understand.
the list to go to Egypt with you, please.
Come on, let's get it.
Okay.
Let's get it.
I'm there. I mean, I have a group of friends that I travel with, a group of 16 that we travel, and we just started, because we were building this thing up now, and now, we're in a position where we can do that. And so we haven't ever let go. And I think that being introduced to plant medicine like this will let you let go faster. You know how you say, I wish I would know about this at 6 or 7 or what have you. I mean, I am pleased to know about it now and looking forward to doing it in my next life. You know what I mean? Like, just looking forward to it. Like, I gotta do this even longer because I know this body won't hold me, because none of the bodies that have been on earth have held. Do you know what I mean? We know the oldest person, and so we know the bodies don't hold. And so even if we are newer, more agile, more less medicated, and more forward thinking, we still got so much that could happen in our lives. I mean, like you talk about being well traveled, and I can say I was well traveled in the ghetto. You know what I mean? In the ghetto that I was in, I was traveling around it over and over and over and over again. I mean, you know what I mean? And so your travels and your journeys are your own, no matter where you were, whether what you saw, and so I it's just interesting to talk to somebody so enlightened that is wanting to come back as a bug or a slug. What you want?
No. I said a rich person's dog.
A rich person. Oh, that's nice. Maybe I missed that. No, I knew you said something that was, something that you disapproved of, but a rich person's dog, I guess that's the best possible, back here on this journey again. Because you might even get your plant medicine because you just roofed for it. I smell over here in the mushroom. Oh, he likes mushrooms.
I like your version. I like your version, and that's right. And yeah, I like that version. If it's gonna be, I told you I'm gonna be the chick with the clipboard and on the soul move, and I will help usher y'all back as many times as y'all want. But I feel like these moves have had it, right? Because I'm just like, I don't know how much more. And I want you to get off of the fear bus, right?
Yeah, I need to. But I'm on it. I'm sitting on it though. I mean, how people are on a bus and you need to
hear me.
You transfer to the courage bus.
You got so much life.
So much.
So much
Did
life.
I lose you?
Huh? Now we can hear. Can you hear us now?
Oh yeah, I can.
So we get this thing called life, right? We get a little bit of it. And so what I would tell you is, I bet you there's more people in the graveyard that coulda, woulda, and shoulda.
Oh yeah.
Right?
All day.
Going to ride into the pearly gates with one tire, with the bell going. And when I get off of that bad boy, it's going to break, because I wish somebody would tell me that I can't do anything.
Yeah, I don't prescribe to that thing. Can't.
I hear you.
But it doesn't even have anything to do with can't. It has something to do with the stream of my financial well-being. And
you're not allowing the universe to bless
I am allowing it. I know, but I don't have enough people around me saying that.
I'm sorry. I'm right.
Me, I know. That's why I'm on this talk. That's why Leo got me here.
I'm sorry. So my thing is this: when people don't serve you and they're not whispering in your ear, and I know I'm at time. When they're not whispering in your ear the sounds that you want them to hear, you have to cancel it. Because that's not the sweet sound of what the milk and honey that I live in. If I have fear, the universe will be like, okay, well, you be in your little fear bubble, and I get nothing. But when I don't want to control it and drive it, the universe just abundantly. And it's from that abundance that I'm able to bless the people that.
All right.
So, baby.
All right.
Get up off that fear. I love y'all. This has been
thank you.
It's been so magnetic and electric. Yes, my love.
Feel free to just move a little bit if you want to move into a little bit more discussion. Okay. Brother Billy is just a little delayed, but he'll be joining us momentarily. He's working through his tech.
No problem. I got him. So yeah, no, I don't. We have to make, our ancestors made bold decisions to do things, and we can't be punks. You can't be. You have to be able to sit in it and stand in it and say, I did it. I'm the kid who'd be like this. My mother would be like, did you take the cookie? I'd be like this. Sure did. Because what was she going to do? I was either going to get reprimanded or told to not have the cookie. But at that moment, I already had the cookie. And then that's that thing about you can have your cake and eat it too. I was like, no shit, Sherlock. If I bake the cake, I'm going to eat it. Like, it's my cake. It was that the cake, in the alchemical principle of the cake, it doesn't serve you. It's only flour and water. So yeah, eat that cake if you want it. But why not bake something that has much more inclusive nutrients and sustenance, and then share it? Because then that's a better way to sit, or to be able to share it. And so I didn't look at it that way until she, walked me through that. And so what I would tell you is that what's coming at this decriminalization legislation, and then legalization, so that we can do what we want to do. I don't know that I want to go to the store and just get mushrooms from anywhere, right? I want my cultivators to be the ones putting their hands in it, making love next to them, getting the energy right. Like I'm sorry, I need the boutique store of mycelium, folks. I don't need Pathmark, Walmart, and Southern, whatever that store is. And I'm gonna just go get some freeze-dried mushrooms and go home. I wouldn't trust it. You couldn't pay me. So I'm loving that where I get to be the person that administers and sits, that you get to create those. That's how your colors resonate. That's how you play with your crayon. Melody, doll, I love you. I see you. Beautiful. I love y'all.
You too. I love you more.
So this stuff here,
I miss you.
Girl, we won't even talk about it. You better I better have all your information. This microtubule system here carries light. That's what it does. So whether we're melanin dominant or melanin recessive, it doesn't matter. The melanin that's in here requires us to tap back in to the mycelium. It just does. It's like, okay, well, I have to wash my face. You don't use, other than the couple people that I'm noticing on Instagram that are trying to convince you to start bathing in your own urine, you use water to wash your face.
Oh my God.
Usually. But yes, they are our closest relative. The shrooms are the flowers, and the lotus is an interesting. Blue lotus is an interesting thing. Because comedically, when you look how they used it, it also is that thing, right? And so for me, it's like we can't ignore it anymore. It's up close in our face. It's like, boo, huh? She said the internet, our neural networks are all based on the mycelium. Yes. Having these experiences. And that's why and now the tail, right? The whole tail moment into the tree, it's like, and you feel how they get into it, and then they have to figure out how to get themselves back in the process, right? So when they attach, it's like they don't become the animal becomes one with them. So yeah, baby. Got it now, ma'am. Got it now. Yes. Y'all better get it. I love this. Am I supposed to read them out loud, or I'm doing a bad job of that? But yeah, it's I have to say my cats don't like mushrooms, because I've tried, because I know that we're here to serve them, not the other way around. And their first journey was interesting. Their catnip is their thing. I've proven that I should maybe not think that they are human, although they act like it. But he jumped up and got it. And so I wanted to see how it would play out. The catnip is a much better trip for him. But I do believe that all of I was gonna say dogs know how to get into the journey. Absolutely. And interestingly enough, I can tell you, anyone who's a glass wearer, so I need glasses in one eye. When I'm in journey, my stigmatism is gone. So I don't need my glasses. So that's another reason why I know. You too? Shut up. See, I knew it. Because I'm like, I can't prove it. But see,
No, yes, you can. Because listen, mushrooms in general, not even just psilocybin, but specifically psilocybin, it increases visual acuity. So in Africa, hunters would take it before they went out for the hunt, because it increases your visual acuity. It makes you see better. So every time I know I'm coming up, I start to take everything off. Like I always get naked on a trip. That's why I can't journey with anybody, because I always get naked, and the first thing to go is my glasses, because I don't need these. And
right.
then else, Man,
I
listen.
love it. It's so liberating. It's so I feel like a mouse. I'll be like this. Don't need that.
Okay, like, oh, what I got these. In fact, I can't see with them on when I'm even when I microdose. It's the same way. Like
I've
I
never
just put my glasses on for this talk.
I'm so glad that we had this conversation. I've never admitted that.
I experienced the same thing with Bufo.
Really?
Yeah, I have clients who they'll be like, "Yo, I don't need my glasses anymore," and then the reactivations as well. So I'm really excited about all of our genetic shifts.
Mhm.
So the conversation about us just naturally going back to our optimal expression, and beyond that, what we've imagined. So yeah, this is a big year for us. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
I done locked myself out my telephone. But okay. I am excited. I'm really excited. And the shifts are interesting. I think uh all of you who are still in blossom, I think the most profound thing is that, we did a journey in Kemet, and that was my last bleed, right? And just, the men don't be weary, but this is one of those things. And I have to say it is microdosing. I don't even know what a hot flash is like. There he is. I don't know what a hot flash is like. And that is all because of psilocybin. Like, let's be clear, what's doing it. And so I'm so glad that you guys are here to carry this torch. I'm so glad that my brother from another mother's here to take his time slot, so I could, go chant and do what I gotta do. But it's
Lady
on
Holly,
you.
thank you so much for all of this share. And I my interest is even peaking more. I know you mentioned this menopause conversation, and this
Mhm.
has to be addressed another time, please,
Yeah.
because we really need to get a handle on what it actually is. And so I'm looking
I agree.
forward to
I
our
agree.
continued expression.
Yes,
Now
I
I'm
love
curious
y'all.
That
too.
too.
Okay. Don't be curious. We're gonna figure it out together.
I'm
But
about
I'm
Indeed,
definitely
indeed,
free,
indeed,
so
indeed. Yes, that's
indeed,
right. And
brother.
Brother Dooley, hailing from North Carolina,
That's right. That's right.
usually from Boston, but in North
That's right.
Carolina. Welcome,
Ah,
welcome, welcome.
welcome, wonderful people. How's everybody doing? Let me
amazing.
see that. Who,
Divine.
who we got in the building? Who we got in the building?
Amazing.
I see Melanie and Don in the
Hey,
building. I see Aurora in the building. Who's that over there? Yeah. I be in the building. Oh, yeah, it's a motherfucking deep house here. Yeah. Good energy, from like especially what I've been doing this whole weekend. You know what I mean? It's been really interesting to tell you the truth. But I'm glad. Oh, I see a mother jaguar in the house over there. What's going on, y'all? How's everybody doing? All right, we in here. So this is how I'm gonna start. I usually start all my talks and different things since we talking about psychedelics. I go right in. So I'm gonna smoke some shunga and I'm gonna see what song comes in for y'all. Okay. Uh,
Hey.
um, okay. Let's see here. I gotta go in the back porch because this is not my house. So I'm gonna go in the back and we're gonna make it happen, okay? Um okay. Tea. Okay. Right, family. Give me 1 second. Blessings to Most High, the all within the all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Eho na ye anachaye. Ono he ana. Na e oto. Ono e ai ana yo ata ate. Ana ye ana ye. Ono e ana. Ana ye o. Ona ye ata o. Ona ye. He ana he oto. Ona ye ayata oko. One ayate aya. Hate hate o ane. Ana ye. Ono e ana. Ai ato. Oye ana ye ana ta. Aye ana ta. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for this new day, whatever time zone you're in. Thank you for this new breath for us, another moment. Thank you for existence, for the heart that beats. Thank you for all the natural elements. Thank you, Great Spirit, the all within the all. Thank you, all the elements, the sacred four directions, all our animal friends, all our bird friends, all our sea creatures. Thank you to the ancestors, those that are on the righteous path. Thank you. Thank you for the enlightened ones, all the avatars, all the ascended masters. Thank you for all the archangels, the angels, all the angelic forces of good, of love, of peace, of healing. Thank you for the Natoru, the Orisha, all the gods and goddesses throughout various traditions and beyond. Thank you to all the medicine women, all the medicine men, all the medicine beings throughout the cosmos. Thank you for leaving us the blueprint. We appreciate you. Thank you for the sacred medicines, the ones that guide us on this journey to refine ourselves and be better beings. for the sake of all sentient beings. Asheo, I mean, oh. Thank you. Thank you for that moment, y'all. I appreciate it. It's a great way for me to start my day. I usually start my day before I get out of the bed with doing some energy healing on myself. Then I start my day with prayer, and then also go into my Qigong and my Tai Chi. This is how I start my day. Everyone starts their own day in their own way. But what I've been taught from my parents, and I'll go straight in to where Spirit wants me to go right now, because I'm on the medicine right now. My foundation is my parents. My foundation is my mother. You know, and my mother was a very wise woman. You know, she was considered schizophrenic by the terms that, you know, these doctors love to give, right? But she was a very wise woman. And she taught me the first about the spirit world. She was the first that taught me how to talk to the trees and how to talk to the elements and to live a righteous life to your best ability. She was the one that taught me to trust God, Goddess, whatever we want to call it, and live that life. It's the mystic life. My father as well, very young, since day one, has blessed me and my sister on the mystical teachings at a very young age. So we was doing the yoga, we was doing the Qigong, we was doing the Tai Chi, all those things. But it's the environment I lived in was in the most healthiest environment in the neighborhood. So I had to put all that aside for my own survivals, right? Street life, you know? And then it came back to full circle, back to my parents' teachings again when I sat with a Vietnam vet who was deep into the Tai Chi and the Qigong. And energy work, energy cultivation, been a way of life for me ever since. I really lean very hard on the Taoist traditions, you know, the energy cultivation work. And these exercises have been used for thousands and thousands of years, right? There's really not one particular group of people or race that hold to say we the founders of this, right? It's a great book, a good friend of mine who wrote, it's called the Egyptian Postures of Power. And they talk about Qigong and Kemet in Egypt way before 4,000 years of the Taoist traditions, right? So these things is not rooted in any one person. It's to know that this is a lifestyle. You know, this is a lifestyle. And when you're open to it, you'll be taught certain ways to move, certain ways to breathe, certain ways to be able to sing, tonation. I tell people all the time, some people say, oh, Dooley, I want to do this medicine work. Can you teach me? I said, what do I have to teach you? First of all, I'm still learning myself. But if there's anything to teach, it's the art of listening. The art of listening. When you're in ceremony, it's like if you're like in a surgeon's office, and you're doing a heart surgery, you have to have that much focus. Or it could be someone's life in your hands. So we learn the art of listening to the most subtlest of things, especially when it comes to the spirit work. Now, did I know I was going to do this, folks? No. If you might have met me maybe, 25, 30 years ago, I was running them streets with the rest of the bad boys out there. But guess what? This is all part of the path, right? We look at in the early 2000s, I was deep into Tibetan Buddhism. And I remember I was a security guard for the Dalai Lama at one point at in Medford, Massachusetts. It was wonderful to be in his presence and all those lamas and different things, right? But before even all those things, what the Buddha went through? He was in luxury. He was in a place of peace. Like, no, if you look at the story, the so-called story of his life, right? They say, oh, we don't want no death around him to remind him that he could grow old. We don't want no disease around him. We don't want no level of suffering around him at all. We gonna put the guards around everything. We gonna make sure this mother sucker ain't gonna be daggone dealing with anything what they call samsaric, right? But what happened? One day he sneak out. He go into the local village with, and his guards just like, yo, hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Siddhartha, Gautama, you know what I mean? Shakyamuni. We ain't you supposed to just be in the palace around all the good stuff. No, he gonna get his secret guards. Well, no, we gonna run these streets tonight. We gonna see what's really good, right? He go out there, what he see? He see people that are suffering. He see the sick. He see the poor. He see all those things. So he could come full circle and understand, like, wow, there gotta be much more to this. I have to get off the wheel of samsara. I have to learn about self-realization. I have to learn what does it mean to be a Buddha, the awakened one, right? But he had to go through that suffering to have that motivation. It goes hand in hand, y'all. I used to ask my mom all the time, Mom, what's the point of evil? She's like, son, you could not even fathom or even have a level of gratitude for the beauty in life if you did not have evil. You wouldn't even understand the wisdom of the level of kindness, compassion, beauty, any of these things if you didn't have the dual opposite. So you can have an understanding of what this is. So I try to look at the whole picture, y'all. And I'm a work in progress, and I love the journey. It's beautiful. And again, I didn't know I was going to go down this road. But when I started to get back into the medicine after years and years, almost 30 years of cultivation energy work, and then going into the medicine, it started in college because I was always an artist, graffiti artist, all that. I always loved hip hop, right? So I got a scholarship, and a friend of mine gave me mushrooms. And that was the beginning. And then ever since that time, I might have not have had the money at the time to go to Peru or Brazil or all these other places, but I was hearing about Wachuma and ayahuasca and iboga and all these different things. But for some reason, I didn't have to travel anywhere. They all just came to me. The level of manifestation, the level of magnetism, right? And then when I started sitting with these medicines, I was like, oh, shoot, this stuff is really familiar. I've done this before. So all of a sudden, the old memory came back. That's when I even met Baba Kalindi. I was at a talk at UMass Amherst doing a talk on urban shamanism. And I meet Kalindi. And after the talk, I really like to talk. And that meant a lot coming from the OG, you know? And if y'all don't know who Baba Kalindi is, please research him because he was a great, great man. He was the Morpheus for our time. And he pushed the envelope. Yes, he did. Because when we talk about Terrence McKenna and all these other great people that came along, and they say the 5-gram heroic dose, we're talking about a man that's like, hey, we going in 40 grams and up. Come on, y'all. We got to step our game up. We got to take this a little deeper if we want a real lasting shift. Because there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. And if we're not careful, we will repeat patterns again. Okay? Yes, sitting in higher doses of 31 grams. Yes, I've seen firsthand the galactic wars and all kinds of things. And there's nothing new under the sun. So what are we going to do this cycle? And for all my melanated people, yes. I'm glad we're on the medicine. Have found these medicines. But I don't get caught up in the earth suit. I'm going to just be very frank. Because your ass have been a cat person, a motherfucking reptilian, a blue person from Arcturus, anything you can possibly imagine. Anything. So, yes, I honor my legacy, my lineage from the worldly perspective. Yes, because we have given a lot to this planet and beyond. But understand that you are soul. Understand the true teachings of mysticism. All right? To know that you're everything. My homegirl, Keith is on the call. We've done plenty of retreats together. We could tell you firsthand the level of how powerful these medicines are and how powerful your consciousness is. We're talking about singularity consciousness that goes beyond the concept of this fleshly earth suit. Okay? But yes, there are things that you have to heal. You have to start with a foundation before you can understand how to walk into your godhood or your goddesshood or whatever hood. Okay? I was sitting down. Listen. I was sitting down with this brother. He used to play in the NFL. I'm sitting down with him. I'm going through the healing with this brother. And he goes back to slavery. I'm seeing everything that he's seeing on the other side. And when we debrief, when we come back down after the session, I check in with him. I said, how was your session? He said, Dooley, I see myself in chains. They couldn't break me. They couldn't break me. I was too strong for them. So they decided one day just to throw me off the ship. And he said everything went blank from there. And next thing you know, I went into the stars. Things are real. Trauma is real. Don't get it twisted. But you have to deal with that shit first. I remember I do something called psychic surgery. I remember I was sitting with this one client, European woman. And her session was very powerful, but it got to a place where we was going into the genetic codes, going back into her ancestry. And yes, they showed me that her family were lynching Black people. Now, you have to understand the level of Zen. And when I said going back into that, like a surgery room, right? Like the doctor in the surgery room, can't not let things even sway you for a second. Just because you come in this melanated flesh and you're seeing that on the other side, I could not let that rock me because I knew there was still a job to be done in that moment. You understand? Are y'all understand where I'm coming from? Are y'all
Yes,
hearing?
yes, we do. We hear
Okay.
you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that need to be rectified before we even move forward into
Right.
your higher state. Last time I was here in North Carolina and I was working on this one brother. After this session was almost over, all these Native American, they had the black paint across their face. They came out of the forest, their spirits, and they wanted to show that they were there in support of what just happened. Okay? The acknowledgement. Melon and Donna tell you, I got a couple of people out there that their work has been around helping the deceased spirits that are still in limbo. The atrocities that have happened on the soil.
Oh.
That's why when you walk to certain places, you get certain areas just got a fucking bad vibe. Because a lot of atrocities happened on that land. And that shamans, medicine people, whatever the hell you want to call yourself, because I don't get caught up in the labels. If anything, I think that inflates the fucking ego.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Whoever you claim you are, it's time to do the work. That's what this is about. Yes, my father was at Woodstock in '68, seeing Jimi Hendrix play live and Sly and the Family Stone and all that. And yes, before that, the Beatniks, chilling with their ganja, listening to jazz. I understand how the European has been robbed just like any other people in this matrix here. The thing is that they just don't try to show you they're dirty. They're dirty shit. You know what I mean? We're talking about the level of repression. So when you came from the beatniks to the hippies and they're like, oh, snap, like, wow, I feel connected. Why the fuck am I my great racist ass grandfather hating on these black people over here? That shit doesn't make sense, dad or grandpa. You need to take some of this motherfucking mushroom and LSD with me and open your fucking blood clot, Ross clot motherfucking first eye. So yes, there was awakening that was trying to happen in the 60s. And yes, like Barbara Kalindi said, it did not even make its way to the hood yet, to our melanated folk yet. So yes, we're seeing this renaissance right now. But how are we going to step into it? I can't make this shit up, y'all. I can't make shit up when I'm looking at a person who has a tumor in their motherfucking neck and I go into my higher self and I'm literally dissolving the tumor. I can't make this shit up. I can't
Witness.
make this shit up when I'm in ceremony and we start a fucking earthquake. I can't make this shit up. And I'm not saying all this to get brownie points or to sound cool because I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I've been here too many times and I've seen too many things to get caught up in the game. You have to trust yourself. When I started going through these levels of the sacred songs in the beginning, I thought it was gibberish. I was like, what the hell am I? I'm bugging. What the hell is going on here? And I remember that day when I met Barbara Kalindi, and it was this one guy who said, well, can I hear one of your songs? I was like, sure, I'll try to muster it up. And he says, do you know what you're saying, Dooley? Hell no, enlighten me. You know what I mean? He said, you're speaking ancient Mayan language. He says, I recognize some of the words because I go back and forth to Mexico and I recognize some of the songs that we sing over there. And you're saying some of the words there. So we got to trust ourselves, trust the process. Go back to your ancient memory. It is all within you. Yes, you could have teachers, gurus, whatever, to help you in your beginning stage and guide you through certain things. Because this is a story of cosmic amnesia. So this is learning how to remember again. That's it. Learning how to be able to what? Know thyself. It's very simple. It's not knowing about somebody else or being in somebody else's business or try to figure, no, motherfucker, it's time for you to focus on yourself. And find your way and be dedicated with it. Don't be half-assed with it. Make it a part of you. Okay, I'm going to take a break to sip some tea right now. I'm sorry if I got a little intense for a second. And also, as you get to know me, I like to make a lot of jokes and stuff too. So I love y'all. Hold on, me take some sip of my tea.
Yes, Julie.
That's that's why I'm here grinning so hard because I've listened to you speak with other people and hear your voice, but you have such a sweet disposition about you. But when you get passionate about get this work done, I hear the urgency. So I'm grateful for that.
Thank you.
And I'm happy that you're still here doing this work. I think we both kind of went through a moment of like, okay, I need to step back for a minute. This is a lot,
Right.
Integrate the work. But yeah, thank you so much, Dooley.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'll be honest, like even even where I'm at right now with the couple, I mean, this stuff gets interesting, and it's not to judge anybody, you know? I had to hold space for this man who's trying to find his sexuality in regard to with his wife. And a lot of things came up for them, a lot of things, and then the wife wanted me to do what they call it, BDSM or something. I don't even know stuff about that. I'm like, I'm just doing a regular massage. And she's like, next thing you know, she gets off the table and comes back with this big old paddle or a whip and something else. And I'm like, what? What's going on here? Oh God, life is so funny. I laugh at it all, man. It's beautiful. You can't take yourself so serious sometimes. So I was like, okay, I'm new to this. Let's see what we could do. I got right into the role very quick. Oh man, she got a good spanking, and she got what she needed, and she loved it. So it was great. But yeah, so there's all, but yeah, hey, so many years ago, I might have judged that, right? Because sometimes we all have our own biases and what one's path supposed to look like. You know what I mean? Like I said, everyone is unique in the way how they approach finding themselves and the healing that they need. All right. So I don't know. I'm gonna do some rap for a second. Any questions? Or any comments or anything that y'all want to share? Excuse me.
Love you, Julie. Keep giving it.
Yeah,
Love you too, Danny. Thank you.
Real people.
Thank you, thank you. There was somebody I there. Who's the I don't see a picture there. Somebody said, "Who's that?"
That's me. Because my thing is called I am.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
but my name
Well,
is.
peace to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Peace to you. I love seeing you get all excited and stuff because honestly, this has been I've done a bunch. We've done a bunch of these, and this is the first group of people that I feel like is like more authentic, like real, like even in your passion, in what you're sharing, your experience, and like humor and all of that. It's because I feel like I'm like, oh gosh, if I have to hear one more thinking of the land of somebody's, and the colonization and stuff. I'm over here in Seattle area, and I just feel like it's fake sometimes. It's like
Yeah.
this, like if I meet one more like 24-year-old rich high priestess, you know,
Hmm.
because she went to Peru and did ayahuasca or something like that. Like
Right.
I mean, but that was just stuff that I was like feeling inside of myself, but I wasn't really sharing that with anybody, because that's
Mm.
not very nice to say anyway, like
No, it is what it is. I mean, it
yeah,
is what it is. I mean, sometimes
yeah,
we can't sugarcoat shit. You know what I mean?
right,
It's
right,
like we understand what are you in this for? Some people are in this for money. Some people are in this for
right,
trends. You know what I
exactly. It's
mean?
very
But I'm gonna
trendy.
tell you, the mystery schools that were established, this was established because again, a person wanted to liberate themselves and liberate others. That was the sole
I was in
motivation,
this preschool. I was
you
initiated
know?
into the lineage of King Solomon, but anyway,
Mm,
yeah, there's lots of different. Never mind. It's some studying,
right.
just studying spirituality and stuff because I feel like we have a purpose to be here, and I feel like this group has really like relit that fire within me too because yeah, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of just like the popular. It's very popular in the Seattle area to be woke, to be like cutting edge, and a new unconventional thinker, and and I just feel like it's still the same stuff,
Right.
just re still the same things going on.
Right. I
Just
mean,
people
it's an
that are talking
interesting.
about
I'm sorry.
capitalism are doing it.
Right.
Are trying to market off of anyway, thank you for sharing so much. Yeah.
You're quite welcome. I mean, my father told me a long time ago, he said they're gonna co-opt this whole thing, you know. Because my dad was well traveled. He went to India, Pakistan, different places. And he was on a journey to try to understand himself. And this was the heyday before the so-called popularity. I seen it all unfold because I was in there since day one. You know what I
Wow.
mean? So the thing is,
Have you ever
I
been
mean,
told
if
people?
if somebody in a business suit and they're doing yoga and it's making them feel more relaxed and more at peace with themselves, and they're able to go in the office and be more nice to their employees, God bless them. You know what I mean? But I know there's different levels to this. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
different levels. And
Yeah.
we're going through a collective shift in consciousness. You know what I mean? The change has to happen.
Oh yeah.
So some people they're gonna be dealing with this the best way they can. That's all I'm gonna say. And some people again got their own motivations. And to me, it's sad because you have a lot of people that authentically are waking up and are trying to seek guidance and help. And they're going to certain charlatans. Let's just keep it real, you know?
Mhm.
And some
They're
people who
being
prey on
misdirected.
people's insecurities, they're all kinds of different things. And these things happen. And it's a sad thing because people have not exercised their intuition. So they can't see through this so-called guru
Well,
or
that's what we're
whatever.
taught.
You know
We're
what I
taught
mean?
to not listen to our intuition most of our life.
Right,
Not to listen to us. I mean, that's what I was taught. You
right,
know, do
right,
what I'm told, not what I feel, not what feels right to me. You know.
right, right. And you're lucky to have that type of awareness. Not everyone has that, you know? So because of that, there's a lot of things that get messy sometimes.
Right.
But on the other hand, there are real people out there too that really have a love for this and that have a passion for this, you know? So there's always going to be that balance. And I tell people all the time, man, let the fakers do what they do, because that's what they're going to do anyway. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, man.
Skimming spankings. No. Kidding them.
Yeah.
But the medicine becomes the medicine. Like the medicine has a trickster about it. I
Right.
find it. I sit back and watch. I've been watching this for like 15 years. And I see people that jump in for different motives, maybe out of survival, seeing this as a hustle. And the medicine comes back and max them up in such a way to it sits them down. So the medicine becomes medicine, regardless if you're coming in, everybody plays their role. Even the 24-year-old rich high priestess plays her role too.
Right.
And it's a beautiful wheel to watch. Like you said, nothing is new under the sun. Nothing. No one can hide from themselves for too long. You can try, but you can't.
This is very true. That's why I like that song by Bob Marley. That's what that one song. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running, but you can't run away from yourself. You can't run away from yourself. You know what I mean? That's the joint. So people will wear their masks, and some people there's repercussions, when you start abusing these medicines. Trust and believe things, psychosis, all kinds of things go down because you're not respecting and honoring it for what it is. Even my sister Acacia, God bless her, right? She told us one time in one of her alchemy classes about marijuana, right? And it was like, when you abuse mama marijuana, she rides your dreams. A lot of people that smoke be like, man, I don't even know the last time I had a lucid dream before. So there's a level of really honoring these things. And if it's not for you, man, stay away from it. Do something else, yo. You know what I mean? Be good at being a corporate capitalist. I don't know, but play your role and play your role well. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Because that's the first thing that Bufo really taught me when I was in Staten Island, that in all the mythology tells you this, that this was a self-created being, a self-created consciousness that sprang out and manifested in so many different ways. And when I seen that directly, not logically, not thinking from this more, left brain, but having an actual experience, my first Bufo experience. Because it was like, at first, it was like an Alex Gray painting. I'm looking through my body and seeing everything like 3D. And next thing I know, I see all these masters. Some of them I could recognize, some of them I can't. And they were like, yep, you belong here. Yep, we welcome you. And next thing I know, I'm going through all the dimensions simultaneously. Boom! And next thing I know, I feel like I went through the cosmic womb. And I screamed out like a baby being reborn. And at that point, I was one with everything. And I said to myself, this is what the mystics are talking about. This is it. And that's when Great Spirit was like, yes, I'm everything. I'm the killer. I'm the saint. I'm the prostitute. I'm the cockroach chilling in your basement. You know what I mean? I'm all these things. So when you see it from, and what even blew my mind more, it's just like, I live through y'all so I could understand myself. Because think about that. If it's just you and that's it, how the fuck are you gonna know who you are? So it lives through these different vessels. We are God, living in these different experiences. So Great Spirit could understand itself. And I know that might sound like a big concept for certain people, and maybe you will never wrap your head around it until you have your own experience. Because this is not about listening to Dooley or Keitha or Mother Jaguar or Melanin Dawn or Aurora or anyone. This is about listening to yourself and having your authentic experience. That's the difference between the mystic path and modern day religion. Modern day religion is just going to tell you what other people experienced maybe 2,000 years ago. And this is what God is. Where the mystic tradition is a tradition of experience. Okay? Any question, comment? I'm going to do my wrap back. Thank you. 1 second.
Brother Dooley, wait, let me just make sure this. Claretta, did you still have your hand up? Did you want to say anything?
You know, I did want to ask a question. How did you first find out that you had 29 lives before now? You mentioned that. Tell me about that.
Is somebody speaking to me?
If you will. Yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, I never said I had 29 lives. I did see some of.
Go ahead.
I did see some of my past lives, which allowed me to be able to do some of the work that I do in my medicine sessions. All right. So it's like, I'll give you an example. One time I was working with a good friend of mine, and next thing I know, the room turns into the jungle. Right. And I see this man. You remember I forget the name of that indigenous tribe. They look like they have somebody put a bowl on their head and somebody just did a daggone haircut around them. And I mean, I forget. But I'm looking at this young man with the rattle, and he's joking and all this thing while he's doing his thing. And I see this woman, indigenous woman, laying on the grass on the ground. And it hit me right there. I was like, oh shit, that is me in that lifetime. And oh shit, one of my good friends, my sister friend, that's her right there laying on the grass. I was like, oh my God. So the majority of work that I do, I wasn't taught by anyone, you see. The majority of work that come from me just come from memory, from lifetimes. I seen when I was a Japanese man teaching martial art. I seen when I was this. I remember, I never forgot. It had to be around the 1930s. I was this European man, had this kind of curly hair, and I'm at this old place looking at this black and white film or whatever. This must have been around the time when I guess the films was coming out. And I'm laughing my ass off in this motherfucking theater. You know what I mean? See a lifetime when I was this African woman, and I seen her. I was holding the vase on my head, and my hips was swaying. I'm like, damn, I was sexy as hell in that lifetime. So I pull from these places, and it makes it very interesting for me, especially like the gender stuff or even the so-called race stuff, because when you have these experiences, you don't get as attached to the earth suit. You know, that's why a lot of even women sometimes could relate to me in certain ways. Because I remember when I was a woman. I remember when I had a vagina. You know what I mean? Real talk.
You know, I
You
have
know
a
what I mean?
lot of memories myself, but I didn't get them through mushrooms. You know, I just get them
Okay.
through dreams and stuff like that. And so I understand what you're saying. And this is exactly what I wanted you to do. I'm so grateful that you just gave me that. I mean, you just gave it to me, like just exactly the way I could receive it. Thank you. Thank you so much
You're quite welcome.
for
You're quite
sharing that.
welcome. And then when it started getting to the galactic families, that's when things really started getting interesting. I never forgot when I was dealing with this native elder. I was doing a healing on him. And I was in California. I was in Mount Shasta. And that energy itself is woof over there, boy. But I'm working on him. I'm working on him because he had some heart issues. The rhythm of his heart was off, you know? And I'm working through him, and she had to be about 11 feet tall, blue skin, all black eyes, long arms, skinny arms, long fingers. And she started working through me to work on his heart. And I'm going to tell you, it's so hard to explain in a way, because when you deal with certain star families, some of these beings are so advanced in their level of technology and healing, it's ridiculous. So she put in this energetic machine type of thing in his heart. And I love it when they go back to the doctor and now we have the officials to make it valid. So he goes back and his heart is back at a normal rhythm after that healing. So, I mean, encountered the cat people, beautiful beings, very strong beings, worked with the dragons, you know, all these different beings. So, and that's why even sci-fi is so amazing. That's why I love Octavia Butler. Rise in peace to my sister, because she was such a brilliant writer. And it allowed you to have a more expansive imagination by reading her material. Because sometimes we have to get off of the earthbound shit, y'all. Some of us don't even come, some of us are not even from here. Some of us are direct descendants from star families that are just coming here to assist in this goddamn planet. You know what I mean? Like, y'all, damn, goddamn, y'all motherfuckers are backwards over here. They need some help. They need some help over here. You know what I mean? And that's why some of us
I feel
feel
you.
so funny being in this earth suit. Some of us as children felt so awkward, felt so different because we knew where we came from. I'll never forget, I was working with this one woman, right? We was in Arizona, and she talked about her granddaughter and how her granddaughter said to her one day, she's like, the grandmother was like, why do you always wait the very last minute to go to the bathroom? What is up with that? She said, well, Grandma, where we come from, we don't have to use the bathroom. Hear that from a 3-year-old. You hear me? So some of us are direct light beings and even remember those times. You understand? So yeah.
I
You know,
feel
there's
you.
a lot of things that keep us in this matrix. The so-called race game, the whole class game, the whole gender game, all these goddamn things. Even that's the man I worked with him and his wife. And me and Riziki had such a beautiful healing for that brother, you know, and we embrace that he was a he, she. We embraced all aspects of this beautiful being. And he understood for a very young age that he leaned more to his feminine. And it was very hard for him to navigate through this world, coming in with that consciousness.
Yeah.
He was picked on. He was saying, you're not manly enough. All these other things. But please tell me, what the fuck is masculine or feminine? There's so many things that could look like. What about even my androgynous people?
Mm-hmm.
How does that look like? There's certain star beings that have both genders. We're not
Mm-hmm.
speaking upon these things.
Exactly.
So we have to understand that this is a very diverse reality.
Brother Dooley,
Yes.
thank you so much for your sharing. Thank you for the enlightenment. Thank you for the energetic filter that you have shared this through, as your sharing can be very easily digestible. We are top of the hour.
Okay.
So is there anything that you wanted to leave us with before we welcome the stage to Melanin Dawn?
I would just like to say, just keep it in the heart. That's it. Very simple. Just keep it in the heart. Work on that heart chakra. Work on the love for yourself first, so you can learn to love another. I would love to stay on, but I have to get a little rest before I go to another healing later on today. But I love you all. Thank you for doing this whole thing. This is amazing. You know what I mean? And keep up the good work that y'all doing. All right, we're
Love
gonna
you,
do this, y'all.
Dooley. Love you, Dooley.
Love y'all too.
Love you,
All right.
Too,
Duels.
brothers.
Peace and love, y'all. Take care.
Love.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Peace, peace. Welcome, Melanin Dawn. Thank you so much for joining us.
Gratitude to you, my sister.
Gratitude,
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, to everyone on the panel that has, previously gone. And I'm just honored to be here. This is my first time seeing and meeting a few of the panel that spoke before, and everybody was amazing, amazing, amazing. To tell you a little bit about myself, my birth given name is Dion LaShawn Russell. I'm 52-year-old mother of two amazing daughters that I have the beautiful privilege to share my personal life and my business life with them. But I wanted to share like a few stories with you guys today and tell you, what I work with a little bit with my ceremonies and my business. My first introduction to any entheogen, like most people, it was cannabis. I smoked it for a couple of years, but one day it like really threw me off and sitting on the side of the bed, and I'm smoking one day and everything just went black. So I'm in a container. I don't see anyone, but I hear a lot of my deceased relatives that I went to their funerals and things. Some of them I didn't go to their funerals, but I knew they was, in the ancestral realm. So what I heard was, Don, what you doing here? What you doing here? What you doing here? And I'm like, what? So I'm like scratching the back of my head, like, where am I and what am I doing here? And I heard one of my little cousins, 9 years old, she passed away with bone cancer. She said, tell my mother I love her because she can't hear me. And she spent many a nights and days around me. So I knew I was in a place where the living was not. At that moment, it was a reality check for me because my spirit had left the side of this bed I was sitting on right here and went to another space. And all I could do is say, I don't know if y'all supposed to be here because it was so dark and I didn't like the feeling that I got because I was the only so-called living spirit I thought at that moment there, but they were living spirits, just not in the physical form anymore. That was the revelation that I got. So I asked them if they would like to get out of this container because I don't know what type of a container it actually was. I just didn't feel good about that container. It made me feel a little weird. And I was like, if y'all want to leave, let's just grab hands, like let's try like a bucket of crabs in a bucket, and let's just leave. And we locked hands and I pulled a good bit of them out. And I went to that space a few other times. It was just one person there the second time I went, and it was me in a fetal position, like balled up. So I like my little girl self was there, and my adult self or my higher self visited my former self, if I can relay that properly. And I took a look at myself and I was like, I'm not leaving you behind either. So I guess we kind of like merged, and she came with me. And I purposely went there one more time just to see if anyone else or myself or any parts of myself was left there. And it was totally empty. So I was pleased with that journey of pulling some ancestors in some type of a container type of limbo that I've never ever knew nothing about, but it was a reality for me to actually find out that I can do something like that and didn't know I had that gift. 1993 to move forward.
backwards then forward, actually. I was in a car accident. This car accident left me with a lot of damage, and I had a MRI done at the doctor's office. This was 2016, actually. 2016, I got the MRI, but 1993, I was in a car accident 2 months after I had my daughter. 2016, a little bit forward, I watched this MRI because my inner voice said, sit down and watch this MRI. It was a 3-hour CD-ROM that, you know, they have the records that they play on the CD-ROM now. And it was just like a video of pictures and images kept coming up. And I was in shock what I saw. Some things I saw, I didn't know what they were. Some things I definitely recognized: a fairy, a leprechaun, a winged horse. There was a heart there with like angel wings on the side of it. They had devil horns on the side. So it was a lot of things being brought to me. A Pegasus. That's what the winged horse was. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I took screenshots, and I have the pictures right now to this day. I'm going to hold on to them as long as I can forever. And it was a reality check. The microcosm. There was the galaxy, Milky Way galaxy, right here where my chest and my heart's supposed to be. The Milky Way galaxy was staring back at me in that MRI. And off in the corner, you can see my birth date and my name. So that's proof that we are inner space and outer space contained in one little vessel. You can see in that MRI that we are many universes inside. We have this. And it was just such a revelation to, you know, understand, understand, and overstand this at that time. And I'm just in awe still to this day of what I learned about myself. And one day I'm watching YouTube, something come up, Psychedelic Conference, Detroit. I see a panel of people. I'm like, whoa, what is this? Something said, watch it, inner voice, listen. So I see Mama Yana, I see Acacia, I see Sincere, I see Dooley, I see Onyx. Onyx is like a hermit. He shows up and then he disappears. I love this brother to pieces. I hope I get to see him again because I met him at the conference, and that conference changed my life. It was the weekend before Baba Kalindi Iyi's funeral. And I actually made a dress to go to the ceremony, but I had a earlier flight that I couldn't change. And I regretfully couldn't change that flight because I should have been there. I wanted to be there. And I made this dress to be there. And that ceremony, I have pictures, thank goodness for, you know, Facebook and things like that. The most beautiful thing you could ever be a part of. Those people are my spiritual family. Spirit Traveler was there also. They changed my life. They taught me about entheogens, psychedelics, technology, and medicine is what most people call them, and that's what they are, medicine, because it dealt with matters of my heart that I had issues with, didn't know I was in a depression. I met Keisha, I started taking her classes, went to Mexico, met a medicine man, got some snake venom, repaired the damage in my neck and my lower spine, that they wanted to do surgery on me. That's why I kept the MRI, because I left the chiropractor. But I got the snake venom, and this was another entheogen that I didn't know about as well. I was actually injected with snake venom, and I actually saw the snake that I was injected with. I was up in the trees, so I asked Ian, I said, Ian, while I'm up in the trees, isn't this a ground snake? And he was like, I guess it took you where you needed to be. And he left and walked off. And I was like, okay. I had a fear of heights. No one knew. This snake knew, because it took me up in the trees to deal with my fear of heights before it actually did like a peekaboo type of thing, coming in and coming out, coming in and coming out with me, because I had a phobia of snakes, but I didn't tell anybody that either. The snake venom was rolling down my neck. I wouldn't even receive it through my flesh, and I had to have it re-administered. But thank goodness I made peace with it, and it sucked through. And less than 24 hours, I was out of the pain I was experienced over 29 years. I was relieved of that pain. So I was crying to the shaman, you know, the next day. On that visit, it was another life-changing experience. So since I've been dealing with entheogens, it's been one life-changing experience after another life-changing experience. So I've been getting DNA upgrades, downloads of elixirs and things. And it's been a real journey. In Acacia's class, one of my most profound journeys, it was 5 different entheogens. We had to take 5 grams only of psilocybin. I'm listening to spirit. I drank the tea with Amanita muscaria. I took some Sinense capensis, which is the root bark medicine that I work with in my ceremonies, along with psilocybin. And I'm chewing on the root bark and sipping on the tea. 11 o'clock in the morning, I started. By nighttime, and I'm talking wee hours of the morning, nighttime, I had done took like 5 poppy seeds, which is opium. I knew I had to take the mushrooms, and I'm like, whew, it's early in the morning. I don't know. Spirit's like, go ahead on, eat the mushrooms, eat the mushroom. So I drizzled those with some Ziziphus honey, which is another entheogen. So I'm in 5 right now. And I got comfortable and prepared for this journey. Whew, I wasn't ready, y'all. I wasn't even ready for this journey. To this day, I still have problems telling this story, because first it was me with my eyes open and I'm getting colors coming in and they're beautiful. Then I'm getting African mass after African mass after, and I'm like, whoa. So I closed my eyes. Ain't changed nothing. I'm still seeing the African mass coming at me. So my smart ass, I think I can barf some up. I'm like, nothing came up. Spirit's like, this is for you. This journey is for you, because I also had naivety of, I was very naive about the slave trade and how these happen, and if this happened like that or this. And in history class, I was the worst teacher. You know, the teachers couldn't deal with me because I didn't want to listen to none of that shit, none of it. So what I was tossed first into a false like heaven. That's what I call it, was the ancestral realm, where I encountered other relatives walking around. I'm waiting on my Lord. I'm waiting on my Jesus. I'm waiting on my Lord. I've been baptized, but I do not go to church anymore, because a lot of things I see pastors do to people in the church, they're not what they say they are in most churches. I can't say that for every church, but most churches. So I don't consider myself a Christian. I consider myself spiritual. This was a spiritual journey for me. And this journey was shocking and traumatizing a little bit because of the slave trade and what I had to go through. After that false like heaven, I pulled some more relatives out of that limbo, because I say, I don't think somebody coming to save y'all, but if you want, you can come with me. So crab in the bucket hands, we locked again, and I pulled some of them out. Some of them were still wanting to be there, so I left them there. Some you can help, some you can't. Leave it at that with your relatives. Those who want to come, bring them along. Those who want to stay, leave them where they at, because it'll be more pressure on you, more stress on you. It'll hurt you, and it's going to take away from you what you have to give to others. That second part of that, well, another part of that journey, I was tossed in the Atlantic Ocean. I heard babies, mothers, fathers screaming, hollering, crying. It got me here, and all I can do is cry. Every time I tell this story, all I can do is cry, because I didn't believe that this happened to people, babies, families. I didn't believe that it happened to them. It hurt me so bad to know someone could do that to a baby and not care. In Keisha's class, she taught us that we can lift someone out of limbo. What we was taught was to say, I demonstrate basic luminosity. Y'all, I saw people, if you could picture yourself hovering over the Atlantic Ocean from Africa to Florida, belly to belly, back to back, shoulder to shoulder. I didn't see any water, just people. So I kept saying, I demonstrate basic luminosity. Everyone there, by this time I'm hovering over the water, everybody there, light beams, they just start shooting up, going up. And I ended up in my bed, soaking wet when I came to. And if anybody tell y'all these journeys are not real, they're real, each and every one of them. And I do not wish that journey on anybody, because I felt what they felt. And I know, being naive, I had to go through that to understand this actually happened, because I didn't believe it happened. But I felt it. And if anybody can feel what they feel and what they went through, it's very traumatic. And you have to deal with that. I'm still processing that to this day. Something like that could really happen. The count, the bodies, the amount of people that's lost, no one can give you that count. But I saw it. But I couldn't count 1, 2, it was countless of bodies from the coast of Florida to the coast of Africa. You can't imagine how many people that was. You couldn't even imagine. If we wasn't a strong people and they call us a minority, but we definitely the majority, because if that happened and we were the minority, we wouldn't exist to this day. We wouldn't exist to this day. Moving forward, excuse me, moving a little bit forward. I still have problems with that. And I'm gonna deal with it one day. I'm still taking, meditations and things and getting that atrocity out of my system. I still have white friends. I still have Hispanic friends. I don't judge people. People gonna be people. And without evil, you can't understand the good in people, like Dooley said. So these medicines, what they do is they allow us to heal. I went to Mexico to facilitate with Sunny Ray. She's the entheogenic yogi. It was me, Dooley, Sunny, Aquene, Deja. I brought my daughter. Deja brought her son. During this ceremony, we each was facilitating. We had to take a microdose. These medicines, they allowed you to see things on people, see things attached to people as well, because there was an entity in the area and it was attached to one of the sisters there. My daughter and Deja's son was on each side of her. This is when Yemeya came through, actually for the second time, because she came through one time before that at the second psychedelic conference that I went to. I had to do some research to know who Yemeya was. Ogun was one of those pictures that was in my MRI. I didn't know who Ogun was. This spiritual system, Ifa, I didn't know what it was, but I had to do my own research and listening to some of my friends after speaking about it, discovering what it is, and it's forces of nature. And I understand it a little bit better now. Yemeya came through and she told us to burn something stronger on the charcoal. I had S-Van. If anybody knows what S-Van is, it's a seed and it will dispel demonic energies, demonic entities in any space. I loaded that little bad boy up and I stuck it right there by her. Right there by her. Thank goodness we didn't have to deal with that energy. It was in a fetal position, balled up next to her. Every last one of us saw it, and it just stayed there. It just stayed there. Me and one of the facilitators, Sophia, she was on the other side of the room, and I was on this side of the room, and we came to each other, and we locked shoulders like, boom, and we didn't move. And we didn't even communicate with words. It was telepathic communication, like, just like that. We locked down that little entrance right there, like, you ain't going nowhere, buddy. So we get to see things at Fruit of the Gods with Mama Yana. I love me some Mama Yana. 21 grams at Fruit of the Gods. I saw the whole room open up into the jungle. My sister Zawenya was sitting across from me. I was in awe for like an hour because she kept changing. I saw her shape shift for about 2 hours straight. So I was in awe just watching her. The meridian lines throughout her whole body I saw. She had a little Geshna that was down by her feet that was playing with me. I saw fire speak a language that I did not understand. Fire was speaking a language. It was floating symbols. Angkor Watts was just like a TV playing in the fireplace. So I saw many, many, many of things under these ethnogens of medicine and the technology. One of the downloads that I got was for my flying cream, which I make with Brumancia. It's a nightshade, A lot of people scared of nightshades, but Acacia entrusted me with some things and taught us about nightshades. And she's like, I'm one of her students that's handling one of those nightshades properly. So I got permission to use it and make something. And I have one of the best flying creams. It's a natural aphrodisiac, but you only need to use 1 drop. That's how powerful it is. The Sinense capensa, the root bark that I was chewing on, I made another elixir. This is African plant medicine. It's a dream medicine, and it will get you in touch with your ancestors, your loved ones, anyone who's passed that you desire to contact or who actually wants to contact you. You might not even want to contact them. They'll contact you because this is the type of technology it is. I had to do some research on the Tosa people. Those are the one with the click language. And I didn't realize that comes with my heritage because on that 5 Infugent trip, I spoke like 7 different languages, and that click language was one of them that I remember predominantly. Another one was an Asian language. I don't know what part of Asia, but I serenaded my daughter in an Asian language that I don't even know. So I'm just in awe, and I'm privileged to be on this panel to share some of those stories with you all. When I was at the 2nd Psychedelic conference, my friend Sunny Ray, my dear sister, she brought Deja into the room, and that's where I met Deja 2 hours ago. Dooley got kicked out of his room by Sonata, Dr. Sonata, Fairy Hall, and Lucia. They was over there doing touchless ceremonies or some type of ceremonies they were doing in Dooley room, and Dooley room was right next to my room. So he asked me, can he share my space and do some snake venom because outside was becoming uncomfortable and it was raining. So I was like, sure. Be like Mexico again, because everybody came into my room. We went on that trip to Mexico, and it was like 13 of us in there getting the snake venom. We opened up everything, and it was amazing. And Yemaya channeled through this sister. I didn't even know her from a can of paint. She told me that I work with children. She told me that I'm a bridge, that I must be the gatekeeper and teach these children the way. And I'm like, oh, all I could do is cry. All I could do is cry. I have written down verbatimly what she said, and give me just 2 seconds to relay that to y'all. I asked permission from y'all because I could not send this to anyone, not even Deja. So I had to get permission from this goddess to read this to you all, because I really wanted to share this, because I am living my purpose. The confirmation came through a sister that I had just met from a goddess that I had to learn about, to let you know how this story comes up. With Yemeya, it was a conversation going on, and Jesus, Christianity came up. And it was some person that came into the room with someone else. We didn't know who he was, but there's always an agent plotted somewhere in the mix of everything spiritual, if you understand what I mean. There's always sometimes an agent, someone who is in the mix that's not really spiritual, that's not really for the medicine, but they're there to debate things that are happening that are real, saying that they're not. So the first thing she said when she came through this sister, she said, burn a charcoal and open up a door or a window. The energy is too heavy in here. It's too much energy. The hearts needed clearing. We needed to clear some hearts. She said, there's lots of heaviness and there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of heaviness and pain. She said, while you're discussing your experiences, it needs to be discussed deeper with healing individually. And it was 13 of us. So individually, she's saying individually, there needs to be healing. So everybody had their own shit she was talking about, because she went in on it. Because of natural healing is not to be entertained. You must go deeper. The children know who they are. Specifically, I was asked to walk up to her and I grabbed her hands. So she was talking to me, but everybody else was listening. So I felt like that message right there was for me, because I was the one working with children at the time and still is. almost quit 2 days ago. But y'all was in my head. No. I was like, okay. So she said the children know who they are, and they must know it is a safe place to open up. That is why we were here at the conference all weekend, she said. There was supposed to be a youth panel. I didn't get to see the youth panel. Hopefully one day I'll learn what was said on the youth panel. But that's why she said we was there. She said the ancestors have been watching and listening, and they need us to go deeper. She was talking about deeper into the medicine in psychedelic at this conference. She wanted us to talk to the youth about the medicine so that we can teach them the technology, the medicines, so that they can understand and get insight on what we were there for, not just to be running around playing and buying trinkets and listening, one ear in, one ear and out the next. Because there was a good bit of children there. But she said the psychedelic conference is not for entertainment, and it's not for pleasure. The ancestors are listening, and they are always around. There must be gatekeepers to make sure the work is done, to make sure the work is being done. The ancestors are displeased, and there must be a collective effort of healing. And everybody must be aware that the conference brought us there to regroup, and recharge. She said the ancestor thanks us for all coming to the conference, but there has to be a bridge. There is a huge gap. There's a huge gap, she said. It has to be bridged, and some of us need to take the responsibility. The bridge, this gap, close. Too much work needs to be done. The ancestor sees me because I just broke down again on her, and I was like, they're displeased of me. And she said, no, the ancestors see me, and I do not go unnoticed because my heart is pure and my work is strong. Pass the message to the children and to everyone with children, all that I have learned. And do not underestimate the children, the ability to process the information. They need to know that they are up next. The ancestors are waiting. The ancestors have messages. To whom much is given, much is required. I'm being charged, me personally, she charged me with the duty to educate the youth and bring them forward. I'm the only one in the school talking about crystals and fairies and leprechauns and dragons, and they can talk to me freely. So she knew this. And like I said, I just met this sister who Yemaya was channeling through. So it was confirmation I'm walking in my life purpose. At that moment, all I could do was just cry. She said, the healing is a privilege. I'm gonna say that again. Healing is a privilege. The ones who cannot before us, excuse me again. Healing is a privilege to the ones who could not before us. Never forget. When we sit down at a retreat, that was the retreat with Sunny Ray she was talking about, because that retreat had not happened yet. She was still in planning mode of that retreat. So she knew we was going to the retreat. Deja wasn't even on the lineup. Didn't know she was going to be there. She said, when we sit down at a retreat, never forget that healing is a privilege and that it has to be given. It has been given to me, and I should not be taken lightly. Past, she said, please never forget. And she said also, don't play with spirit. I looked around at that brother and I told that brother, I think that message is for you, because that's what I felt at the time, because he was saying something about he was Joshua or something, and we didn't understand because his words was kind of jargon or whatever. I don't know what he was on, if he was on, you know, psilocybin or what, but I said, you heard what she said. Don't play with spirit. So we need you to listen if you're going to be a part of this circle right now in healing, because the space was sacred with Dooley working his healing magic with the snake serpent medicine. And she said that healing is not to be worn as an accessory. So it's not to inflate our egos. Like Dooley say, he don't care about none of that. If I can help someone heal, they can pay me later. Or what I tell them is, tip me if you feel like you want to tip me, because the healing should be done first. Assist anybody you can. If you're a medicine person, you assist first. You don't think about the money. You don't think about anything else. Things are given to you that you will need. There's plenty of herbs as you walk by. Some of you just don't understand and know what herbs they are, because we haven't been taught from generation down what this is, what that is. That grass that grows out there, you see your pet eating, that's fever grass. When your pet's stomach is hurting, he'll gnaw or she'll gnaw on that grass and relieve themselves of a stomach ache. So don't hit your dog, don't chastise your dog, your cat for eating that grass. It's healing in that grass. Because I see a lot of people doing that on my walks with my little grandpa. And I was like, no, no, no. They're trying to heal their stomach. It was like, huh? Yeah, there's healing in that grass. So the Sinense Capensis, back to my ceremonies. I've done a few ceremonies with psilocybin. I made a cacao chocolate bar, all natural products with 5 grams of albino penis envy and also penis envy. And I have my clients ask the Sinense Capensis elixir that I make, how many drops for them to consume, because the medicine is going to help them. I have clients that took a full dropper, some took 5 drops. They're getting results from Speedy Gonzalez energy, kicking addictions to coffee, sweets. One of them even stopped gambling. One was relieve of pain. Loved ones coming, like I said, it's a African plant medicine that brings your loved ones to you. So they come and they give you messages and they give you what you need to hear. Some things you might not want to hear, but they give you what you need to hear. And I'm just, you know, grateful that I have the ability to listen, hear, and pay attention to spirit when they're speaking and when they're giving messages or signs and symbols that they send me. So that if I can pass a message, like my cousin, it took me 5 years to tell her that her daughter was trying to tell her she loved her and she couldn't hear, because I didn't know how to tell her that, because she's a Christian. I'm getting better at that, because if there's a message for you to deliver, like Yah said, I need to deliver that message, because those gaps need to be bridged. So no matter how you get the message, it will repeat itself. It will resurface again and again and again until you give that message. So my life passion is to work around children, to be with children, to heal. My first concoction was mixing soap and water to see what type of bubbles I'm gonna get. 3 years old. I think I had the chicken pops. My spirit told me I had the chicken pops. 2 bumps showed up here. I put some aloe on it from the yard and I put a Band-Aid on it. Never had the chicken pops. I was in the house with 4 people. It didn't affect me. So I said, I guess I had my time way back then. So I was born for this work that I'm doing now, around the children and this healing work. I'm doing both my life passions and my purpose. Not many people get to say they're walking in their life purpose. So every day I'm asked, Miss Russell, how you doing at the school? I can't complain. They was like, you never can complain. I'm just passing through. What's to complain about? I'm learning as I go. So if we each one teach one, and we can reach more than one. Remember that. If we each one teach one, we can reach more than one. So that's what I have for you guys today. I can rant like, you know, any other person about other experiences, but I wanted to ball those up and just share those with you. Any questions?
I have a comment.
Okay.
Just thank you for sharing your journey with us. I appreciate it. And you are truly blessed when you can know your purpose. You really
Yes.
are. And
Thank you.
you should be very grateful for that. And I know you are.
Yes, yes.
Thanks again for being
Thank
here.
you.
I just wanted to thank you for your messages that you allowed to move through you. I know you said that you're getting better. I wouldn't know the difference. I message received. And I'm curious around how are you currently with all the shifts that are happening right now? How are you currently navigating your emotional landscape? How is that moving for you?
I have some honey that I made, penis envy honey that's saturating downstairs. Every day I take a tea, but not every day I put the honey in the tea. And my cup of tea is my relaxation in the morning time. I put on some meditation music, anywhere from 280 hertz to weight loss, and 211 hertz for 32 hertz, whatever spirit leads me to play. And it drowns out everything. I take my shoes off in the middle of the day. The kids, Miss Russell, you got your shoes off? Grounding. They know not to come around me when I have my shoes off. I program them off. When my shoes are off, I'm grounded. So I take little things every day and just take, some me time, because there are some times where I can hear the thoughts of others and I can feel, being an empath, how they feel. And I have to, just go this way or go that way, because I don't want to feel directly what you're feeling right now. Some of the kids, I say, give me a minute, come back. So I can get myself together before I receive those things, because there's a lot of hurt and pain. Like she said, there's a lot of hurt and pain. And I can feel the hurt and pain on some of these children. They don't talk to everybody, but they do discuss certain things with me that they won't even discuss with their parents. So I have to be that bridge and receive those things and take time, cup of tea, meditation music, ground myself. Sometimes I'm just staring off into the sky. I'll go and sit bathroom for a couple of minutes and just a little bit of time to myself. I have my crystals just about every day. Jet and black tourmaline. Jet is for exorcisms. You taught me that. Keta. You taught me that. Black tourmaline, it repels negative energy. But there are some students that are dealing with split personalities, multiple personalities, and I see when they change. So I have to be aware of what I'm dealing with and who I'm dealing with at the time. Some of those teachers are bipolar as well and have splits. So I keep me some crystal protection on daily. So this is my most go-to. I wear these daily.
Thank you for reflecting that, because the walking exorcisms, I'll call it, what we're moving through right now, these thought forms and these energies, it's the way they can usurp a body, and the body doesn't even recognize, and the delusions can sometimes go so deeply that trying to traverse it head on will create such challenges in the exchange. So
Yes.
the tools help.
Yeah, I dealt with someone, my daughter's father, for 20 years, and not in a, up close and personal 20 years dealings, but at a distance, because I realized that what was going on, the mental illness and the delusional state of mind. If you've never dealt with someone who's in a complete delusion, I pray no one ever has to deal with one, because it's very difficult. You can have a conversation and I can tell you my name is Dion LaShawn Russell. And then 2 seconds from that conversation, I'll be like, my name Melanie. Who is that? I ain't say that. And it'll make you think you're crazy. So you really have to be aware of what you're dealing with. In 20 years of, that person in my life, because I had to push them away at some point, 5 years here, not speaking, because you're not going to run me crazy. So it was a life lesson, but I understand, and understand now. I had to go through that period to understand, and understand what I was going to be dealing with these children.
Could you speak to the what's coming up is the old habits of parents coming through their children and what you have to traverse with those children. Would you mind speaking to some of those habits and how it's showing up for you?
With the school I'm at, it's the children are controlling the parents in the households. They're telling the parents what to do. So they come into the school thinking they can tell the teachers and everybody else that's an adult what to do. And when you speak to these children, the way they speak to you, it's wait, no, it's all offense. It's not receiving, or I need to look at you as an adult figure and I'm the child. They're bigger than you and you need to wait. And no, it's not like that, Miss Russell. But no, Miss Russell. So you have to, not all of them do it. So let me just say that I let them know that you're a child first. You're a child first. So you're not going to say no to me. When you respond to me, it's yes, Miss Russell. It's not no and whatever else you're going to say. When I ask you, because I'm still talking, when I ask you, then you can respond. And it's kind of harsh a little bit to them because they're not used to it. They look at me like, but it's something that they have to get used to because it's respect. I said, I didn't want to, but I verbatimly typed up respect, disrespect, honesty, and bullying, because these kids don't know what bullying is. They don't know what respect is. They don't know what disrespect, and they don't know how to be honest because they've gone accustomed to their parents and they can do things and the parents just like not even see. They looking this way and it's whatever the child saying. They straight out line. The child, whatever they did, it's okay. It's okay because they're trying to be that child's friend first and not a parent. So it gets difficult. I even got written up 2 days ago because 5 kids wanted to lie and I didn't want to write a report falsely. So I got written up and I told them I could take that write up, but what I'm not going to do is write a false report. So if it comes down to it, I'm in trouble, so be it, but I'm not going to write a false report. I don't know what happened because I didn't see what these kids did. And the person that was watching them don't know what was said or done. I'm not going to believe what she say, they said. Never got involved with he say, she say business. So it's at a point where you got to keep 3 eyes, these 2 and this one on those kids, and 2 in the back of your head. So it's like 5 eyes you got to keep watching them. And you can't let them get away with anything they think they can get away with, because what we allow will continue. I realize that they're living in a different vibration because they don't walk anymore. They run everywhere they go. They run everywhere they go. So I realized the vibration has sped up. So we're dealing with new kids on the block completely. So I let them know I do realize some of the things that they're dealing with, but I'm the teacher and the person that's here to talk to you about some things. Like 2 of them came to me, boys, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo crying. They was talking about a game they was playing, but it turned to something serious. They don't feel like it's a game anymore. So I was like, tell them that you don't want to play the game no more. It's turned into something serious and you should be allowed to walk away from the game. Simple as that. But it really becomes challenging because you have to reteach what these parents are not teaching. Some days you're the teacher, some days you're the mama, some days you're the daddy, some days you're the nurse, some days you're the counselor, you all of that, you know. So it becomes a challenge sometimes. And then you have to decipher who's telling what. And I like to tell them, look, we got a camera. You're going to tell me the truth, or do I need to go see the camera? So I use that a lot. And I get most of the time the truth out of them. But there are some dealing with those personalities. They were like, I didn't do this and I didn't do that. And you can go right there to the camera and see them. But if they're not aware of what they're doing, then you can't blame them for kind of what they're doing. You know what I mean? So I do understand and understand what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, this is I'll return to it. So Kazri writes, can you explain understand, understand, and overstand? I resonate with it, but I'd like to hear more about it.
Okay, when we speak about understanding something, it was something that we had not full understanding, well, full knowledge of. That's what I'll say instead of repeat that word. It's something that we don't have full knowledge of, but we in understanding. If we overstand, we have more knowledge about that subject or something, a person. When we understand, that's when you resonate with it and you fully are aware of what it is. Any other comments or questions?
I guess I'll speak up. I'm not sure if everybody else is resting their eyes. I just wanted to so appreciate. I wish you would have been my my teacher as a kid. It seems like you are a true gift to the children and to the community and to the world. I'm enjoying.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, I'm the fun one because they can talk about serious things and then we can, have some fun.
Hello. I'm not sure how to raise the hand and do those things. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, beautiful.
Okay. Much love. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I heard you mention Amanita muscaria, and I'm a forager. I've had lots of psychoactive experiences. First time I had ayahuasca was like in 2008. I was 27. I've been in like at least 30 ceremonies between then and 2018. So it's been a long time since the last one. But since then, I'm obsessed with mushrooms, and I have a significant amount of Amanita muscaria because I'm a forager and I collect so many, but I haven't used it so much. I'm interested in how you use it.
Dry it till it's bone cracker dry.
Oh, I have a whole jar, totally dry. So the ways I've used in the past, I have used it fresh. When I get it fresh, because maybe some people aren't able to get it fresh, and then boiled it, and boiled it for a while, and just take sips of the tea. And I eat the mushroom too. My kids even eat it. The mushroom after you boil it, it tastes amazing, and they didn't have any psychoactive issue,
Okay,
but I just drink it as tea. But yeah, I'm curious how else, how you've
because of the ibotenic acid, that's why we dry it out to get rid of the ibotenic acid, and that turns that into muscimol, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Muscimol is a sedative effect of it, and it will be more of a sedative, relaxing type of effect, like more for your GABA receptors and to cross the brain barriers to give you that relaxing feel. When it's eaten fresh or consumed fresh, it takes longer to break down in your stomach. And they usually say you're supposed to drink your pee after you
right.
eat it fresh or consume it fresh. What you can do is also make tea or milk, or you can put milk in the tea and bone cracker dry it first, and then brew a tea with it, and you can, like say, have it with milk or without. But that's another way to consume it. I make an elixir, which is a pain reliever. If you look up the benefits of Amanita muscaria,
yes, I mean, I have a whole page. It's Wild Shaman THC. I'm always giving people information about ayahuasca, all the
Yes,
psychoactive things, and all the ways to
yes.
use it. But so after you dry it, have you just consumed it dry, or you are heating it again and eating it, or have you just consumed it after you dried it?
No, what I do is it's 3 parts to my elixir. I put it with 2 other substances and I sit it in a jar and let it mature for about 6 to 8 weeks. With the tea, you can drink it immediately. With my journey, I had the tea Acacia had us make. It sat in my refrigerator for like almost 2 weeks. So it was kind of fermented tea. So it was a whole different, you know, by the time I got to drink it. So I wouldn't suggest that. But if you're ready for that, since you consume it daily and it's in your diet, you could be one that's ready for it. But if you're not a consumer of the Amanita, it will take you on a real journey.
That's interesting.
Journey.
I had a little thing in the refrigerator and it was there for a couple months. And I'm like, oh, it looks good. It smells good. I wonder, but I'm not trying to kill myself.
That's a
but I did eventually throw it away. But that is good to know that
would have
maybe.
been a good journey. Also, there's one thing else I can tell you about. I should have said it in before, but I think I got enough time. Yeah, a couple more minutes. With Anita muscaria, you take a microdose of Anita muscaria and you take a microdose of psilocybin. It doesn't matter what type of mushroom it is, psilocybin, knows it's psilocybin. What I witnessed was our creation story. What I mean by our, because we're one individually made of the whole cosmic universe, separately but individually one. We're uniquely, differently made, but parts of one whole. And it was a creation journey that I went back. I was in the ocean, something in the ocean. I don't even remember exactly what it was, but I was swimming up to the shore and I crawled out of the water. And then I went to standing up and I was in front of a dragon. Baba Kalindi has the Palantir stone. It's a big spherical orb like this, but much bigger. One of my visits to the Psychedelic conference in Detroit, I touched it. We weren't supposed to be touching. Mama Yana said, don't touch it. And we were being grown. She hadn't left and everybody like, ooh, everybody touching it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna touch it. As soon as I placed my hands on this, the consciousness of this, because it is a being, it's not just a crystal. That's what it's disguised as, but it's an entity. It said, do you remember me? When I was on that creation journey with the microdose of Amanita and that microdose of psilocybin, I went back to the form of seeing, I saw a dragon looking at me, I'm looking at it, and it had this, they call it the dragon's pearl, in its clutches. And it was a big one, like the seeing stone, that's what it is, a seeing stone. And the dragon was speaking and I was speaking, and then we were actually saying the same thing. Self-realization, I was that dragon, and that seeing stone was the egg, cosmic egg, that the Palantir told me 2 months after I came from the conference that it was a piece of creation itself. And I'm in the shower 2 months later, and all I could do is cry because I'm like, oh shit, oh really, broke down and just started crying. So during that creation story, that information came back to what it started communicating with me again. That's what I'll say, because that's what it was. And I realized that primordial stage of me through creation was the dragon holding the birth of creation, literally. So during that journey, it was nothing but tears also, because it's one revelation after another revelation. So it's different experiences. So I would tell you to try a microdose of the Amanita and try a microdose of psilocybin together to witness our and your creation story.
I'm gonna do that today. Later on.
And I'm gonna put my email address in the chat and contact me. I would love to hear your journey.
Yes, for sure, definitely. When you have them separate, do you feel like it's a different type of journey, psilocybin and Amanita muscaria?
Yes, they are separate journeys within themselves. The psilocybin, depending on what grams you take, would take you to different places. You can do a microdose of psilocybin and get the same thing you can get out of maybe 10-gram journey, because it's going to show you what it wants to show you during that journey. How much of it shows you depending on what it wants to show you at that time. That's what I'll say. And the Amanita is more of a dream mushroom. Dream entheogen. So it will come through your dreams and give you messages.
Nice. What was the name of that stone? That stone? The type of stone?
Stone. This is a mini Palantir. Acacia's gonna have a class where she's gonna go through the
Is that because it's an orb? Because I have a whole bunch of crystals. Like, I'm addicted to crystals. I keep my Moldavite on me all time.
Yeah, I actually, if you can see that, I put my blood on it. I pricked my finger doing my daughter's hair, so I put my blood in it so I can actually go back as far as I can go back, because I have O positive blood. So I should be able to go back to the birth of creation as I did with that microdose.
Nice.
So I'm looking for the rest of the story. You understand? And I want to open the Akashic records and know more.
Okay, I love it. I look forward to connecting for sure.
Yes. And how do you say your name, Sarita? Sarita?
Like, yep, Sarita. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sarita. Pleasure meeting you, Sarita. I would ask anybody and everybody that's listening or will listen to take that journey. It's your creation story and it's our creation story, because we are bits and pieces and parts of the one whole cosmic creation.
What's up?
Melon and Dawn, we have 2 more minutes before the top of the hour. There's one question.
Okay.
And also, if there's anything else that you wish to share from your embodied experience. The question is from Lovely. Do you feel that blood type is distinguishing?
That's because, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're all different.
Well, you said you thought that it could take you all the way back to creation because you're O positive.
Yes, that's one of the things.
Is that the number one blood type? Isn't that?
Yeah, it's the oldest blood on the planet.
Yeah.
But also, remember, we're parts of the whole. So my story is your story.
Right.
We all bleed that red blood. It's just different variations of it. So you may get a different story, but it's a part of the same whole story, like a puzzle. Different pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, I have that tattooed on my arm.
Wow.
Right,
reflection. Mirror, mirror, like Ketra say, mirror, mirror.
Yeah. This was very wonderful hearing your experience too. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. Thank you all for listening. It's been a true honor, and I have infinite gratitude. You know, each time I'm asked to share stories, and each time I have another story to throw on top of those stories, because I'm going to be exploring as long as I can explore. And when I leave this physical frame, I'm going to explore what else I can explore till infinity.
Gratitude, Melon and Dawn. Is there any other contacts or outreach that you want to share with everyone before we give the floor to Katia, Dr. Katia Miller?
Okay, what I'll do is I'll put in my telephone number and my email for those who missed it, and my website if they want to reach out to me. And gratitude to everybody. I have infinite gratitude. I love you all. Thank you for this lovely paneling, to be a part of it, Mama Jaguar. I appreciate you, Kethra, and Mama Jaguar, and everybody else that shared their stories. In the listening audience, I appreciate you all. Thank you for your time.
Gratitude. Thank you. Well, Dr. Pagan, Katia, and Miller, welcome. Thank you so much.
Hello, is the audio okay?
You sound perfect, yes.
Beautiful. Cue the rooster. The roosters are my spirit guides, mind you. So if they cue Ah, I know it's very early for some of you, so I am inviting you to take a deep breath in with me through the nose. Let it out through the mouth with sound. Another deep breath in and out. One more breath in and out. If you feel called to stretch your arms outward, opening your heart space, feel free to move your arms above your head to your back and to your front, just creating a little bit of movement. Breathe, let it out as you please. Wiggle if that feels good for you. You can also move in circular motions, the other way around. Ah. Ah. My name is Katia. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. And my journey was really about nature my whole life. Nature, animals. I was always drawn to them. They were always drawn to me. I had this thing, this connection, this knowing I did not know of. I was also born in a religious environment where this talking to something outside of you, if it's not God, got looked at funny. So it wasn't until later that I reconnected to nature and animals and the energy and wisdoms it has, which was 2022. Mind you, this was very recent. What led me into 2022's awakening with grandmother Yahe ayahuasca in the jungles of Colombia was multiple sclerosis. I was a sick kid with asthma, getting hospitalized, getting nicked and pricked. And out of a defense mechanism, I said, I'm going to turn into a doctor so I know how not to be here and be the patient and get pricked and nicked. So I went onwards to study nursing, medical school, and internal medicine. And I feel my pride got in the way when I wanted to become a cardiologist. And that is when I feel my calling, my spiritual path, my alchemical point, that point where God said, you stop, was multiple sclerosis. 2015, February, I started getting these weird symptoms in the side, the right side of my torso. I wasn't feeling the water. I wasn't feeling my clothes. It felt odd. I was beginning to trip on my right foot. And at first I thought I was wearing high heels. And when I was on my flats and I started tripping again, I'm like, this makes no sense. And I had to go to work that day as a third-year resident. And I go to my program director and I say, I think I have shingles. because, you know, stress, the weird sensations. I don't have the vesicles, little eruptions yet. And this is what I'm feeling. He said, go see the neurologist. So I leave the hall. I go down to see the neurologist. She starts asking me questions. And the moment she asked me to lift my knee against resistance and I couldn't, that's when I officially freaked out. That's not shingles. So they sent me off to an MRI. And the following day, the MRI read demyelinating disease, T3, T4, T5, T6. And my program director says, you have multiple sclerosis. And following that, I spent 5 days in the hospital getting high dose IV steroids. And mind you, I feel that was the first time in a long time where I was alone with nothing to do, with nowhere to go, except think about what really got me there, not being sick before. This was 2015, 2016. I got started on a pill that made me sicker. But then I started using a pill for the side effect after that, and the side effect after that. So I had a pill for my stomach, and I had a pill for the flushing that Tecfidera gave me. And because I still worked at the hospital and had an irregular shift and irregular meals and irregular life, I required a pill to sleep. I hated that. I hated my life. I hated the fact that to be functional, required pills, and I had to tell patients to take their pills when I was myself felt horrible taking them. "2017 was a year where Puerto Rico got hit with a major hurricane, and before that, I was in Mexico in a sweat lodge experience. I feel that was the second time I knew, or I would say the first time I knew nature had a message for me. Through the sweat lodge, I just felt the connection with Mother Earth, Mother Nature saying, there's another way outside of the pills. Let's go. I had no clue as to how to do this, where to go, how to get my research, and who to talk to in the medical field about I'm leaving the pill paradigm by myself on my own. So I kept this to myself, doing my own research, listening to my body, what I was eating, how my body was responding, and what I could do better. Honoring the fact that stress was a very key player in how my immune system was influenced. By 2020, 2021, I started walking through Ayurveda, my body composition, how nature has cycles, how my body responds to the cycles, how it responds to several spices and foods. And I became my own doctor in the sense of, I'm going to eat this, see how it sits in my body, and I'm going to watch how the seasons follow and how my body responds accordingly. So it turned into a game for me. I started noticing how I started feeling way better. And even before I had my first fit with grandmother ayahuasca, I repeated the MRI and the lesions were gone. I knew that I was onto something. And I said, if this works for me outside of the pill, is it possible that I can support others that have the same belief and just require somebody with the resources they can trust as a doctor to leave the pill and heal? So I started walking through mentorship. I started understanding breathing. I started understanding emotions. I started understanding energies and the bodies. And through a dream, I was called to sit with grandmother ayahuasca Yahe in the jungles of Colombia. The dream was a confirmation. And having the experience of sitting with grandmother ayahuasca in the jungles of Colombia, this was February 2022, reconnected my childhood awareness that nature, animals, and everything has the information that we need to heal. The pill is just part of the healthcare system I know as business. Because in one of the beautiful journeys that I had with grandmother, I was asking her, like, what is my role? What's going on? What is my purpose? What is my calling? She, in a way, took me to medical school, but said, you take off the lab coat and you take off the stethoscope and you sit. And she started showing me how a cell turns into a tissue, how tissue turns into systems, how system turns into the human body. And then she says, the word healthcare system is a lie, because tissues work together to make a system, systems work together to make an organ, and then an organ makes, and then the healthcare system is everyone to themselves, particularly the guy at the top of the healthcare system, making sure the patients pay them and they distribute their payments to the doctor based on so many complicated criteria that it's almost impossible to meet the standards to get what you are meant to receive in exchange for being a doctor. This really opened my heart, originally through anger, because this is what I studied. This is what I spend my career on. And how am I to go back and then serve when this is all I know? My integration time kept on going during the nights after I was back in Puerto Rico. And one of the most powerful awarenesses came like around 3 a.m. when I just sat up in bed and received the confirmation that you are meant to quit the job you are at now, which was a medical director in an urgency department, training residents to do internal medicine and to begin this pill paradigm path. And you are meant to really create hybrid healing with everything. You're going to work with everything. Plants, energies, frequencies, sounds. And my life became a devoted study, a devoted dedication to every modality that I experienced for me and my healing, that I may offer it in what I now consider my hybrid healing space. I quit my job 2022, and my journey has been stepping into a realm of living off grid, learning how to embrace nature, learning how to really appreciate the changes of the seasons and the cycles, because I used to live in what you can consider a regular home. I now live in a space where I have no roads in front of my house. I have solar power. My water is being supplied, and I am in a grateful exchange for it. And this just got rid of all the fluff that we have somehow allowed our souls to believe give us value, definition, purpose, and chasing that is what makes us sick. Chasing that outside of us is what gives that body the stagnant energy. It gives our body inflammation. Our body is telling us through pain, through inflammation, through discomfort, through disease, that something that we are doing in our day-to-day is not right. A disease is already your body screaming to what originally was a whisper, to our intuition, to our soul's calling, to what we get to call our path, our truth. So I had my experience with ayahuasca, yahe. And then that year, I also had my experiences with psilocybin and bufo and kambo and tobacco and rapé, and also changed the relationship that I had with cannabis. The truth that I feel I bring in what I want to call the last doctor way is that all the modalities that are calling to your soul have a purpose in your healing. There is a reason why you're being drawn to it. There is a reason why it comes in your dreams. There is a reason why it's in your field. Are you aware that this calling is for you? Do you trust this calling? And do you have the proper resources to support your body and go through this experience in the safest space possible? The ultimate truth is that you are meant to find you in these spaces. Your body, your message, your intuition, your energy, your frequency. And when you leave that space, your next steps is the beginning of the rest of your life. Already knowing what your body is telling you, already connected with your inner wisdom, nothing outside of you. You don't need the pill. You don't need the doctor. You don't need the mentor. You don't need the coach. You don't need the book. You're here to reconnect with you. And nature is just here with all the beautiful resources available for you. And this has been what I feel is my why. Reversing multiple sclerosis was the first step. Without the pill, to create evidence that there is more than one way. Calling you in so that you recognize that there is already a reason why there is a frequency of a modality, whether it's combo, whether it's tobacco, whether it's cannabis, whether it's ayahuasca, whether it's psilocybin, whether it's toad. There is an energy of truth about the reason why it's in your frequency. Are you going to let your body open and receive it? My calling is to expand the awareness that everything is available, that all modalities are truly possible and here to heal. Are you willing to open your body to see which one resonates best and lean in? Awaken the doctor within, because your last doctor is you. I feel called to open space for questions. I feel called because, to give context, one of the ways I feel the last doctor was activated in me was by truly tapping into my body and truly tapping into my now. Because everything is energy. Inflammation is information and energy is information. Anything your body is telling you right now is a message that you're either out of alignment with something, that you're either avoiding something, that you are afraid of something, or that you have a heaviness within. And the way your body expresses, you can go through the energy centers and witness if there is anything going on in your energy centers. For example, headache, confusion, clouded thoughts, looping ideas, insomnia, anxiety. There is something going on with your crown and your third eye that you get to focus on and listen to. People that have thyroid problems, whether it's autoimmune, whether it's a hereditary disease, something on your listening, on your ears. This is throat chakra. What are you not listening to within? What are you not ready to say as of yet, and why? And if it does not resonate with you, can this date back to your generational line? Dropping to your heart, dropping to your lungs, shortness of breath, asthma, rhythm problems, hypertension, the aorta, aneurysms, circulation, flooded blood, like blood, all of it. Heart chakra. What is going on in this part of controlling love, loving ourselves, giving love, judging those that don't love us the way we expect, putting stories on love, attachments to how we were loved in the past and betrayed, fear of what we have seen around us. I'm sorry, those are my cats. They're everywhere. And if you drop down to your solar plexus, this is my favorite. How many times have you gone to the doctor to see stomach pain? They give you medications and it goes away. They do the imaging studies all the way down to a CT with contrast. Findings are normal. Probably a little bit of polyps here and there, or a digestive swelling here and there, and they call it gastritis. Otherwise normal. Solar plexus. Where are you not embracing your power? Where are you not believing in yourself? How are you not owning the consequences of your choices? Is the past influencing you? And if you drop down to your pelvic area, creation center, the portal of birth, the portal of life, and then pelvic pain, abdominal pain, the swelling in your intestines, painful periods in women, back pain, the sciatica. Your body is telling you every day, every moment, listen, pay attention, check me out. I have a message. Where are you not listening? Where are you ignoring? Especially healers, especially those that are aware that we have a message to give. We get to tune in to our body's messages as well, that we may be at our utmost and highest vibration when we share our truth, our love, our medicine. And this is why I feel called to open space for questions. If there is anything in your body that is coming up that you want to shed a light on. Mind you, my intention is always to rule out anything that can be life-threatening or very complicating, progressing, that can require acute treatment. Because I believe everything has its place. Once we exclude anything life-threatening in all your body, I am ready to dive deeper into the energy and the message the body is speaking. And this is how I bring awareness that the body is already telling you what you require to heal. Listening is what activates the last doctor. And your last doctor is you. I want to thank you for having me, and I am open to questions and comments.
Wow. Wow. Hi there. My name is Lovely, and that was wonderful hearing all of the things that you shared, your experience, your wisdom, and your invitation. And it really spoke to my heart, and it fills me with hope for humanity. Like, seriously, thank you so much. It totally touched me. Like, I feel like I my mom was a healer, and I don't really feel like I'm a healer, but I feel like what you said is like we have that information within us. And I'm pretty sure that Einstein gave me a mathematical equation for self-healing and healing others. Like, you can, there's like during a psilocybin trip, but I can never remember what the equation is. I'm like, is it? But I mean, if you think about it a minute, you could probably figure it out though. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm stoned. um, yeah.
I have a feeling that we are all born with this beautiful imprint in our DNA that gets ignited whether we want to or not, with regards of the healers that we are born to be in this lifetime. So whether you are open to experience this walk, you already are a healer.
Yeah.
Waiting to be activated.
Right, but I have a lot of my own personal life has a lot of healing still to do. Especially my body is taking a little bit longer to catch up, I feel like, with than my emotions and my spirit. And I feel a little bit nervous actually, because I felt like I heard you say the invitation was to talk about something we might be feeling in our body and rule
Yes.
out anything that's acute or needs, special attention, and like talk about. Did I get the right understanding of what you were saying?
Yes.
I feel a little
Talk
nervous.
to me about what you are feeling in your body right now.
Um, so one of the things that's been bothering me a lot is um my legs go numb to my feet. And I'm overweight, and they've been going, my legs get white and my feet get white, like especially around like arterial areas. So, and they kind of feel like they're dragging, but I also feel like there might be a couple other things so too. So, and I've had blood clots before, and I've been on uh oh my gosh, whatever it's called, that toxic shit that thins your blood, and stuff like that. I had shots and stuff. And I have so the way that I got on the path of psychedelics too is because I've struggled with mental health and drug addiction my whole life as well. So I tend to um leave my body. Like, I don't pay very good attention to my body. And I've been working on that. I've been really like trying to be conscientious of everything, but this is really scaring me because I don't want to put shots in my stomach again. I still have scars from that. I'm like, how is it that a doctor can sit there and like, don't eat any vegetables that are blood thinning because we're gonna give you this toxic shit? Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, why don't they just, but anyway, so working on that. But the thing that I think I'm most worried about is like my feet and toes going numb sometimes, and the whiteness, like, and getting it, like, yeah, because I've never experienced that before. Like, and when I went to the hospital and they told me that I had blood clot and DVT, um, I never had a doctor talk to me like that. I went to Harborview here in Seattle, and the doctor sat down and talked to me like I was going to lose my life. Was like, you need to call your family. And I heard, like, I think I read some statistic later that like the doctor said you would never be able to feel a blood clot, and I think that I did. And anyway, I'm a little bit afraid to go. I feel like it might be acute. So that's what I have to say about that. And that's really vulnerable to me because I've been trying to say it, but I don't want to because I feel like my life is in jeopardy right now. And
I want to thank you for opening up in this space and sharing this with us. And there are two things I want to propose. The first one is that you do get that sonogram done. Because if it's there, we get to see it.
Okay.
I always want to see. I want to see. And I feel that is why I have the honor of still having the medical license. Because if I can use diagnostic exams,
right,
I will.
But it kind of sounds like there is, huh? Yeah.
Well, then I would, yes, I would definitely go and do it. The second thing is this blood clot thing a family, hereditary
I don't think so.
situation?
I don't think so.
Is there a specific moment in time when this began occurring? Or was this tied into you gained your weight and then?
No, actually, I think it's tied into a major dance injury, actually, that I ripped my meniscus and then so actually I broke my ankle and I walked on it for 15 years. That's how hard-headed I am. But anyway,
right or left?
Right. And then I ripped my meniscus dancing. So both of those were done dancing too. And then I was immobilized for many, many years, like almost. And I gained a lot of weight and I do a lot of sitting. So like my, everything decreased. And my movement and stuff. So, and I gained back a lot of weight because I had weighed over 400 pounds and I lost down to like 150. And then I'm back up to like 300. So I still am very active. I don't sit like I used to. But it feels like, probably because I'm older, I don't know. And I had my foot reconstructed, but I still have problems with my left knee. Like that's where it feels like it. There's a big bump on the front of my leg, kind of like it's retaining water and stuff, and where it gets kind of the waxy and like, yeah. So I think it has to do with my ripping my meniscus, like an injury or something.
There is evidence of physical trauma.
Yeah.
You said your right ankle and then your left
knee
meniscus.
Yeah.
And then now your legs are both getting pale.
Yeah, really pale, like almost I don't know, in some areas, especially around arterial areas. It seems like around my ankles, the back of my ankles turn kind of red though. And yeah, my toes are white and red. And they start itching really bad at night. And yeah.
I definitely do want to see the test.
Yeah.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
And as you speak and mention the body parts, what came up for me was joy.
Joy?
Yes. Where are you not embracing that anymore in your life? Because being active is one thing. Was dancing bringing you joy, or were you doing it to please someone?
I love
Because
dancing.
if dancing brought you joy,
yeah,
stopping dancing cycled everything else because your joy was in a way gone. You tied your joy to just dancing.
Yeah, probably. Well, not just dancing, but my movement is probably primarily dancing, and I should probably do some other kinds of movement.
Flow, blood flow, heart center, like all this energy is related to how you can move and be in joy. So my assignment would be getting all those tests done.
Yeah.
Because if there is something acute to treat, it gets to be seen and treated.
Right.
And
Right.
then double back energetically to how can I bring back that joy that my body experienced whenever I dance, whenever that song, that choreography, that twirl, bring that into your body's experience as often as you can, because that will open up your heart, that will open up the circulation, and that will allow more circulation and blood flow. And
Yeah.
that will be your energetic way of using a blood thinner rather than being injected with one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel better, like that I've given kind of voice to it. It feels like it literally took the power away from it. It's so strange. That does that. Yeah, thank you very much. That was a great confirmation too, that we are meant to have that wisdom within ourselves. We don't have to have anybody else tell us. It's hard though, with all of the things out there in the world telling us to do this and that. But there are a lot of other people that have their hands raised. Thank you for taking some time with me very much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Be blessed.
I don't know who's next. I haven't seen who's next. So if whoever is next.
Sarita has her hand up. Sarita, if you could jump in.
Hello. Thank you
Hi.
for sharing your story. How are you?
Oh, my honor. I am blessed.
Yes. I have so many questions. I'm a healer too. I've been on this path for a couple decades now, but I want to ask you a question about combo, but I do want to ask you a question also because I just love that conversation you just had with that young person, and I'm having some issues. I've done healing. I'm a Reiki master. I've been doing it for a long time. So many ayahuasca ceremonies, tried so many things. But sometimes, Chiron is heavy in my chart. So I know I'm a wounded healer. I'm always getting into something and having to heal myself. And I feel like the universe is like, if you're not going to offer your gifts to the world, I'm just going to keep, you're going to get in these situations where you're going to keep have to healing yourself. I'm going to, keep hurting you until you do this. So I'm having some issues with my leg. And, I'm trying to see, I'm like, am I putting trauma in my leg? Am I, I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to question it and do everything I can. And I'm anti, the medical. I just went to the doctor the other day. I have to get an x-ray. I think it's Lyme disease. I'm always in the woods. I'm a forager. I've been foraging for 10 years. I'm addicted to mushrooms and nature, especially after, all these ceremonies and things like that. I feel like after that, I'm just connected. So, but I'm in Connecticut and there's ticks everywhere. Lyme came from Connecticut. I got diagnosed years ago and I feel like I healed myself, but, I'm not sure what is happening, at all there. And I've crystals, biomats, lots of Reiki, lots of love, trying to let go of anything that's, keeping me. But, I'm not sure. What do you think about like parasites and things like that,
Is it left or right?
It's my right. But I also, let me say, I'm I'm not sure if it's a Kundalini thing because I've received Shaktipat a long time ago. Sometimes there's Kundalini experiences. So aside from the leg, but that feeling that I had when I had blown line, I couldn't walk at all. I could not move. I was just stuck to a chair. Just went up to the bathroom twice a day. But I feel like CBD and cannabis helped me significantly and cured that. But I feel sometimes significant pains and it's moving. It's not just one place. It'll be on the left side, it'll be on the right side. And it feels like when I have these episodes, I could be anywhere. And people probably look at me like I'm crazy because I'm moving all around. I'm just trying to stretch it out. I have to pull over to the side of the car and, side of the road and just like totally do 1,000 yoga positions, just trying to let it go and trying to do mantras. But, that's not safe. I've been on my paddleboard and, I'm just like, oh my gosh, now I'm laying down. I'm glad my kids are connected. They can like steer me. But I'm like, if this was just me, I could have been like falling down a waterfall or something. I can't move. I'm having this, I'm not sure if it's a Kundalini awakening. I'm not sure if it's Lyme disease or I hope it's no spirit. I'm keep the, onyx and all those things on me all the time. I hope nothing's trying to get at me, but, yes.
This is what I can contribute. First and foremost, we always exclude. And if there is a history or evidence of a potential of Lyme, I would test that. There are blood tests that you can do, like antibodies and inflammation responses, that will actually let you know if in fact you're having an inflammatory response to an acute infection right now, or if you were infected in the past. There are ways to actually figure that
I
out.
was definitely affected in the past. I tried everything when I had that. I thought I had banged my knee on a tree in the woods, and it was really swollen. And I dislocated twice when I was younger in like high school. So I thought it was something like that. I tried acupuncture and that was significantly painful. Like if you have Lyme, I don't suggest that. I was like almost in tears. Everything was awful. I went to get it tested and they said there's like 20 markers or something for Lyme. And if you have 3 of those, then you definitely have Lyme. And I checked positive for 17 of them, and they said that they've never seen that, but that was like 7 years ago, and after all that CBD and all that cannabis and all the things that I tried to do, I was good, but sometimes it comes back. And just recently it's, I can't really walk and I homeschool my 3 kids. Their father passed away from COVID 3 years ago. So it's just me and 3 little boys, and I need to be able to move. The last 2 weeks, I was literally just sitting on the biomat all day, just laying on the biomat, trying to do Reiki. But since I thought it was Lyme, I love chaga. Chaga is my favorite mushroom. I collect chaga. I'm addicted to chaga. I don't think I've used it before, but I've gone deep in chaga and reishi and these mushrooms, and I feel much better, but it's still, not 100% if I'm on it or walking. I need to walk to find some more mushrooms. So I don't know.
Okay, so I would do that x-ray and get the views on it. And also, I commend you because I'm hearing you're a single mom and you are in charge and also bringing value through healing. This has a lot of masculine energy, right side, knee. So that's probably where you're carrying energetically all that you are when you drive forward in your value. So in a way, instead of looking at your knee like, man, this dumb knee is giving me hell, this knee is actually telling me where I'm storing all the energy, where I'm gonna go. And because Lyme's disease was probably the opening of how your body started becoming more aware in the senses. Now you start feeling things. All of a sudden, you need to move your back. All of a sudden, you need to do this. I also feel that is moments when your body is feeling and moving through energies. Be aware if you're talking to a client when that happens. If you're having a thought about something that you have to do or that you haven't been doing, or there's something in your frequency that all of a sudden just makes you want to move. In my experience, I got T3, T4, T5, T6 on the right. I felt I had everything to carry. I felt this shame. I felt this guilt. So this is where the MRI went off. So now in my life, in my day-to-day, when I am feeling that I am outside of my comfort zone, guess what area of my body starts tingling? It's this one. So then it's up to me to create movement. It's up to me to bring breath to it. It's up to me to say, you know what? I feel it's time to just pause a minute. The world can wait. Your body is just calling us for a now moment.
I love those moments, but now while I'm driving, I'm like, can't you wait? Oh my goodness.
You also get to talk to your way of the motions, because you are the master of your own body. So you can say, you know what, you get to tone this down when I'm driving because this can't be happening. You're in charge.
Yes. I did have another question, and thank you for that. That is, I'm gonna, be more aware of like when it happens. But I really try to stay in a Zen mode and, not have any burdens. I don't have to work since their father passed away, so it's just, we're on divine time all the time. But there are, the society, how it's going. It's just, I hold the world on my shoulders, so I feel everything in that way. But I did have a
Yeah.
question about combo because I haven't heard anyone else mention combo, and I've tried combo a few times, so I'm curious about how your experience was with combo.
Oh, combo. I am now a certified master server in combo. That was how impactful the experience was for me. I wanted to work on my hormones. I also had an issue on ovarian cysts, pelvic chakra, pelvic pain, painful periods, and I really wanted a way to alchemize that. And when I was in Colombia, mind you, this is a very powerful Inga tribe. The shaman was initiated at age 13. She is on her way to turning 74 this year. And her daughters, one of her daughters is the one that trained us and trained me in combo. And she said, let's do combo for your hormones. So we had 3 sittings of combo, and in the whole experience, I was very called to become trained and to serve combo. So I serve combo now, and I use it along with meridians, energy centers. I also use frequency devices. I also use crystals. The crystals was a beautiful confirmation I got with grandmother ayahuasca, where I just get to put them when I am in practice of combo. And wow, combo is a very powerful medicine. I've known it as a psychoactive, and it can create powerful psychedelic experiences to those of us that are healers and have open channels.
Yes. Oh my, that is beautiful. I would love to learn more about that place where you did that. That lady, she sounds amazing. I'd love to learn. The first time I tried combo, a friend of mine, we've done lots of spiritual things together, and I was like his test dummy with a whole bunch of psychoactive things. But he had a dream about combo from like one of our gurus. So, and then he got it. So we just did it ourselves, not knowing all the things. So the first time I did it, I actually did it on my chest. And then I guess after he did more research, he's like, you're not supposed to do it near your heart. I'm just like, oh my gosh, we could have. So I'm not. But I did it a few times. It was so powerful. But then I got into a serious car accident. It's like a head-on accident. And I had an experience. And I guess sometimes you can swell up like a frog. Like he thought I was gonna die. Like I couldn't move at all. And my whole face swelled up, my lips, everything. And I guess when I was purging, it was red, he said. Then it was yellow. And then it was green. He had never seen anything like that. He was about to call, the ambulance. But then, after that, I felt like so much better. It felt like a year's worth of therapy, because I've been in so many car accidents, through the life. But it felt like over a year's worth of healing just happened right after that. But it's so intense. I mean, sometimes I'm
You
like,
were
okay, I'm gonna
hugged.
do combo, but then I'm like, I'm not. It's the most intense of all the psychoactive things, physically that I've
Yes.
ever,
When you turn into a frog, you are
Yeah.
actually being hugged by medicina.
Mhm.
That is actually the receiving. It's acute, and you do have that impression where your lymphatic system is swollen. And that's pretty much the peptides at work. It's always temporary. And the purging, the colors may be very important. Sometimes what you are purging can significantly be tied to the energies that you have been working on, or the energies that have been in your system that you're releasing. Sometimes the purging can be energetic. I've seen people that instead of physical purge, just make like this sound of purging, and you can feel that energetic release in their bodies because their bodies just. So you had a very powerful cleanse.
Mm. is there a place where you would that they should place those? I mean, the first time we did it, I guess, we did it so that the skin, you could see it was the skin was definitely burned, but you could see like it was like pink flesh, like but not bleeding. So we went too deep the first few times. And then he's just like, "Oh, you're not supposed to go that deep. You could just do this." I'm like, "What?" We did all these experiments prior, just being called to it.
Y'all
But
went very, very, very deep. Y'all went very deep. It's
yes,
supposed to be a very superficial burn. The
but,
edges are supposed to look white, and if there's any red, it's a no-go.
okay.
And another thing is that one of the practices that I've learned was using the meridian system, kind of like acupuncture. For example, you were saying your knee, and when you asked about combo, like, yes, you can use the meridians to actually tackle the area where the knee holds and moves the energy, as well as the physical space of the knee.
Do you think combo might be something I could revisit? I've never tried combo for my knee. I mean, it worked wonderful, but it's so powerful. I mean, I really have to gear myself to it. I told a friend, let's do it one day. And it was my idea. We had everything set up. It was beautiful. And they did it first. And I was just like, nope, I changed my mind. But I might revisit that. But thank you. Thank you. I know there might be others. I'd love to connect and, learn about those overseas or in those other countries also, if you can.
Absolutely. Yes.
So Dr. Katya, I do have a question. It's more of a general question. If you're open to moving through it with me. So I'm a sexologist for 22 years, and one of the things that come up a lot with my clients are, the shame of herpes. And in serving later on in the years, the herpes entity actually started talking through one of my clients. And it was kind of an asshole, like and very it embodied the stubbornness of what it is. And what came to me was that because herpes is so common, the virus of the consciousness of herpes had their peak, had their awakening through all of these vessels, and that trying to get rid of it through medical means is not actually what's going to do it, but rather raising the frequency of the vessel. It can no longer survive in the vessel. These are the messages that I'm getting. Okay, I got your head nod. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. The body has a vibration of truth. That frequency is pretty much what everyone wants to connect with. That's why we're here. Whether ayahuasca, psilocybin combo, bufo, whichever modality, breath work, even Joe Dispenza's exercises will reach you to that frequency where you absolutely know your body's truth. Love, oneness, wholeness, peace, bliss, flow, light. Anything outside of that just can't reside. And the entity, frequency, energy of herpes, illness, cancer, disease, trauma, pain, anything, there's just no room. The only way we get there is by that experience in our body. And then when we're outside of the journey or the ceremony, remembering that our body knows this energy, and how can we create the conscious activation to go back into that energy. How can I feel this again? How can I feel this again? How can I feel this again? And this devoted practice is what raises your vibration, period. And then you support it with food. You support it with meditation. You support it with movement. You support it with more plant ceremonies. You support it by helping others. You support yourself with what you already found in your body as your own truth. Anything or anyone that tells you anything outside of that is trying to disempower you into the illusion that you don't have it inside.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I recognize you have about 4 more minutes. This has been such a decadent unfold in trusting the body. I am a grand fan of this technology, to say the least. Is there anything that you wish to share before we go? And is there a last minute question that might take a minute before? Anyone?
I have a last minute question. I have heart disease. Well, really, I had a heart attack, and I really feel like it was from a medication that gave me blood clot that really became a blood clot in one of my arteries, and it I had to get a stent, and then the stent collapsed, and so I had to have open heart surgery. And I'm kind of a little bit afraid to get some of the treatments, and so or do some of the medicines, because I think it would do something. I don't know. I don't want to die while I'm trying to have an experience. And so, what do you think about that?
It's a beautiful question. And I am all about opening space in areas where they say it's a no. Hear me out. Heart disease. You have been through the process of a surgery. And with me, I find ruling out your current would be beautiful. A recent EKG, a recent echogram. And if you're feeling this call to sit in ceremony with grandmother, I have a feeling that your body is ready to hold that frequency within you. And I would encourage a safe space. I may be biased, and I do know the ladies in Colombia have so much experience, and occasionally I travel with them, and I do hold space with people that have conditions that otherwise in other settings would be a contraindication. Every case is unique.
Okay, I am you. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
My
Dr.
honor.
Thank you, Dr. Katia. How can everyone reach out to you if you wish for them to learn more? It seems like you have a queue, so you may need to continue it past the hour.
Drop my email, drop my website, and my business number. I usually hop on WhatsApp occasionally there. I am open. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate your time, and I am grateful for space today. Sending you my loves from Puerto Rico.
Thank you
So much. Thank you. Okay. Well, we will await Dr. Katia's info in the chat, and we are going to open up the floor to the Honorable Mama Ayana. Let's see. Mama Ayana E, are you here? Let me just make sure. I thought I saw you come in. Okay, I do see. Okay, she is present, y'all. Just let's see if we can get her on camera and mic. Yes. Let me check in to see if she needs any support. Give me one moment.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Hey, Glorious Rising.
Hi. Can you see me?
We cannot see you yet. Here, let me see if this will help. Did a button show up that asks you to push your? Uh-huh.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Divine risings to everybody. Yes.
We're so grateful to have you here, and we're looking forward to hearing all that you have to shine upon us today.
Well, thank you for inviting me to this platform. Enjoying the past sister that just spoke and many others that I hope to enjoy. And just let me know when you're ready for me to jump in.
Oh yes, this is your floor. We are all warmed up and awaiting. Yes.
Okay, I love that idea. Well, again, greetings to everyone. This is such an amazing event to have 24 Black voices to step in and just give their views of what's happening in the world of psychedelics today, or ancient healing technologies, as I may say, as well. My name is Ayana Iyi, and I go by the title of High Crone Warrior Priestess. And I will break that down just very briefly. High, because I've been elevated in my community with love, honor, and respect. I give thanks for that. As an elder, High Crone, I'm in that third phase of my womanhood, from maiden, mother to crone. I no longer have to chase the children and take them to school and prepare dinner as soon as I get in from work, and sex on demand and the whole bit as a mother. So therefore, my energy that is released through the blood allows me to keep going in that way. As a crone, no longer bleeding, I hold that divine energy inside now, and my words come forth this way. My energy comes forth oracally now, and I can give you energy of the wisdom that I've gained as a high crone warrior priestess. Warrior, indeed I am. All women are. We wear our capes, and some of us need to learn how to take those dadgum capes off and hang them up sometimes and just realize it's time to take a break. So warrior just means that you stand when you really don't think you could stand anymore. We just keep standing. I believe that we sisters have been imbued with an extra 2.5 cups of something to make us keep going and doing what it is that we do. We carry the weight of the world on our shoulders, in our lower backs, and Lord help us in our wombs. As you all have heard the sisters say, the womb can be a home and it can also be a tomb. And working with women for so many years, I find that a lot of women are walking around dead inside. So high crone warrior, that warrior energy, and then priestess. As an elder in the Psychedelic Society, I see that the blessings and the prayers that I give come to fruition because I give from my heart, and I love you tremendously. And I also say that when my sister's in trouble, so am I. So I'm open to the energy of helping others step over. I was told many, many years ago by the mushroom experience that I was a pain eater. And I didn't quite understand it, and I didn't like it, a pain eater. But as the years gone on, I've understood what that means. I can take your energy, transmute it, and give it back to you in a way that you find peace. And that is my walk. So now I have some notes here, and I want to read a few things for you before we just really get started. And so here's the first passage. Through psychedelics, we are learning that God is not an ideal. God is a continent lost in the human mind. Plants are the lost link in the quest to understand the human mind and its space in nature. Nature is not our energy that must be raped and conquered. Nature is ourselves that should be appreciated and explored. Appreciated and explored. That means that your life takes on a whole nother meaning when you're looking to appreciate it. And okay, so if you can turn your camera on. I got a message there. I'm sorry, I got a message there from Leo and it just went away real quick. Could you repeat that, please?
No, it wasn't meant to interrupt you. I was reminding folks that that it's a great honor to have you, and I wanted people to turn on their camera, even if they're tired in Africa or in Europe, like maybe they're going to bed in another part of the world. But I was just encouraging people to try to be showing their faces or their lives so that we're all honoring you today. Thank you. That's
okay. Well, blessings and hugs to you, baby. Okay. Well, okay. So, high grown warrior priestess. I'm a Scorpio. I am the sister to the deity, the Ifa deity, Oya. The Queen Mother Osolorongo stood up for me, and she is the mother of all witches and claimed me as her daughter. And so I've made this walk through this journey as a witch. I've called myself that way before it became popular to do so. I do believe that witches are not made, but they are born into it. It's their lineage. And so 24 years ago, just about 24, 25 years ago, I took my first 5 grams. And that dose activated my divine lineage, my queen shit, if I can say. It just really went in there and brought up to surface that was lying dormant for so many years. I started taking mushrooms later in life, as opposed to a lot of you younger women out here, as I am the elder in the psychedelic movement. So I was around 41, 2, and 3 in that area. And a lot of you all are coming in at a very early age. And I advocate that as early as possible, bring it into your life because it becomes a lifestyle. So by it activating who I am, I was able to move forward in this life, not because of how I look, not because of how I dress, but because of how I lead, how I can give forth myself to others and know that the true power in a queen energy and in leading is to serve. And that the true power comes from doing for yourself and not necessarily delegating to others, because that's where your power is, when you can handle it on your own. But then when you do need the assistance of the loved ones around you, you don't have to ask for it. They're just there and standing in wait for you. I know that psychedelics has went inside a lot of us and removed the shadows from the crevices of our soul. And that's what we do, is we connect with our soul. We get in touch with our soul. We ask that spirit, which holds on to ego, to step out of the way so psychedelics could get in and just release the energy in on the outside of us that's been laying dormant forever. Some of us have some very dark energies going on because of generational curses, because of ancestral curses, because we've been at low points in our life where we've allowed entities to step in and claim us as their host. And that's something that I want to talk about as well, is the anxiety that so many women and men are faced with. Anxiety is a real thing. It's a living, breathing, oozy, slimy, nasty thing that sees when you are doing well, it will literally just slide up on you, make you sit up on a ball on the couch and just rock back and forth. And when you realize it's that deep, you can take those psychedelics. My psychedelic of choice would be psilocybin cubensis, my psychedelic of choice. So mushrooms have been my journey to help relieve the energy of the anxiety that is present in so many lives. We want to be better. We want to feel better. We want to think better. We want to look better. And when all those things come into balance, you will be. But it takes the brave soul. It takes the person that will be able to step out of those shadows and cross over into it and face what's hiding inside. Right now, I am dealing with sisters who are coming of age to perhaps the age of 40 when it really hits. And these are women who have been destroyed. And yes, I'm going to use that word because it's it's a horrible, ugly energy where the biological fathers of a lot of women have raped them as children. And this energy comes forward at the age of 40 is what I'm seeing across the board. Something just opens up because as children, the energy was sent to the brain where it was compartmentalized. But something happens around that age where it just opens up and it prevents these young women from moving forward. There's a tremendous pain there. I'm finding that through sitting in space with these women who have taken this journey, who have had to experience this journey of their fathers abusing them. It is helping relieve the energy in the womb, be it 7, 8, 9, 10 grams. I advocate for 7 because 7 grams is a womb opener. It tends to open the light up inside of that space, and it's allowing women to release the energy of the past that they felt. So sexual abuse and psychedelics, entities and psychedelics, anxiety and psychedelics. That's where we go when we call it the medicine. The medicine that gets in there, cleans us out, and puts us on a path of living our true lives the way they're meant to be. Life is not a problem to resolve, but an experience in this 3D reality. It's how you perceive this reality. That's up to you. You can look at life as glass half full or glass half empty. Psychedelics made me see the perception as life, that we need to face the things that come toward us and not hide in the shadows if we want to live a divine life on this planet. Yes, it's a lot of stuff going on. Yes, we turn on these damn TVs, and keep in mind, this very thing that I'm on right now, this phone. This phone is an energy of itself. It's just another clever system of control. So you have to be mindful with it, and you have to exercise a certain discipline with it because it's set up to shut you down and not necessarily connect you. Now, the work that we're doing now is powerful. We're able to reach so many people through these screens, through this technology, and that's an amazing thing. But understand that it is set up just the way that it's facing you to shut down that third eye, to shut down that pineal gland. So again, you want to exercise some discipline and control. When you find yourself mindlessly scrolling, put that shit down, put it in a drawer, close it up, turn it off. Feel the peace that comes over you when you're no longer responding to those little dings and pings and vibrations so that you automatically go pick and see. You're not missing nothing. You can let it go for a little bit, okay? Just keep that in mind. I want to tap into the witchy part of myself, the word witch, W-I-T, wit, the word craft, something that I know how to do, something that I know how to do well. So witch and craft just means a wise woman. And I've been a warrior for hundreds and hundreds of years. And I walk in 2 worlds, and I learned that as the closer I got to 40, I learned that I was walking in 2 worlds. It scared me before psychedelics. Hell, it scared me after psychedelics, but I was able to control it better through understanding the psychedelics and the journey that I was in. So walking in 2 worlds, there are many of us that do so. We just don't know what to do with it. We just don't quite understand it. And so I offer you the walk of psilocybin, the walk of ayahuasca, the walk of iboga, to tap in. To be a witch is to be a healer, a teacher, a seeker, a giver, and a protector of all things. And I say to the women that claim this title, if this is your path, may you walk with honor, light, and integrity. Nature is the way in which the divine speaks to humanity. Through this magical fungi, we are granted access to a divine world. A witch's profound belief is in the soul of nature. This allows us to establish contact with everything that exists. So everything that exists, we can talk about our let's talk about nature's bones. the crystals and the stones that are lying in the earth that we have removed and are trying to understand them better. They're not just there to ornate our bodies and make us beautiful, but they're there for the energy that they've collected over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been in the earth. I wear rubies in my ear because I was told that when evil threatens, those rubies will darken, and they do. Now, do I walk around saying, okay, is my ruby dark? Is my ruby dark? No, that is not it. That energy on the right side, when it's male energy that's coming my way and it's negative, will start to burn and itch and bother me to the point where I have to take that earring out and take a look at it. And if it's dark purple, I know that I need to be on an alert from the right side, which is male energy. From the left side, same thing, that's female energy coming in. So you learn how to tap in and understand what it is that you're adorning your body with. I call it my spiritual jewelry. You know, my ankhs, my snakes that I wear, just keep me grounded in the sense of that I have a particular power and that I understand the nature that most everything in the world responds to nature. I found that psilocybin has enhanced my ability, my innate ability sevenfold. And by saying that, it's just given me an energy of believing in myself, in my power, not doubting, no indecisiveness. Because if you want to look at the true face of a demon, that demon looks like self-doubt. That demon looks like self-loathing. That demon looks like anxiety that tells you that you cannot get this accomplishment. And we have to fight this demon, and we are powerful enough to do so that when we walk with our shoulders back, our boobs high, our head up. We adjust that crown and we keep it moving. Nature itself has entrusted her most precious secrets to a witch's care. It's because we honor the earth. I have no religion. I've lost family members because of this walk that I've taken. But if I were to have a religion, that would be the sun, the moon, the earth, the water, the wind, the sky. I greet the sun every day, whether it's in the sky or not, with Majuba, which means greetings, and Aten, which means sun. Majuba Aten. I give honor to the life force that is us on this planet at this time. Through regular use, I believe a highly developed witch can bring the rain, raise or calm the wind. I mean, you know, we have our weather witches, we have our kitchen witches, we have the sister that just delve deeply into the herbs. And I just want to say that in this walk, the code is to harm none and to help all, or as many as you can. You don't want to use it as a means of attack, but you want to use your energy to defend. So if somebody is coming at you, they better know who they are, who you're dealing with. So then you have the right that you justify with the universe that I've got to defend myself. And so I have particular tools that I use. And I just want to show you one of them. And I can only show you this because it is correct. It is a scrying mirror. A lot of power goes into this. And you're not supposed to let anybody see your scrying mirror because it is yours and yours alone. This was handmade, and I can teach those who want to learn how to make a scrying mirror. But again, because it's cracked, I can show it to you then. But it's a portal that you enter in. And I find that through entering that you can find better access through maybe 1, maybe 2 grams of psilocybin can take you deep inside that, but sometimes you got to be ready for what it is that you will run into, which takes a brave soul and a highly developed witch to maybe go into that space. There are tools that we use. Also, my cauldron. My cauldron is also used for scrying. I will gather the rainwater from the heavens, particularly when it's a thunderstorm. Then I will use the light of the full moon as it's cast into the water in this cauldron, and I will scry that way. And I'm asking for particular energies to come forward for assistance, for abundance, for healings. And again, it's the energy that you put into it that you're going to get back. It's called sympathetic magic. We all have it. You just got to believe it. Now, can a witch be made? Again, I believe she's born into this lineage because it taps in very early in life. You just don't understand what it is. And by all rights, women should not scry until they're at least 38 to 40. It starts to happen more so. You start to have more prophetic dreams. You start to feel particular energies. You can see flashes of the future. You start to astral travel the closer you get to your 40s and beyond, because that's the energy's way of saying you're mature enough to handle it. Because see, being scared is not a part of it. Darkness has no respect for fear. No respect for fear. So you have to honor the darkness, and you have to be careful of the light, because it can trick you. It can pull you in and it can trick you. So there's a balance. And again, this comes with deep study. This comes with honoring yourself. This comes with believing in who you are. And psilocybin has, again, got inside of me. I delved deep inside of those places. I've been taking macro doses for a really long time, maybe not in so much in the last 4 years, because I mean, look, I've done a lot of work, sometimes going in maybe 3, 4, 5 times a year in not in very high doses, but in a dose high enough, maybe my 10 and 11, 12 gram dosages, to get a better recall and get the energy. And so what do I bring back when I take those journeys? Do I go in and I say, "Ooh, I had a bomb trip last night and it was the bomb"? Okay, well, what am I going to bring back, and how has it enhanced my life here on this 3D dimension that we're in now? How has it enhanced me? I can say particularly that has allowed me to come into balance spiritually, physically, mentally. It brings about a balance that you can stay in your center with, so to speak. Emotionally, the way that I lost my husband was very traumatic. And by all rights, I would be sitting over in a corner biting my nails right now, scared to step off the porch because of the loss that I experienced. But through psilocybin, there was a deep understanding of what death really is. You know, we just leave this body and our consciousness moves on. You can just hear the dead speak. Hell, the dead is in the wind that blows, the leaves that rustle on the ground. You know, that's where we will find that energy of our loved ones that have passed on. So you allow that to embrace you. Yes, you grieve. Yes, you feel the loss. Yes, it hurts, but you understand that this is the passage in this life. That it's not so much that we have to go, because we got to go. That's just the natural progress, but it's how we go. And so in learning how we go, so you want to embrace your life as the gift that it is, as the journey that it is, as the experience that it is, and you want to experience it at a higher vibration. And so with that vibration, you find out who you are. And who I am is this divine queen mother, witch energy that understands the depth of this human life. Did it happen overnight? No. Did it happen through many journeys? It did. Does it have to happen through psychedelics? No, it does not. But it happens, and when it does, and your method in making it happen, you embrace it and you love yourself even more as a result of it. So we move in an energy where we want to give over our energy to other sisters, because we recognize that a lot of women are hurting. A lot of women are in pain. A lot of women are angry. I'm seeing a lot of angry women, and they are angry a lot of times because, and forgive my very open way of speaking, because men have shitted on them and they don't know how to move that mess off of them. And so they internalize it. And so they go home, or they're at the home and they're angry. and they're cooking angry food, and they're feeding this angry food to their children, and their children are ingesting this woman's energy, and there's erratic behavior in the household. The plants are dying. The cabinets are always open. The pictures on the walls are crooked. The children are bickering. You know when you walk into the home of an angry woman. And we want to remove this because, see, your babies, they may not be able to articulate what it is that they're feeling, but they're feeling it, y'all. You know, so you want to be really mindful around your children, even your pets. Your pets pick up on the energy as well. You know, so divine peace in your home should be sanctuary. When you close the door to that outside world, home should be sanctuary. Every corner you look in your home should be a corner that pleases your eye, that gives you a particular vibration. And that is with your plants, your crystals, your stones, your images that are on the wall, the statues that you have that you honor your ancestors with. It's just your energy. Women, and also want to add this, take them panties off. If you don't have to wear them drawers, don't wear them drawers. Sometimes we got to wear the drawers. Okay, I get that part. And I'm just saying, even in the wintertime, you know, you might want to cover that coochie up. But if you can take off those panties and allow the electromagnetic energy of the earth to permeate the yoni space, you pull in the power of the planet up into that yoni space. When people come into your home, into the home of a woman who does not wear panties, they don't want to leave. They don't know why they don't want to leave. They just don't want to leave. And it ain't about the pussy juice or the smell or anything. It's about the energy. It is about the energy that we possess as women. Men created panties. I mean, come on, really, those damn thongs? Are you kidding me? Men created panties. They created bras. They created these high booties. They created heels so your booty could sit up. All the things that go against us in nature. We want these boobs to flow and swing. We want to caress them and honor them and kiss on them. They're divine parts of our bodies. We want the energy that comes from the earth to move inside of us and allow us to become nature in and of us. I mean, they call it Mother Nature for a reason, right? You know, that's just who we are. You got to be brave. I mean, we're all trepidatious when it comes to taking mushrooms. I mean, I've taken it for many years, and even now I could walk past my refrigerator and say, I'm going to take me a journey. And I say refrigerator because that's where I keep it. I'm gonna take me a journey, but like, nah, maybe I'll do it next week. Oh, maybe I'll do it next month. Okay, maybe in a couple of months I'll do it when the full moon comes. You just, you build up to that energy. But I trust me, those who are experienced psychonauts out there, they know that the mushrooms will call you in. They will invite you in. You'll get certain images or energies that say, you know what? It's time to take this journey. Again, I don't macrodose so much more now. I do my microdosing when I want to become more creative. And creativity is a large part of who we are as women. We've got to constantly reinvent ourselves on this planet in order to maintain and hold it down. I mean, there's a whole history of the witchcraft, as you all know, the burning. And why did they do that? Because of the power that we represent, the power that we could do to heal as midwives, to make the plants grow and flourish. Men seen that, and their egos were daunted by this energy, and it was like, this is too much power for something as meek and weak as a woman. So they looked at our physical aspects as something as meek and weak. But the power that we possess as women generally will intimidate a man. We want to seek the balance where he's no longer intimidated. So a queen will seek a king. She will seek the strongest man in the tribe. She won't go for the weak one. She'll seek the stronger one. And that's when you know that she's on her journey. We live in a fear consciousness. This planet that we're on pushes the energy of fear. Fear suppresses the immune system. Fear, again, will stop you from walking in your divine path. And fear is also a measure of control. And so they will scare you with things like witchcraft. The Christians will, I mean, again, I lost family members as a result of it. My mother, my own mother, who gave me my power by raising me to believe in the courage of my convictions. She called me up and she said, listen, baby, you're not going to understand this, but I don't want you in my world. I don't want you in my life. I don't want you in my home anymore until you plead the blood of Jesus. And I was like, I don't even know how to do that. I mean, how do you plead the blood of Jesus? I'm like, I can't do that. You taught me to believe in the courage of my convictions. You taught me to walk in a way that honored my true self. And because of that, I'm going to step away from you, mama. I'm going to throw the deuces sign at you and I'm going to move on because what I do, I believe in. It is who I am and it is the walk that I'm going to walk. And I was separated from my mother for 8 long months. Broke my heart. Oh my God. When I seen my mother again, she had a massive stroke. And when she opened her eyes to me, she said, "Can you ever forgive me?" And I told her there was nothing to hold against her because I understood what she was trying to do for me. She just didn't understand. So they say we choose our parents. And I believe that I chose this woman so that in her dying process, I would be able to, and I say dying because it took 8 months for her to pass. I was away from her for 8 months, and it took her 8 months to pass, and she gave me back those 8 months that we were separated. But during her dying process, she realized, she said, "You know what? I believe you know more about this religion than I do. And what did I do to make you so good to me? You're my mother and I love you and you brought me here and you gave me my power and you gave me the power enough to stand against you, the woman that I love more than anybody else, to stand against you and take my walk, my true walk, which is why now I can call myself this high priestess and I can bless you and honor you." And I'm getting just a little choked up right now, but because I feel her here. She's always around me. And she's even patting me on my back right now with a kiss on the cheek. Because she get it. She got it before she died. She was able to see who I was. And I'm sure that that was that golden energy that is always vibrating through the use of psychedelics being inside of us. So I honor my mother today, Nora Jean Milton Ipaye. So as I take you from the craft into the energy of sex magic or sacred sex, when we have orgasms with our mates, male, female, 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 male. I don't know too much about the male, male, but I ain't gonna knock that either. But I ain't gonna talk about it because I don't know nothing about it. But the energy that we create through coming together to becoming one flesh. The word I use is henosis, Henois, henosis, becoming one flesh. The 7-gram activation point that I found is the activation point, 7 grams. You take 7, your partner takes 7, you go into this space where you create this sex, love, magic. You're speaking in other languages, man, you're throwing up signs, you're connecting in a place of, it's not to the point where, "Oh, how many times did you come? Oh, I had about 4 of them. What about you?" Nope, it's not that. It's not that at all. It's about the magic that you're creating to move together in this life. People have taken the true context of what sex, they've removed the sacredness from it. It is to honor one another, to honor the divine space, to honor your sacred space, to honor his lingam, to stroke it and give it energy. When we take the 7-gram energy, it creates what is called CNSA, which Central Nervous System Arousal. CNSA. It directly hits that area. A woman can have a mushroom orgasm. Sometimes that orgasm can last for what seems like hours, but in the time space of mushrooms, it could be maybe about 15 or 20 minutes. But she's having a mushroom orgasm, and that's without her mate. So if you connect with your mate during that 7-gram journey, the magic that you're creating, you are putting yourself in a space of manifesting through one another, manifesting through the energy of sex. Now, being a crone and being a widow and not having been in that space for 4 years, I'm not saying I don't have orgasms, because I do, but I have not given my essence over to anyone else, because I do believe that this walk that I'm on right now, as a crone widow, is to even add even more to my power by not sharing that essence with someone yet. It's just not time. So I'm storing all of this energy so that I can continue to do the work that I'm doing as this divine woman on this planet at this time. I offer myself to those who need assistance. You can come to my home. You can sit in front of the Palantir stone, which is a huge crystal. It's a 144-pound crystal that we use to tap into the other dimensions of this the planet that we're on. And generally, you have to have had at least 15 grams in order to sit in front of the stone, because the true activation happens at 21. Do you need 21 grams to go into the Palantir stone? You do not. But you will go deeper and deeper inside of this space. I've had people that I've sat with in front of this stone, and I've taken a few grams just to hang out with them, and the stone opened itself up to me at 3 grams. And I've seen inside of this stone, a lot of times what people see is the praying mantis. Now, don't understand the energy of the praying mantis yet, but I hear a lot of people speak and see and hear about the praying mantis. But I see that in the stone, and it's as if it's working, it's building something. So the particular time that I looked in, it looked back at me, and it was a white praying mantis. It looked at me as if to say, oh, you can see me because I see you. And then it kept just doing what it was doing, like it had crystal pipettes and it was building. I invite you to come to my space and take that journey. It takes a brave soul to tap in and go to other dimensions. And what brave? Courage. The word courage means to do something that you're afraid of doing, but you do it anyway. So it just takes courage. Do you feel the healer needs to be on the medicine with the patient? You know, sometimes sometimes it depends on what the patient is having to deal with. So I did take 2 grams with this sister to sit with her to just kind of elevate, because she was on 21. She was afraid. I wanted to give her a space of peace by being, kind of in a space of just pulling her in. But sometimes when you're not on something with your patient, the mushrooms or the medicine will pull you in anyway. It'll pull you in, but on mushrooms, it just pulls you in deeper. Setting, while we're here speaking about the Palantir, setting is very, very, very important to the person that you're working with on psilocybin cubensis. You don't want to be in the room with the person that you're sitting with. You're there to assist if they get into a situation where you need to assist them, like maybe taking them to the bathroom or giving them water or bringing them into the light so that they could diffuse some of the energy, because sometimes it gets pretty damn strong and you need to bring them out. And an experienced sitter will know when to bring you into the light, and they will also know when to take you back into the dark. You don't need the sitter that's going to sit with you, rock with you, wipe your tears, hold your hands, tell you you're going to be all right. You got some work to do. So setting is very important. Do the work. I promise you're going to come back. A lot of people, I'm dying. Okay, yeah, you are. But basically your soul is immortal and you will be back the next day. So I believe that women should sit with women, men should sit with men. Unless you have a couples group that is coming through, then it is allowed. But men sitting with men get physically stronger. So that if a woman is sitting with a man, he can cause harm because of the strength that comes through. A man sitting with a woman, if it's not his woman, and he's just one of these 3.5 gurus that has turned into a psychedelic sexual predator, because they're out there, baby. They out there and they waiting on that juicy little sister that don't know nothing about a mushroom or a journey, and he's waiting. So if he's sitting with you, and our inhibitions tend to leave, a left titty hit him in the face, his little thing gonna get hard, he gonna want to use it, right? It's they're out there, and we have to be mindful of that. And inside of that energy, this shit wasn't meant for the mushroom journey. This is sacred energy. This is powerful. We are losing the integrity, and I promise you, people,
that the mushrooms are going to deem us unworthy if we don't get it together. What I'm seeing across the board as an elder in the psychedelic society is jealousy, is ego, is greed, and it's taken away from the sacredness. Now they've got the science. Now I ain't knocking the science, damn it, but just take the dose. Just take the dose and let's talk about it. Let's relate to one another. Let's hold on to it and let's pass it on to our children so that we can create a so we can create a better planet for these babies to reside in. I got a mushroom baby. Her name is Amore. And those of you that have heard me talk, they know about Amore. Her mother took 3 grams when she was pregnant. Wow, maybe 2 months pregnant. And all of the stuff that's splitting in the cells, dividing in the whole bit. I'm telling you, this baby is amazing. Now, she was going to be amazing anyway, because she's my grandbaby. Yep, that's me, yeah. But the mushrooms has opened this child up in such a way that her mind, okay, just a brief example, her mother, and they took a walk the other day, and we had storms coming. They weren't supposed to come until maybe midnight. But her mother said, as they were walking, she says, it's going to rain. And she's like, baby, how you know it's going to rain? She said, I can smell it. Amore was 3 years old and she was riding on her tricycle. We were taking a walk. She was riding on a tricycle and we were coming upon a humongous tree, just a beautiful, majestical tree. This baby got off her tricycle at 3, took a deep bow in front of the tree and introduced herself as Princess Amore. The tree must have responded something back to her because she got back on her tricycle and just kept going. Now I'm standing there dumbfounded because she connected with the energy of this tree. This is what we're opening up our babies to. So taking psychedelics while you're pregnant, taking psychedelics through the birth and delivery process if you're at home, taking psychedelics while you are breastfeeding. We're pushing this as a way to bring these babies forward, because we need them. They are learning things at an accelerated rate with all this technology. And this technology is here to shut down that third eye of these babies so that they don't see what's going on. They want to control these very brilliant children. And so they are calling them autistic. They are saying that they have learning disabilities. They are pumping them full of vaccinations, the vaccinations that they give a lot of these babies, specifically the boys, have been tampered with to cause these younger boys to become either autistic or feminine in the essence. So in saying feminine, to weaken them, because see, the strongest energy is a strong man, a strong, powerful man. And society as a whole is afraid of a strong man. They don't want to see a strong, brilliant man. A strong, brilliant man that has many wives. A strong, brilliant man that has many wives, who has many children, because see, then that family becomes a power in and of itself. I come from a polygamous family, and we were working on building an empire because we have to fight this planet that we're on. We're always at war, but inside of that war, you find the peace because you know you're doing the work. Well, okay. I kind of got in there for a minute. So sacred sex, creating the magic, bringing the babies forward through this divine sex. I mean, if you make babies on 7 grams, that should be a goal. That should be a goal. Women, know when you're ovulating. Make this a sacred energy. Now, I'm not saying every time you have sex that it has to be sacred. No, because sometimes a bang up against the wall is very necessary. And I call them those wonderful quickies that we have. My husband would say, go put them shoes on. Yeah, I'm being candid, but I would run and go put them shoes on, y'all. So sometimes, you just have to go there. But when we're conscious of what we're doing, we raise the vibration, we take the 7 grams. And I say 7 specifically because, again, CNSA. But also there is a protocol that was brought forth by my husband, the late, great Kalindi Iyi, the mushroom explorer and adventurer, Ibaye. that a 5-7-9 protocol should be had, and it should be had with a sitter. 5 brings about visual acuity. 7, the CNSA, the sacred sex energy, and then the 9 grams imparts the visions, the galaxy. You get to travel more. You're more out into the multiverse. Yes, we use it as medicine because a lot of us need it, but don't hold on to the energy of it being the medicine. Let's find the explorers. Let's find the adventurers who want to go out there and bring this energy back so that we can heal the planet. You want to be that galactic warrior that's riding out in the multiverse and holding it down for others and bringing back the information that we need, that we so profoundly need. And it's each one teach one. We have to be able to honor each person and give to one another in an open and fluid way. It has to be pure. It cannot be, I mean, you have to open yourself up, and it's not about being used, it's about not being misused. And there are those that are out there that are willing to misuse us because of the journey that we're on. They want to talk against it. You got your naysayers. You got those that say, I don't need mushrooms because I'm there anyway. You know, you just have to look at them because they really don't know what they speak of. But those are the ones that are afraid. I don't know how much time I have. I have been going on and on. So are we open for anything in particular? Is there any questions that anybody has to ask me at this time? I'm open.
You have 15 minutes. My question was, spiritual attacks on psychic children, do you see that happening like by evil energy when children are young, like to split their personality through child sexual abuse? And the question was like, are these children targeted, these psychic children, like through the sex abuse that happened, the sexual abuse?
That's a very, very deep question, because I'm finding that, you know, not only do the biological fathers have sex with these babies, but there are those in the family and others. But now I find that specifically, for some reason, the 3-year-old girl is more prone to attack. That is when generally the sex will start to happen at that age. And they are generally empathic children. I don't understand the mind of the rapist and what he is pulled into to attack this energy. But yes, I would say yes to that they are more prone to it. And so we want to take with our heart finger in a counterclockwise circle on the top of a child's crown, on the top of a child's crown, to make a circle within a circle, within a circle, within a circle on top of that child's head as a manner of protecting that baby. Our psychic children are being born at a high rate because why? We're going to need them. And we have to pay attention to that, and we have to protect them. I would love to get into the mind of the man that has raped a child. I want to understand it, because if I can understand it, maybe we can fix it. They tell me that these men cannot be rehabilitated. I mean, and I'm not just giving it over to men. There are women out here who are abusing their babies as well, you know, but the consensus is that it's a male energy, right? So yes, those babies we have to protect them. And there are things that we can do by stones that we keep around the house, by giving them spiritual baths. And it don't have to be so deep, but you want to add a little cinnamon, you know, 7 shakes of cinnamon to the bath water on an occasion. You want to bathe them in rose water or roses that are floating around inside of the water. And you're bathing and humming and rubbing their bodies and imbuing your energy and protection around them. You're teaching the words like your sacred space. You're teaching them that to be silent is wrong, and to speak up. And then, you know, you got to tap into those around you. You can't be in a place of disbelief that this could not happen. It only happens on television. No, trust me. What time is it right now? It's happening to a child right at this very moment. Right at this very moment. So yes, those babies they're up for it. They're open game.
Emmy Lola has raised her hand. Emmy Lola, thank you, Mama Yana. Emmy Lola, can you share your question? We have about 10 more minutes.
Yes. Blissful rising, everybody. Hello.
Greeting.
Yes. My question is, I was texting in the chat. Can you how are you? Can you microdose can you microdose a 3-year-old, like, after, because I was doing that with my 3-year-old, but I stopped because she started acting a little whatever. So I stopped microdosing her. But my 8-month-old Phoenix, you were supposed to meet Phoenix. She's been getting psychedelics in the womb. But my 3-year-old, I would like to microdose her, but I stopped because it was acting kind of weird. So
Well, how often were you giving her the microdose?
I did it like maybe once, and then 3 months later another time. So it wasn't like back to back.
Okay, so when you said acting a little, what was happening?
Like she started doing stuff like this. I don't know if you can see my facial expression, but she was like she started doing that, and I was like, oh.
So sister, when we microdose, we're using capsules, right? We've grounded up the psilocybin and we put it in capsules. That's how we are microdosing. So if you're just giving a child a raw mushroom or a dried mushroom, you don't know how much you're giving that baby. Did you weigh it out?
Okay. No, I didn't. I just took a piece of the raw mushrooms.
No.
I'll give her the stem sometimes. Sometimes I'll give her the head.
No, you want to dose. Some of these capsules are 0.004 milligrams. You don't want to give too much to the child because they won't, we don't want the physical energy to come through in a microdose. We want it to be all mental, right? So you want to, as an adult, we are taking these capsules maybe 2-3 days on and then 4 days off. Okay. So the amount that you're giving a 3-year-old, you have to be very, very wary of what you're doing. Okay. Just a small amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mother Jaguar, please.
Grandma, you took me out early. I'm so happy to hear your voice. I really think about, being at a space and working with the medicine. You can see a lot of children come through with special gifts, and also children that are being targeted within their dreams. It's a brother that I was a midwife to his son. His boy, now 5 years old, his name is Amor, and have a very close relationship with him. And he had a dream that he didn't even want to tell his father, but he told him, "Call Mother Jaguar. I want to talk to her." He's never shared a dream with me before. Never. I didn't even know he had the capability of speaking in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And he calls me, says that he had a dream that he was on a school bus, and on the school bus the kids were playing, but it was a little boy that is always in his dreams, and his name is Pluto.
Okay.
And he said this little boy always asks to see his and this little boy,
see his what,
no,
Mama?
you can't touch my penis. His
Has to see his penis? Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
And let me know if I have to break up, because my internet is a little choppy right now. But he wants to see his penis in the dream. And this little boy, whoever Pluto is, infiltrate all of his dreams, right? And one of the things that I was worried about, because I looked up Pluto, he doesn't even know anything about the planets or anything. I assume that he doesn't. The fact that he can come up with the name of Pluto. So I started digging into Pluto, and Pluto, when you start looking into the etymology of Pluto, it represents darkness, and it represents an entity. And his father has also been, when he was young, he was sexually abused. And so working with this, I've started to see how attachments or entities from love, or entities that have already penetrated your bloodline, start to seek out your own children. And also for me, I was sexually abused, and lived in a household with a man that was deemed a serial killer. He sodomized and choked women to death when between the ages of 8 and 11 years old. He lived with me and my mom. And so there was a sadistic nature. And this is why, and I want y'all to hear my heart right now, because I know that there's so much that we could talk about when it comes to sacred sexuality, and psilocybin, but I stay far away from the sexual scene of medicine mixed with sex. Like even in ayahuasca, when you work with the elders, they are constant that, you actually take 3 days and not be sexually active at all. Sometimes 5 days, and even after a ceremony, you're not active. But I know a lot of us are talking about psilocybin, but in the work that I've done with ayahuasca, sex is not involved at all. Only because there creates a crack. While ayahuasca is supposed to be there to grab all the fragmented parts of yourselves that have been shattered, sometimes you have cracks within that these entities can travel. And when I start seeing these entities jumping, because I can see them, I think I've been seeing them since I've been young, being able to understand and see the predator, but maybe shut my vision off for a little while, just because it was just way too much to handle, or even to be aware of at that age. But as I started working with this medicine, I can look at people and see how they've been infected. Like they're bright and shiny one day, and then I'll see them again, and you can see they've been infected by someone else that had that entity on them. So I see it jump. I see it move. And I'm wondering, this is why I got in touch with Dooley. I can't remember the brother that was talking about going into these realms, because there's a realm of mothers that has led me to do some type of ritual with the entity that has followed me all of my life, that jumps from when I'm in a relationship with a man, I can see that entity enter that may have relations with me. It's always wanted to have relations with me. And I reached out to this brother because I was like, there's something that the others are leading me to, and they chop off this head. Fear that I have about doing that, but I feel like there is a masculine. Both of my mother and my father are both deceased. I'm an only child. I don't have any brothers and sisters. I grew up very unique and peculiar child, not really understanding the world, also very bitter about the things that I was seeing in the world at the same time. But I want to know, here's my question. I want to know if there is preparation. I take the name that I was given, Mother Jaguar, very seriously, just because I know it's about facing your fears, your worst fears, going into the darkness and into the underworld and doing that battle. But there's a place where I feel as elders that I need, maybe the mothers to come into ceremony with me to prepare me to chop that head off, just so it's not affecting my children and my children. I no longer want it to be within DNA. I've seen where it entered into my family, and it came by way of my father's side. Like ayahuasca showed me where it entered my father's side, which was my grandfather, born in Jamaica. He was biracial. He was fetishized by his family. Like I seen the whole thing. And so I'm just ready to chop that cord so it has no more access to my DNA. And I'm wondering if there is ritualistic measures that could be taken in order to do that. But I know it's in a ring of mothers. I know it has to happen in a ring of mothers.
And I love how you say a ring of mothers, because I call on the great mothers all the time to assist her children in the journeys. And so let's go back to the baby and Pluto and the dreams that he has of the energy wanting to touch his penis. You know, that there is obviously no doubt a generational ancestral type kind of curse that is coming in to this family. Like you say, you've seen it. So yes, a ring of mothers to do the deep, deep, deep work, to lock hands, to give ritual, to increase our power, to stamp it out, to do our chants, to hold on to one another, because we have to save the babies. I would give this baby that you're speaking of specifically spiritual baths on the day in which he was born for at least the next 4 to 5 weeks. So if he's born on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day that day he was born on, I would bathe him spiritually, and ask for the divine protection and to move this energy on. And inside of that spiritual bath should be the cinnamon, should be the raw egg in a shell, should be the Florida water, should be the patchouli, should be the coconut soap, should be the rainwater that you caught during a thunderstorm. Please catch your rainwater, preserve it in your mason jars. It becomes very, very powerful to wash the top of your heads with and your bodies. But bathe this baby on a regular to help move this energy on, and also to comfort his third eye by just rubbing that area, just rubbing it, moving it, opening it up, you know, and then pouring your intentions into it, speaking peace into this child, because this child is being prepared for someone to come along and touch his penis, you know. So yes, that is my suggestion to assist in this baby here. In terms of your own work, sister, it never, you know, we'd like to say it never ends. I can honestly say though, through my years, but see, I'm 69, y'all, and I've been doing this for quite a while. It takes work. You know, you just can't take it one day and then maybe 4 years later take it again, or don't go in because you're scared. You got to do the work and understand when you're feeling healed. So they're telling me that I'm at an hour here now. And you know, again, thank you for the platform. Should I keep on with 3 people in the queue, because I want to leave you with the energy of my sisters be wild and beautiful. My brothers, be proud and free. Let's live this life to the utmost. Let's expect our bodies to perform optimally by eating foods on a higher vibration, by thinking positive thoughts, and opening your heart to those that deserve your energy.
How can we get in contact with you? Can you leave your information? Because I definitely resonate with so much, and I'd love to learn about the mirror, and all those things. I just wanted to make sure, you know, you can still connect.
Yeah, well, you know, right now I'm on Facebook. It's Ayana, Ayana, Ife, Ife, last name Iyi, Iyyi, Ayana Ife Iyi. I don't have Instagram. It's just too much going on with the Twitter world and the Instagram. It's just too much information. So just, you know, Ayana, and then when you reach out to me like that, then we can message and I can give you my personal phone number. So yeah.
Excellent. If you could possibly put that in the comments, because I did not have my little pencil real quick.
And it was in there. Nikki,
okay,
Nikki
was
put
it?
it
I
in.
scrolled. I didn't see it. Thank you so much. Much love, I say.
Absolutely. Much love.
Everlasting gratitude. Thank you so much for shining all of this wisdom. There's so much for us to process and distill. And I just want to acknowledge in the group how necessary it is for us to continue to uphold and honor our elders in this space, because the wisdom and the gold that they have to spin for us is beyond measure. Doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how much you've just started. We need to make sure that we protect them and honor them and let them be heard and seen as many times as we can, as much as they would allow. Gratitude.
I give thanks. Ashe.
Ashe.
Thank you so much. And now we are having Darnella Ford and Shamsi Rue that are sharing the hour. I think Darnella was going to go first for the first 15 minutes. So Darnella, it's your time. Take your time.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Well, first I want to say, Leo, always acknowledging you for the hard work that you do and for bringing all these beautiful people from all over the world together. It's very important. African Americans, our culture, our history, and where people of color stand in relationship to psychedelic medicine. So I have not had privy to the wonderful hour that you had before you, but I'm here just to offer my humble offering to this for the women health. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I want to honor those women too, whoever supported that. Thank you very much. Just centering myself right now, and I'm going to jump in to see what time that I have with the beautiful people before me, what I can offer of value and benefit. I'd like to start first just by sharing a little bit about me. Who's Darnella Ford and why is she here? I have a unique history with plant medicine. I had a mystical experience several years ago when I entered a cave in Sedona, Arizona. First and foremost, my background is quantum physics and neuroscience. So I teach quantum theory, I study neuroscience. I have my own beautiful spiritual community here in the Los Angeles area called Journey to Worthy. It is a metaphysical community. And several years ago, I walked into a cave in Sedona, Arizona called the Shaman's Cave. Some of you may have heard of this cave. It is a cave with no known address. It is a cave that calls to you. And the interesting thing is to access this cave. If you can find this cave, it means the cave welcomed you. So it was really, I took it on as a personal challenge. I learned about this cave that existed in myth and fable. And I took a group of 17 people from my community on retreat to Sedona. We spent about 9 hours lost seemingly in the wilderness. Okay, so you went there, Mother Jaguar. Yes, indeed, it's a beautiful place. I found this cave. It is one of the most powerful experiences that I've ever had. The walk to get into the cave, you have to walk on the edge of a cliff with a 50-foot drop, nothing securing you, holding on the side of the mountain as we made our passage. Now, I will tell you, friends, that the first time I did not make it into the cave because I have a fear of this thing called heights. So I left disappointed that I made it to the cave but couldn't get in the cave. When I returned back to Los Angeles, the cave came to me and began to speak to me in its dreams. And the cave said, "You must return. You must return." And I thought to myself, no, I'm afraid of heights. And I said, no one's going to want to go back. We already did this retreat. So the cave said, come back and people will join you. The next time I brought 27 back with me 6 months later and set it up working with neuroplasticity, knowing how to change the frame of the brain. I started working with my brain and working with the brain of those who were fearful of heights. And through neuroplasticity, we changed our brain. On that return trip, almost everyone made it in the cave with the exception of 2 women who wanted to stand guard outside. The initial trip, only 3 people made it in the cave out of 17. So we changed the trajectory using the power of our minds. Once I entered the shaman's cave, I began to see visions of myself as an ancient Native American, a Navajo shaman, an old man, wearing a very beautiful headdress, a very beautiful head covering. And interestingly, the synchronicity of life, how it brings us all together. The people that you meet, the people that you connect to in a lifetime, there's always a reason. Interestingly, the coagulation of the unique group of people who were with me on this journey were with me hundreds of years ago when we did ceremony in this cave. And I began to see my life and understood that once upon a time ago, I had been a very profound shaman. And I just remember my first thought was, how did I fall so far from grace? That was my first thought. How did I fall so far from grace, from what I once was? But knowing then that information, that knowledge was activated within me. Interestingly and simultaneously, we had a shared group experience where several in the group began to vision and see themselves in the lifetime that they shared with me in the cave. So I will tell you this, friends. I began to, it was almost as if my soul awakened and I began to grieve. The tears were from the pain of the separation, from living outside of that culture, from leaving that land. And all of a sudden I looked out at the landscape and I knew that this was once upon a time ago. This was my land. This was my land. And I knew in that moment the awareness that I had to go and find a shaman. Shamanism was not on my radar initially because I was so involved in quantum theory and neuroscience. That was my path. But in this moment, I knew I had to go and find a shaman, and I had to go to South America, and I had to go straight away. And I had to do something else. Drink ayahuasca. In that moment, I received a calling to ayahuasca, Mother Ayahuasca. Now, here's the interesting thing about me, friends. Up until that point, I had not done any plant medicine. Plant medicine was not on my radar, was not something I'd done. I've never so much as smoked marijuana. I've never even to this day had a cup of coffee. Never been drawn to alcohol, never been drunk, never been altered ever in my life. Now, all of a sudden, I'm talking about, I gotta go and I gotta drink ayahuasca. So the great journey began. Where to find a shaman? Who, where, how? I began this intense next 30 days of my life, determined to find the shaman for me in Peru. Suddenly Peru came on my radar. Well, friends, I'm happy to tell you that from the time I entered that cave to 10 weeks later, I was on my way to the Amazon rainforest. By January, I was stepping down on the ground. I entered the Amazon rainforest. I connected with the beloved shaman deep, deep in the rainforest that served ayahuasca for more than 50 years, 3 generations of family. And there I undertook my first ayahuasca ceremony. And from that moment, my life changed at the highest of levels. Neuroplasticity, my brain was rewired. I was given almost seemingly unreal every question I ever had about my life and the way that it was and the patterns that I had, why they were the way that they were, the family that I was born to, the relationships I had, the struggles that I had. In that moment, within my first ceremony, my entire soul plan unfolded before me. And one of the most mystical things that I've ever experienced in this life, when I drank, I split into 2. Now, what does that mean, Darnella? You split into 2. I split into 2 frames of reference. So the part of me that runs this incessant, ongoing, eternal dialogue, the fear, the obsessions, the judgments, the criticisms, the thinker, the great thinker, separated in the medicine. And all of a sudden, a greater energy emerged. It was almost as if it moved to the side. And it was pure awareness with no judgment, with no filters, with no limitations, with no beliefs, with no expectations. It was simply awareness. And that awareness just turned and looked at this awareness. That was this. The incessant thoughts, the thinker, the judgment. And I watched myself do this. I shouldn't be drinking this. Oh my God, what have I done? I'm probably going to die. I think I'm dying. No, I think I'm dead. I literally watched this person here. And in that moment, I literally thought, I never thought that I was insane. But now I can clearly see that what's happening over here, all of these thoughts are insane. It was the greatest gift in my eyes, one of the greatest gifts that I was given, because I always now have that point of reference. From that moment forward, my journey developed in a way of understanding mastery of the mind, mastery of the mind, and understanding what people refer to as an inner being, a higher self. All of these, we have all this language around it. But then my point of focus then shifted to the internal, that there's something inside of me here. There's something more here that is beyond my judgment, because we're really good at judging. We're really good at thinking, we're really good at overthinking, we're really good at analyzing, we're really good at staying, but we don't realize that the filter that we're using to judge, the filter that we're using to form our qualifications, our opinions, our thoughts, oftentimes are coming from faulty programming that we developed from childhood. From the age of 0 to 7, you are in a lower brain wave. We're in the beta waves is what we're in now, high active waves, alpha, daydream state, meditation, theta, program state, delta, lowest brain wave. So when you're a child, you're operating in that theta area. Theta, delta. That's suggestion. Everything's coming in. Everything that you see, everything you experience, everything that you're taught, everything you're told, how you are socialized, it's all programmed. It's all going in. You're taking it in. And what you're seeing modeled in your environment. How did your mother and father resolve conflict? What kind of mental health were your guardians? What did you grow up in? How are you socialized? How are you indoctrinated? And the ancestral DNA, you can never forget that. The DNA that we carry from our ancestors, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, generations all the way back. And then there's morphogenic fields of consciousness. What are morphogenic fields of consciousness? Well, because it's one field in one mind, whenever there's a group of people who have shared experiences, it creates a morphogenic field. So, for example, if you are born a Black person in America, upon entering the human experience, you tap into the morphogenic field of slavery. If you are Jewish, you tap into the morphogenic field of those who survived the Holocaust or those who lived in the Holocaust. If you are Armenian, the Armenian genocide, the Cambodia killing fields, the Rwanda genocide, 1994. You see, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's transferred, transmuted. Okay, so these fields exist. The moment you tap into, the moment you release from the womb of your mother, you tap into the morphogenic field of human unworthiness. That's everybody's business, unworthiness. Because the moment you're born, you tap into that field. So these are the things, friends, in terms of my learning and my understanding of what I teach and share is mind mastery. And also, in my experience of plant medicine, that is ayahuasca, that is wachuma. I have spent many journeys to the Andes Mountains of Peru for wachuma, which is the grandfather medicine. Psilocybin, the psilocin, the psychoactive component. These things, the plants, from my understanding and sitting in ceremony and multiple ceremonies, the plants are here to awaken us. The combo frog toad, which is not a plant medicine, but I'd had a chance to experience that this past October of last year, very profound. So I believe, and why I participate in this, the importance to work with these medicines. Whatever medicine you are called to, I believe that we are called to specific medicines. For me, I learned I had the soul contract with ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is my lifelong medicine. So much so that I also bring others to Peru and we do medicine there. I do a 70-day journey. It's 10 days on the ground, but it's 30 days of prep and 30 days of integration. So that's just a little intro into the work that I do. What I would offer in my humble amount of time here today is for those who are interested in transforming their lives, changing their lives, and understanding that to understand how your brain is wired, okay? This brain is the interface that consciousness uses to interact in this 3D reality. That means every belief system, every thought you think, every emotion that you have is running through a wired program that creates a frequency. We are electromagnetic. So the thoughts that we are firing are magnetically lowering the vibration of energy into dense matter. So really, at the end of the day, friends, what you think matters. How you feel, you emote emotions, energy in motion. You are attracting the people, the places, the things, the times, and the events of your life. From the moment you were in utero, from 6 months, you begin to download the belief systems of your mother and your father. So around the age of 7, 8 years old, when the brain rises up out of theta and it goes into the higher states of alpha and beta, you begin to operate and run the program of your parents. That's why so many people recreate the life of their mothers and their fathers and their grandfathers. Yes, it is a conditioning. So the way out, the way through, in my mind, from everything I've studied and learned and what I teach and what I do, is understanding how this works, how this beautiful brain works, because this brain is the physical apparatus which consciousness is using to create this thing called physical reality. First and foremost, I also specialize in helping people through trauma. Trauma is held in the body keeps record, the body keeps score, as the famous book says. So I wanna just take a moment to see, there's several people here on the line. Welcome everybody here. Does anybody have a question or a comment or feedback? Because I feel like I've been doing a lot of talking. I want to connect to you now. I want to hear your thoughts. If you have questions about what I said, how did you receive this humble introduction? And what did this bring up for you so that we can maybe jump into some active engagement here with the group? Questions, comments, thoughts? Anybody want to say anything other than me? Okay, Lee. Oh, okay. Hi, I see somebody.
Hi, I'm Danny. Good
Hi,
morning.
Danny. Good morning.
Morning. Wow, just so you just right on the pulse of, that's just my statement, right on the pulse of, I resonated with everything that you said. And can you just, especially when you talked about the neuroscience, because so many people are embracing that as well, of the science, and so many people are embracing that and can really relate to it. And I feel like it was an even bigger, it hit differently, and it hit even more deeply for me. Even when you talked about the working with the psychedelics, that that you were called to it, and coming from that realm to the other realm and just merging them. I really feel like it, especially for today's society, I really feel like approach like that as well can really bring more people in to just ground it and understand it better. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm feeling, because I even when you were talking, it even brought me to like Joe Dispenza's work, who I really love. And because again, I'm sorry, but some people are so afraid to go some people are afraid to embrace, not even go, to embrace the spiritual walk. But I feel like that entry point also brings people there, without them even really knowing it. But so I just wanted to just comment on that and just, and just share that, like I
Thank
really
you.
appreciated your share.
Wow, thank you so much. And I want to say something. First of all, thank you so much for such a beautiful articulation. Joe Dispenza and I had the same master teacher. So I studied with his teacher. So what's interesting is one of the things that I believe in my spirit, just from working with people of I work with people all over the world, all the way to Dubai, to the Middle East, from LA, just different cultures, different religions. I feel that as a teacher, facilitator, healer, whatever label you want to use, the label is not important to me. The work is more important than the label. I've always felt it was really important for the work to be grounded and accessible. Because sometimes if you are so unrelatable to people, you're going to find your niche market and people that can relate. Then they're going to call you woo-woo, right? These woo-woo. And some people I just think it's really important, as I was sharing this last night with someone in my community, to remain relatable. And people respect science, right? So everything can be quantified, qualified, and oftentimes supported through the science, which does ground it, which does, like as you said, Danny, brings in an entry point where people will come in, and it'll just be more organic, right? So that's a big part of what I try to do, and understanding that what I do is I work with trauma specifically, and what I do is just study the brain. I study the brain because every decision that you're making, we talk about free will versus destiny. What's preordained? What's free will? It's a fascinating conversation. But here's the thing I want to say, friends. 95 to 98% of the day, you are in your unconscious mind. You are in the program. When ayahuasca split me in two, I had the beautiful opportunity to actually see my program. Very few people will have an opportunity in a lifetime to look at their program. They can't see their program because they're so deeply enmeshed in it. So when you can step aside and you can look at the way that you're programmed, and you can look at your self-limiting thoughts. Remember when I said at the age of 7 to 8, it's like the subconscious mind just hits play and you start unfolding and unraveling that reality based upon the blueprint of what you were programmed. Now, the subconscious mind doesn't have to remain such a great enigma. It doesn't have to be. If you want to know what's in your subconscious mind, look at what you're creating. If you find something in your life, here's a golden nugget for those who are here. If you find something in your life that's easy for you, some people, for them, money's just easy. Everybody's crying broke, but you know what? They're never broke, right? Some people have it like that, right? If something comes easy for them, that means for you, that means you have that program that supports that. What you struggle with, what's hard for you, always broke, always struggling, always having relationship problems, can't keep a job, can't seem to lift off. That's because you don't have a program that supports that reality. That's why you are moving against the stream. So in my work, wisdom is taking what I call a holy pause, looking at these belief systems without judging them, getting into here, and neuroplasticity, which is our gift from God, that the brain can change its wiring. To change the brain, you change the reality. So this is beautiful. And so I only have 6 more minutes. Boy, I hate that my time is going so quick because I've been getting into this so much. Somebody had a hand. Emiola? Is that Emiola? Did you want to jump in here with a comment, Emiola, or a question? I see a hand raised.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, dear.
Sorry, the kids got me all like, I don't remember anything anymore right now.
But I think what I was going to say was so we do these affirmations about changing these hard wires or these subconscious thingies and everything. So are you saying that when you go in, I forgot my initial question. So are you saying that when you go into these realms, then that's when you change it? Like do you talk like you see how you got split in two and then you spoke to certain things? Is it like now your higher self now do this work and change this patterns from once upon a time? Or is it just like, listening to, is that what it is? The medicine thing, like to change
Well,
it or?
okay, so
Huh?
like, I'm trying to see if I understand, but let me just say this, and maybe this will clear it up. One of the things that ayahuasca and psilocybin both, the psychoactive components in those, the holy grail of those medicines to me is that they can change neurological wiring. Okay. And me understanding how important this wiring is, I know that's the holy grail of our journey here in the physical earth, because you cannot outlive your program. You cannot live beyond your own thinking. It is an impossibility unless maybe in a mystical moment, grace intercepts you and transcends you to another place. So the benefit of psychoactive medicine, psilocybin and ayahuasca, is they literally can change, they can deactivate certain neural connections that are being used, and they can hook up other ones. And I felt ayahuasca do this in my brain. I've also felt psilocybin do this in my brain. As a result, my brain has been different. Hi, baby. Now, okay, so I know I'm almost, I got about 4 more minutes before my co-host has to jump in. Affirmations, yes, they do work, but there's a lot of addendums to the affirmation. You have to be first and foremost consistent. And this is where the human being struggles with consistency, because these things are hardwired into default into certain patterns of thinking. They're hardwired. So putting oneself in a meditative state, in an alpha state, dropping the brain wave and being consistent over and 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 over. If you can fire off 15 minutes, listen, everybody, if you can fire off 15 minutes of consistent thought, you will begin to change the brain. But you got to do it 15 minutes straight. So let's pick an affirmation. Maybe you're struggling with your money. Your money's looking funny, and you want to call in an abundance. Then you have to find that perfect affirmation, run that through the body, and start firing it off in a 15-minute sequence. You can put on binaural beats, 2 different frequencies that relax the brain, dropping the resistance. Because the thing is, you got to get out of the state of resistance to see the movement and the energy. Oftentimes it is we ourselves who stand in resistance that are blocking our own evolution because of our own resistance. So there's one methodology. There are many ways. There are as many ways as there are people to walk it, right?
Okay, so
hold the thoughts, focuses on yes. Thank you.
Sorry, while on psychedelics or like raw, like natural, like, because when I go on psychedelics,
you can do it both. When I facilitate psilocybin ceremonies and I facilitate wachuma ceremonies here in Los Angeles. When I'm on the medicine, I'll start firing off my affirmation, because I know I'm getting a super lift. It's just the way my brain is being operated upon. I'm getting yeah. So, okay, so we got a new co-host coming in. Oh boy, my time has just really gone too quick. I'm gonna hang out here with you guys, but Leo, can I put my information if anybody wants to connect?
Of course.
If is anybody here in the LA area, if you're in the Los Angeles area, I am hosting a wachuma ceremony, the San Pedro medicine, the heart opener. I'm doing a shamanic ceremony on March 4th, honoring the vernal equinox on balance. So if anybody's in the Los Angeles area, please come and spend that evening with me. It's a Saturday night. It's going to be amazing. But Leo, should I just put my information in the chat?
Yes, please.
Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah. And then people can message you and so forth.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that then. Boy, this has been a joy, you guys. Leo, really, and your co-hosts, I really appreciate everybody. You guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. We need more people we need more people. Our community, God, please, especially our community. We need more of us, right, to rise up and connect with these plant medicines. They change your life. Understand neuroscience and quantum theory. This is what I do. Come and join me. We can work together online, in person. It's all up to you. I love you guys. Thank you so much for my time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darnella.
Thank you.
Shamsi Rue, another Simon's Rocker. Ayize and myself are both went to Simon's Rock, which is a very small college in the Berkshires of 300 students. So it's kind of like an anomaly that Ayize, myself, and Shamsi all went to this small college in the Berkshires at the same time. So Shamsi's our next moderator, and take it away, Shamsi.
Good everybody, good afternoon. My name is Shamsi. I don't really know what to talk about, so I'm going to talk about and what it's like being schizophrenic, because people are not first you could meet anyone who's seen your things and experiencing things that other people are not. People are
we're having some challenges hearing you. You're very broken up. There's also feedback. I'm gonna try to put you in the waiting room and bring you back. I'm gonna put you in the waiting room and bring you back. Okay?
You're gonna do what?
I'm gonna put you in the waiting room and bring you back to reset your entry. I'm gonna put you in the waiting room and bring you back to reset your entry.
All right.
Oh, you know, she's a co-host, Leo, so I won't be able to put her out. I won't be able to take her out. Leo, so
the camera doesn't work on that.
Ooh. You feel what that does to the body when we hear all those noises? Like, oof. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's just reset Shamsi's entry. All right, and here we go. Big energetic applause. Okay. Let's try it again. Can you unmute yourself, Shamsi, and see if we can hear you clearly again? Thank you.
Okay, how is it now? Is that better?
It's better. It's better. It's better. Let's keep putting really great energy. It's better. It's better. Let's keep putting really great energy.
How much better can this get? Remember?
How
much better can this get? Remember?
It can get way better. Let's see. Let's find out. Yeah, so I was just saying I'm schizophrenic, so I have a very different. I noticed that I was rocking back and forth while someone was talking too. I felt so bad, and then I said because I was when I'm rocking. I want to talk about psychedelic gatekeeping by normies who say that people with mental illness are not allowed to use psychedelic medications with people who are already seeing things and hearing things using this medication. I have yet to meet someone who like
Shamsi. So It's not better.
Yes.
Shamsi, it's not better. It sounds like it's a broadband challenge. So maybe if you take off your camera, we may be able to hear you. Can you try it?
Yes, I am trying out a touchscreen. I spent $200 on this computer and better.
Not actually, no.
Not actually, no. No. I could try calling in. I don't think my phone is gonna do this. Wow. Yeah, it's less choppy here. We've been experiencing the choppiness all morning too while listening.
It sounds like it's
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Wi-Fi.
I'm gonna try calling in, and I'm gonna leave this on just so I can. I'm gonna mute myself, but I'm gonna leave this on just so I can hear what's going on. And if it doesn't work, thanks all.
Whew. All right, y'all. Let's do this amplified energy so that we can hear Shamsi's story. Let's just open ourselves to listening. Y'all see Mama Yana's black cat in the camera? She was looking at us.
You say she wouldn't know what that noise was.
Allowing more oxygen in the body. The beauty about being connected is that as we relax, we extend the relaxation to each other.
So do you know the Shamsi that's on there right now? Is that just like she left her video on, but she's trying to call?
Yeah, right. She wants to, they want to leave it on before connecting on the phone.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, here's the phone.
Hi, it's Shamsi. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear
Yay!
you so clearly. Yes.
Yay! Beautiful. All right.
Wonderful.
Okay, so what I was talking about was that I am schizophrenic And I have used plant medicine, even though I feel that plant medicine is gatekept by normies who don't have mental illnesses. And they're always telling people that if you experience psychosis or any of the symptoms of psychosis, you should not use plant medicine. And pretty much across the board, everyone is like, I will never help anyone journey who's schizophrenic because it's just not worth it. It's a liability. It's too big of a can of worms, which I understand. And if I was a leader of a plant medicine ceremony, I might not want to work with people who experience psychosis. So I'm not judging it. There's no way to know what's going to happen when somebody already sees and hears things. You don't know how far is it going to go. My goal, I still have to use peyote and ayahuasca as instructed by my Uncle Bunny, Dr. Barnaby Rue, who is what he calls a shamanista. And so he's been doing shamanism for probably 30 years, and he's been going to Burning Man for 15 or 20 years, and he does an event there called Burning Woman. Now he is a white heterosexual man, and he knows the irony of the fact that he's working with plant medicine. So he doesn't call himself a shaman, he calls himself a shamanista, like a fashionista, someone who's obsessed with shamanism and in that world, which I appreciate that he does not call himself a shaman. But he calls me a shaman, and he's always said that, you know, I'm meant to do that, probably because I do journey, and I journey without plant medicine. I've had cool experiences on plant medicine, but the journeys that I've experienced, I was not on anything. And I have had the experience of being a slave on the hold of a slave ship. And I was so glad that someone spoke about that earlier this morning about when you use plant medicine and you are having the experience of your ancestors and sort of the worst that they went through and having an opportunity to process that. And hippies talk about cell memory, and I think we do have that in our DNA. And then there's also Dr. Joyce DeGruy's work on post-traumatic slave syndrome, and she talks some about the trauma. She's a Baha'i also. I was raised with her. I was raised a Baha'i, so I've known her my whole life. And it was really cool to see a Baha'i on here at one of the events, a Native American elder talking about using, I think, peyote. So yeah, my Uncle Bunny told me I need to use peyote and ayahuasca, and I don't know why he said that. So far I have used African dreamweed, psilocybin, marijuana. I accidentally used DMT. We were cleaning the room and we thought it was marijuana, and it was bonkers. I stopped. I stopped because I could smell the chemicals. It was from a head shop, and it wasn't plant medicine. It was the chemicals, and I could taste and smell the chemicals, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. But the first couple of hits, I was like, this is the best weed I've ever smoked in my life. And I lay back on my boyfriend's chest, and he has the soul of the forest. And I didn't know that until I took DMT and closed my eyes, and I was like, you have the soul of the forest. And everything was going down and down and down and down in fractals of green and brown and yellow and orange into the bottom of his soul. It was like it was the soul of the forest. So that was a beautiful experience and very strange, because I thought I was going to huff some weed and feel nice and chill. But as I've expressed in these gatherings before, I've had a range of experiences with marijuana, and I think it's an incredible plant. And I think every strain is so different that it's almost like you could have a different conversation about any bag of weed. I mean, the experiences are so wildly different. And of course, because I'm schizophrenic, I can hallucinate on marijuana. And then when I'm on a powerful antipsychotic like I'm on now, I don't get any hallucinogenic effects from anything. I'd be surprised if ayahuasca could break through the load of antipsychotics that I'm on right now, because it's very powerful. And so, yeah, I'm mandated by the state of New York to be on the antipsychotic that I'm on for the next year, and it's an injection. So there's no way for me to like not take it for 2 days and take some shrooms, which I would love to do. because the last time I had a golden teacher on my birthday when I turned 49, and I looked into the fire and saw the soul of my dead friend who'd killed himself. And it was so wonderful because I got to connect with him, and we always razz each other. It's not a friendship of like, it's a friendship of like, hey, fuck you, fuck me, fuck you. Like we just, it's a jokey kind of adversarial, but we love each other. So when I saw him in the fire, I laughed until I cried. I had tears streaming down my face. And maybe it was just the abruptness of his soul being there, which I hadn't expected. It was just my birthday and we had people over and I ate a chocolate that had golden teachers in it. But I would advise, I've also heard there's very different kinds of shrooms. I would advise anyone who has not to try golden teachers because it's a very different experience than penis envy, which is the most common psilocybin that you'll get. If you buy a bag of shrooms, you'll get penis envy. And I love penis envy, but I had a microdose, but I had a totally different experience on the golden teachers. Yeah, what else do I want to talk about? Well, I've been homeless, and Leo thinks that that's an interesting part of my story, which it probably is if you haven't been homeless. But, you know, that's part of being schizophrenic, I think, feeling paranoid of everyone and also needing the grounding of the outdoors, literally needing the woods and the forest to keep me centered. So that's a part of my journey, is just nature itself. And I think that all plants have wisdom. It doesn't have to be a psychedelic plant medicine. And I'm thinking of, I bought a patch from Etsy that was a mulberry stain patch, and I sewed it to the back of a jacket. And I couldn't understand all the words, but I think it's a prayer for the earth and humans to get along. That was how I took that piece of art. And I took it as a mission statement. I want to be someone who helps the planet and people get along, which means that begins with me. So what I can do and what I am doing is working on growing things, feeding people, and preparedness for whatever's coming, which you never know. But I have 2 children, and I wanted to talk about journeying. So I'll talk about journeying for about 2 minutes, and then I want to hear from you guys because I'm just a scatterbrained schizophrenic. So let's see. The first journey, I was a slave in the hold of a slave ship. It was totally unintentional. I was having a psychotic break, and I was in my cousin's home in New Hopewell in New York, and I was on the floor, and I was shaking. It was shaking like someone who's having a seizure would shake that I've observed. I used to work with special needs kids. So it was like a grand mal seizure. It was like a very intense shaking. But during that, I was conscious and I was having a vision and I was having a full body experience of being covered in urine, feces, and vomit, shivering in the darkness, wet and afraid. And my cousin put his hands over my body and removed the vision, removed it and healed me. And he's not a shaman. He's just a regular ass white guy who prays every day and fasts 19 days out of the year. You know, I mean, he is a devout Baha'i, but he doesn't have any experience with mental illness or using the laying on of hands or energy healing. But in that moment, he was able to get me out of that vision it wasn't somewhere anybody would want to stay. And it is where our ancestors did have to stay. So I'm grateful I had that experience because there's a level of realism to what our ancestors went through that I'll never shake after that experience. And the way that I was raised, I'll never shake the lessons that I learned about the civil rights movement and what my parents went through, but I'll never shake the experience of being a slave. And I was a man in the hold of a slave ship. That was one of the most terrifying and horrible experiences of my life. I've also had beautiful journeys. I journeyed recently. I joined an online coven. I've practiced witchcraft since I was a kid. And this woman was so brilliant. Her name is Avalon Cameron, and she practices folk magic, a lot of English folk magic, but she's from Brazil. So her tradition is capoeira, candomblé, stuff that has a basis in Yoruba. And so I did this, and it was a shamanic journey, which I didn't know. It was the initiation into her coven, and she bangs the drum and says some words, and you just journey while she bangs the drum. And I had brought down my artifacts, and I met Mother Crow. I didn't know there was a Mother Crow until that experience. And I climbed a crystal tree and I saw Olorun. I didn't know it was Olorun until I came out of the vision and looked it up. I was like, who was that person in the waterfall with all those beautiful women? And it was Olorun. And I've also journeyed with my uncle, who I talked about. He hit something, I think it's 80 beats per minute, and said, close your eyes. And it was so vivid that I had to say, stop. I can't do this. Yeah, and I was sober in all of these visions. But it was so intense that I was like, so I understand why people don't want to work with schizophrenic people, because if I can close my eyes and you can go boom, 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 and I trip balls to the point that I am in somewhere else and someone else or an animal, I can understand why people feel like they don't feel comfortable administering plant medicine when I'm already having these experiences that people take plant medicine to have. But I don't think it's fair, and I've had good experiences on plant medicine. So I'm looking for, ideally, a Black female practitioner to take me to do ayahuasca, and that would be years out from now because I'm still dealing with medication. I was diagnosed with depression at 17, then diagnosed with bipolar at 24 or 25, then diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder at 40. So my medication stuff is not right, and I have to be able to be on low meds to trip at all, or no meds. And so that's a project for maybe 10 years from now when I'll go off meds and do ayahuasca. But I think it is important for my soul's development in some way, or I wouldn't have felt the call, which I've felt for years. Anyway, I'm sending love and a hug to all of you, and I want to hear what you have to say. Oh, I'm going to sing. Sorry. Ulysses reminded me. Well, when I'm in the loony bin, I sing a lot, and this is a song that I sing in the loony bin. Come on up, I got a lifeline. Come on up to the strain of mine. Come on up, I got a lifeline. Come on up to the strain of mine. She said her name was Harriet Tubman, and she drove for the underground railroad. I got a lifeline, come on up to the strain of mine. Come on up, I got a lifeline, come on up to the strain of mine. So I sing that a lot, and I sing Amazing Grace a lot. I'll sing one line of that and sing along if you are so moved in your space where you are, and the angels will hear you, and the spirits will hear you, and your ancestors will hear you. And I feel it's Amazing Grace every morning when I get up. Every breath in my body is a gift, and I am so grateful, and I'm grateful for all of you. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was alone, and now I'm found where I was blind, but now I see. Thank you, Darnella.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, everybody.
That's my song. Sorry, y'all. I had to get in it. I had to jump in on that. I want to say something, Shamsi, before you jump off real quick.
Yes.
I don't know if you're familiar with Combo. medicine. I did the combo medicine in the Andes of Peru. The medicine woman I worked with there, who's the #1 medicine woman in the Valley, also has battled and worked with schizophrenia all of her life. She talked this time when I was there, she was sharing her story, which is very profound. And she said that in schizophrenia, there is just an opening. It's too open. And then you're getting input from multi-dimensions all the time, which can be difficult for our processor, the human brain. So she said through combo ceremonies, they were able to close off some of the openings just to kind of balance her out so that she could come off of medications and some of the challenges that she was experiencing. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's a difficult medicine to work with. It's the frog venom. It is a neurotoxin. They do have to burn it into the skin, and it's a very, very deep medicine. It acts very fast. But I tell you, I did 3 combo ceremonies, and it's life-changing. So just something, I'm putting it out there.
Thank you.
Ayahuasca, if you ever feel inspired in 10 years, may the grace of God be with me that I'm still here and doing this. But I do facilitate healing retreats into Peru. And I work with a shaman who's worked with ayahuasca more than 50 years. He has worked with every kind of disorder, illness, mental illness, neurodivergent brains, et cetera, and I could potentially facilitate and support you in that journey. So that's my offering.
That would be outstanding. I didn't want to ask you directly because I didn't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I facilitate Wachuma ceremonies here in Los Angeles. I've worked with all sorts of people. I don't turn people away, but just work with them very carefully. That's all. So thank you very much, friends. Thank you.
Could we take one question? I know that we're over time, but yes, can you just go ahead real quick because you know, you have experience with this?
Yeah, I just I too have been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, and that's why I haven't used plant medicine. But one of the things I did do was I advocated for myself to get off all the medications that I'm on, and I'm only on one right now. And I stopped using substances completely. I'll be 2 years clean in March 16th. But I just wanted to know, what medicine did you say that you used? Because I often too agree that my cousin who lives in Germany, she said, you don't have schizophrenia, you're just a shaman and medium empath. So the things that you're seeing and sensing and hearing are coming from another dimension that people can't really understand, especially when you get into African spirituality. And she said, if I was born in any other country, like my gifts would have been nourished and nurtured, but instead I was hospitalized and medicated. And so now that I'm coming out of that space, it's almost like, I don't know if you believe in telepathy, but you know how I feel like it's more of that, where I'm channeling things that people can't necessarily see and hear, and the thoughts that I'm hearing are not my own. So I just want to know, what medicine did you use? Because I've been called to want to do that since I've been doing my training to be a sacred sexual healer for women. We've been talking more about African spirituality and herbs and stuff that I could use to help with that. And I found a profound difference from when I was on the antipsychotics, how I haven't been hospitalized in over 2 years, and just kind of advocating for that. So I just wanted to know, what was the medicine you said you used? And I would like to connect with you too, Darnella, as well.
Thank you, darling. First and foremost, I honor your journey. Okay, all of my friends here dealing with something called mental illness, that they're calling it mental disorder. Schizophrenia is largely misunderstood. I do believe it is misinterpreted, certainly misunderstood in the West. Okay. I believe that schizophrenia is when there is you're just so open that you're pulling in from multi dimensions. You are hearing, when I watch someone in an active demonstration of their schizophrenia, I know they're connecting into other portals. Okay, they're all around us. We're immersed in other dimensions. So the combo medicine, KAMBO, which is the frog toad, it's the neurotoxin of the toad. And this is a very powerful medicine for closing off some of the opening. Of course, you never want to cut yourself off from the gifts that you were given. Okay, but you don't want it to be where you can't manage it. So it's about closing it off and just grounding you into a very stabilized state. The beautiful woman that I work with, a Spanish woman from Spain, she herself had been institutionalized and dealt with many years of schizophrenia and the stigma of it. And through multiple combo ceremonies, she was able to seal off the opening. Now she has no more problems, no more medicine. She's serving medicine now. She's devoted her life in service. So please, I put my information in the chat. Darnella Ford, reach out to me. My phone number is there. I am on WhatsApp, email, text. Just please reach out to me, friends. Let's stay connected. We need each other. Let's support each other and uplift each other. Okay. I love you guys.
Thank you.
What about you?
Shamsi, I'll connect with you too.
Shamsi, can you say goodbye? You're muted.
I think she might have hung up the phone.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, she's back on the video. Shamsi, can you unmute to say goodbye? Yasmin just said she's gonna connect with you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye and thank you. All right.
All right. So now we want to give the floor to Mudu Baki. And you also, if you were here early on, you met him earlier when we were able to discuss Table of Our Own. So he is a member of this film, as well as a pivotal piece in the decriminalized nature and the Detroit Psychedelic Society. Thank you, Mudu.
Oh, thank you. First off, I want to say peace to everybody, and thank you for having me. I've been tuning in as much as I possibly can. I definitely appreciate Shamsi and everyone else's contribution. I'm dealing with, I'm dealing with some close family right now that are going through similar challenges. So you really giving me insight. So I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who's tuning in and presenting. My name is Mudu Baki. I'm out of Detroit, Michigan. It's a pleasure to be here. Like I said, I represent several platforms. Most of all, I represent us collectively, but on a, I guess, legislative level, I represent Decrim National and Decrim Michigan. Formerly represented Detroit Decrim movement. We were successfully able to pass the proposal to decriminalize it. But beyond that, on a much more personal and deeper level, I represent Tamarian Institute, Detroit Psychedelic Society, and Hood Noetics. So a lot of my work started from just my teacher, which I always start off to acknowledge, is Baba Kalindi E. As a student of his, I began to engage in sacred plant medicine a couple of decades ago. And it was a beautiful, beautiful situation in my life because it was deeper than, I guess, just sacred plant medicine. The orientation of this work for me came through years and years of struggle for liberation and a greater quality of life for human people. I first encountered Baba when I was organizing city conferences, self-determination conferences. I was 18. I was putting together the minds that I knew, the sharpest minds I knew, to try to answer some of the questions around family, health, security, and culture. So I met him and I was immediately blown back. Like I said, the reason I'm saying this is because today, in psychedelics, it seems to exist in a vacuum that's separate from the push for a better expression of human life. So in that, me and Baba became great friends, and then I learned the long way, just boiling rice for many weeks at a time, grinding substrates, learning basics preparation, so that I could be good and masterful at the cultivation. So when after my first experience, I was tasked with crossing a lot of other people over, and it was a beautiful journey. Every weekend for at least 2-3 years, I would be in my basement working with people. And this was before it was a capital enterprise. So it was all about love offerings and just putting in the work and sacrifice. And so it was very underground at this time because it wasn't really vogue amongst our folks, and it's still kept very like on the margins in traditional white society. So we were trying to find a vehicle to deliver it to our people in a way that was digestible and understandable. And what's interesting is that the original orientation that I had wasn't so much as like an en masse thing, because in our studies and my studies, I realized that this was something that existed amongst cultures, time immemorial, and it was oftentimes put into like individuals, who were like on a path seeking. So my initial orientation was one that, like Baba used to teach me, is like, we're not looking for everybody, we're looking for certain people. And by that, we were not, because it was early in the days, we were looking for responsible stewards, individuals who could go into these spaces and walk into the alone in the alone and come back and bring insights, applications, and also refine themselves and to show and prove that this was something that was worth doing. So it was interesting because at first we would use the sacred plant medicine to tell us which people to approach. So we would go in and they would give us a list of individuals which we would approach for this work. And in this work, it included, other rites, such as prolonged fasting, silence, and things of this nature. And dark, going in triple darkness and all of these things. And so as the community grew, it was interesting as we worked with people and prepared them to help, spread the spores, as we say. It became a beautiful community of workers. But as all things in the modern world, it became really popular. So of course, with all things popular, you attract people that are like had a parasitic intention. So anyway, in this work, it's been a beautiful journey helping to energize people and turn their life around and go into the spirit realms to deal with our ancestral wounds. Part of our orientation, or my orientation, that Baba will push us to was high dose work, which would be, 15 plus grams. And the purpose behind that wasn't so much to like be braggadocious, but to break into realms of novel states of human consciousness that weren't researched, that weren't reported, but that were part of our cultural framework. Also to explore the dimensions of the mind and the spirit, not for simple reasons of like just being novel, but to also like disrupt things, being centered and oriented toward traditional African spirituality, understanding the string vibrational nature of things. We, I guess, metaphorically sought to pluck some strings to change the vibrational matrix of what was going on. And so that was the purpose of us going in deep, so that we can like separate from the physical, so that concepts of the earthly realm or concerns of the human were kind of left behind, and we could deal with more ethereal concepts. And so that work went well. And we realized that this information, I realized, and as instructed, needed to be spread to more people. And so what we began to do is take what we found and following Kalini's lead, began to go to these traditional, big white conferences and, kind of crash the doors to explore and explain what we knew of it. And of course, it was very interesting and typical, in which, our ideas were marginalized by most. But those individuals who are like really, I guess, versed, began to recognize what Baba was saying, what we were talking about. And so we began to make inroads there. Oddly enough, in our community, you know how it works. For something to be legitimate, mainstream white America has to acknowledge it. So with this, all of a sudden, the articles came out in Newsweek and Time Life, and it became acceptable for a lot of our people to begin exploring the psychedelics, which was a good thing. And so we came back knowing that we had to organize. Baba came back knowing he had to organize. So this is when we launched the Detroit Psychedelic Conference, which was the first conference in this country, the United States, that was dedicated to psychedelics and that wasn't medical or, high money. And so doing that, we created just a beautiful community and learned so much, because in this work, we recognize there are no experts and that we are all student peers and that we share information. So that's just a snapshot of where I've been, where I'm at right now. We're still organizing, still working with building out this Detroit community, still moving around to share and connect and build with other communities, still pushing legislatively. And more than anything, we're still working from the aspect of hood noetics and the Tamarian Institute. And what that means is we're very much grounded in who we are. And what I mean is that we're not trying to I'm not trying to exotify the sacred experience, because it's something that is natural to all terrains and all peoples. And so what to do is try to give it a vehicle where our people can adjust it without having to feel that it's something foreign, that it's something exotic, and that they have to seek the foreign and exotic to be able to enjoy it. While doing that, still trying to find this balance between the modern economy and this modern world. Because the substance is so sacred to me, I'm not necessarily inclined to do the market model thing. But at the same time, I realize many of our folks' first orientation is from a market model, and so trying to make sure that there are vehicles and places available for our people to still experience the sacred and have a deep understanding of it outside of a, chocolate bar or something like that. And that we can maintain that connection and understand it as something that is natural to us. That's part of what I'm doing now. And in the future, communities and being part of community. And also using this as a tool, like I say, for expression and liberation of human consciousness. Not so much just to only explore the etheric or the divine, but to also give new and creative approaches to how do we deal with this issue of the marginalization of the divine feminine? How do we deal with this issue to deal with ecological threats within our Black community, which we often don't have the mental bandwidth to address? How do we keep a focus on real ground issues? And at the same time, how do we create microeconomies and legal protection so that we can work? So that's a real static view. On a sacred view, I just continue to explore. So that's where I'm at, where I've been, where I'm at, where I hope to go is deeper, so that our people have traditions, modalities, models that we can go to really tap into the sacred, because I'm concerned about it being commodified and pimped out through a slew of, like I say, candy bars and drinks and the microdose pimping, which I'm not mad at, but it's very important because we're under this pressure of capitalism and trying to pay the bills. And so often when we come up with novel technologies, it could be that, and we can find a sacred balance with, but trying to make sure our people have vehicles for it and understanding, places of understanding and communities to come to really grow and develop, because we have to be a different people. We cannot be the same people. We cannot deal with the same, belief systems, and this is where I get a lot of flack from, because, I don't support any to transform us into a different being, because right now it's being used as a palliative approach where people use it to feel better, but the idea is to use it to create better. So anyway, that's just a snapshot of who I am, where I've been, where I'm going, but I'm more interested in so I'm hoping that we have comments, introductions, comments, all of that, because that will help me unfold a little better. Because I feel like I'm talking to a blank wall. So hopefully I want to open up for a few minutes. If not, I'll continue on and share a little more insight. But is there anybody with questions, comments, concerns, introductions?
Are you reading the chat at all?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to. 1 second.
There's about 20 comments there.
Okay, 1 second.
Let us know if you need support.
I think I do. I just switched over at the last minute to a laptop that I'm not as.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just go back a little bit. Okay. All right. Leo asked.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Leo asks, do you think that there should be an anti-Burning Man community focused on justice and not hedonism?
An anti-Burning Man community. I believe there should be a counter response to it, but I don't think we should burn our energies being anti. I think we should use our ideas creating like a better, like much doper alternative. So no, I do feel the hedonism thing, which is interesting because, I've been a repeated invitee to present there, and it is definitely hedonism, and it's definitely a hyper capitalistic model of just straight fucking consumerism, man. Just yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, I believe and that's where I think that's the way forward for us is the festival communal model. I don't believe in the lone shark capitalist model, but who am I? I think that's a way we can achieve balance because I've seen the communities in Europe in which they do have some beautiful, enriching communal experiences in which a collective will offer this space and this container for people. And they're able to like not only connect, build communities, but create a sustainable solution where they're able to, take care of their families and stabilize things by creating these containers of like enriching events. So I'm definitely down with that idea.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find these chats. I don't know which.
Yeah,
Just have to reorient.
there's a bit of back and forth in there, but I want us to be able to get as much
But yeah,
share.
yeah, I still can't see the chats, but nobody has any verbals. I can just continue and sharing some of the things.
I'm happy to read my question.
Okay, please do. Yeah, that would help me.
Okay, I just have to find it, and I'm not tech savvy either.
Yeah.
And we're on our like 22nd hour. I mean, I did get some brief rest.
Yeah.
So I had brought up agent provocateurs in the movement, like within the Black Power movement, that they infiltrate. Because you had brought up that there's parasitic intention with all things popular. So I just was hoping you could speak to agent provocateurs in the movement because I've experienced that as an organizer. So I'm, always interested in like MK Ultra and like how these people get in and like what agenda they push and stuff. Because it seems like a lot of divisiveness around race. And then I asked, what's your top 5 annoying things white people in the movement do? And so, and then I had asked if Black men in our society are under attack, do you think as a nation, it is in our salvation to recognize that? Like that's our like maybe deepest spiritual work as a nation. When we look at the slave economy and the plantation economy is kind of like the economic basis for like our societal working things out.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that because this is how I operate best when we're just building. I guess to the first thing dealing with agent provocateurs, very much so. And that's the reason that part of the thing that I focus on is teaching cultivation to counter the hyper-capitalistic model, also to allow people to have access from safe sources and be knowledgeable for harm reduction. There are agent provocateurs who will do things like create division within this community, who will use this sacred substance for ideas of sorcery, who will, all type of things. And I've stumbled across a couple that I'm pretty sure were agent provocateurs. And so this is why it's like, this is an empowerment model. And so that's why the more we work to empower each other to be knowledgeable, to provide safe access, and to provide like a transparent community where we can be accountable to each other, the more we can prevent that. And so that's why I don't like the whole idea of, individuals hiding behind a label and just selling something, because we don't know who they are or their intentions. And so that's real. And then when we talk about the issue of race in the psychedelic community, the divisiveness, I guess it manifests in all aspects of society. We know that there's a lot of great enlightened individuals who come from all hues and races in the psychedelic community. It tends to break down hard notions of race, class, and caste. But there's still a lot of work to do, because in the psychedelic space, it's still very white male normative. And so what that means is that the bulk funding, the bulk research, the bulk legitimization models serve that community and not all communities. And so oftentimes there's an onus on marginalized communities to continue to be the arbiters of this brokerage of peace, when the reality is not only unrealistic, it's not balanced, it's not rooted in justice. It reminds me of a scenario. I was in the gym, a scenario I painted about being in the gym and me walking, and the common scenario in the gym is that, you'll have a lady and guys may be commenting and looking at her and subjugating or isolating her. And so you imagine a scenario where I walk past these guys and I walk up to her and say, "Hey, how can I help?" In that instance, what I've just done is walk past 4 individuals who are isolating her, asking her how I can help. And the best way I can help is just stay out her face and then check the offending members. You know what I'm saying? And so when it comes to reconciliating race in this thing, as opposed to, because I get a lot of finger wagging by individuals about, and I extend, and I have lots of friends in all communities, but I often get individuals who want me to mute my orientation with my Blackness as a way to bridge and foster a better relationship with my white counterparts. And I think that's an undue burden on behalf of those who carry the burden, and it's important that in this work, like I say, it's not palliative. And so that's one of the reasons that we bring up these critical issues, because it's not an idea for us to take ayahuasca to feel better about living in a homogenized capitalistic regime. You know what I'm saying? So we can be the next tech bros, or we can be the next psychedelic tech bros. And you know what I'm saying? So it's not a way for us to use it as a palliative. And I see too many times in the, I guess, mainstream white community where it's used as a palliative to consider the great future that we're bringing in, as opposed to reconciling the great harms that have been caused. And then when that discussion comes up, it's like, I thought you were enlightened. I thought your heart was open. So yeah, that's to that. And then when we talk about Black males being targeted, and how important that is, once again, in political thought, one of the things that began to say is that they don't attack me because I'm a Black male. They attack me because I'm white, because they're white. In other words, the pathology of that type of behavior isn't on me as a Black male, it's on them, as in as a collective. And so when we start to see that, no, they don't pull people over. They don't harass women because they're women. No, they do it because they're white men. And we begin to flip that psychology, we begin to put the onus on the perpetrators and not the victims. And so when it comes to, are they attacking us as Black males? It's very important that we recognize they're attacking us all. And it's not because of who we are. It's more because of who they are, who they represent in their psychology. And it's very important because when I tell people our psychedelic work is connected to political and all level development, is because it's literally a case of the survival of the planet Earth. If we don't forcefully fight against the ideas of white aggression, every organism on the planet Earth is threatened right now, literally. There's no greater issue. I mean, we could say, oh, it's taxes, or it's war, or it's poverty, or it's, economic, and really it's white aggression, which threatens not only humans, but the flora, the fauna, the very proteins in the soil are threatened by this. And so it's very urgent that we connect psychedelics to a larger movement, and that we, just like the earlier iteration, decades ago, when those responsible people in the white community used that insight to fight against war, to fight against their ideas of patriarchy, and they created Greenpeace movements and things of that to their benefit. It's the same thing in our community. We need to connect psychedelics to a new movement of liberation, and it's deeper than ideas of, oh, we want free subway passes. No, literally for the survival of life on the planet Earth. So when we begin to do that, I think we can kind of like roll through a lot of the flim flam or the hustlers, because when the shit gets real, all the lightweights tend to run. And so that's another protection that we can use in our communities, connected to real concepts of liberation and struggle, and not just ethereal ideas of, which are important, which are very real, astral travel and things of that nature, but it must be connected to making sure these babies can read, and making sure that we have proper representing on a political level, and that we don't have lead in our water. So yeah. So I appreciate that, Leo.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one more question? Do you hate the spirit of gossip in the community? And also, sorry, a couple more. When you travel to Europe, do you feel the racism is not as bad in the psychedelic communities there? And then one follow-up UFO question, because I'm a UFO enthusiast, and Erica Badu is really into that stuff, and just there's like a whole kind of group. Did you hear this theory that CERN broke down or malfunctioned in 2019, and our timeline is off ever since? Do you think there's anything to that? And are you into UFOs or think we are in a matrix? So I don't know if you caught all of this, but they're in the chat.
Yeah. I need to catch up. Oh, I finally see the chat. All right. So yeah. Okay, let me go back up. Oh yeah, the gossip in the community is horrible. Within context, I think there has to be a system of accountability. So yes, it could be damaging, but at the same time, there has to be a network of accountability. And so one of the things I try to do is, when I hear this gossip, is I challenge whoever I heard it from to contact the person they heard it from, or I contact them directly, so that we could get some resolution. So I hate it, but I can say that gossip has probably saved a couple of people in this community from some horrible situations, but it's also caused damage. So I hate the idea, the spirit of gossip in the community, if it's related to anything other than behaviors and principles. I'm not concerned about I respect people's perspectives, beliefs, as long as they're not causing or doing harm. Anything short of that is nonsense to me. So yeah, that's my approach. And then in that regard, it's important we hold ourselves to be perfectly accessible and open for like transparent talks and like real direct talk. So part of the psychedelics is to increase two things, empathy and then bravery. So empathy, to open our hearts to hear those perspectives we may not agree with, but then also the bravery to address those concepts that we don't find. So hopefully we have more bravery, where if we hear something about an individual or a situation, that we can address it directly and not in a passive aggressive notion. And so that's, once again, the notion of using psychedelics for power and not necessarily for pacification. And then when I travel to Europe, feel racism is not as bad. I would say that it's a different form. I would say in Europe, it's more of an exotification. It's more of a fetishization of Blackness, over there. Like a zoo animal type of approach, where they respect its origins and its habits and its beauty, but it's still a thing to be looked at from afar. So yeah, because many, just in my experience, a lot of folks in Europe of color are there. They weren't there through some were, but most were through like Windrush and things of that nature. They're looked at, the racism I kind of over there is just different. It's more paternalistic as opposed to this one is just straight up aggressive. So yeah. And did I hear the story about the CERN? Yeah, I did hear about that. And concerning the timeline, you know, when it comes to the timeline, and I study, I'm a student of the supersymmetry theory or the codex theory of the universe, the syntax, which posits that the universe has a code, a language, and if we consider ourselves in our concept of time, we look at time moving linearly, like forward. Like if we look at it like an alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The syntax, the concept of the universe and the syntax looks at it in traditional ancient aspects is as opposed to moving forward, A, B, C, D, F, G, the universe is a page, a written script. And you can move up and down that page, you can move forward and to the end of the sentence at will, and that our waking 3D reality, we have to go through it letter by letter. It's like reading. You have to read each word in a sentence to comprehend it. However, if you zoom out, you realize that the sentence is already written. So the idea of time is relative to our ability to have to process those words to get an understanding. But the ability to move up and down and around the page is already there. And so what I did think what happened with CERN is that the timeline they realize, like physicists already said, is that the future pulls the present forward as opposed to the present defining the future, which we've been taught. So they realize that we are living out a future that has been kind of plotted. And then of course we have options to determine how we get there, but the future has already been plotted and we're being pulled through that, And so do I think timeline is off ever since? No, I think our understanding of the timeline is off and that we don't understand it as a linear process anymore. And that we understand we can go forward, backward, up, down, because it's like looking at a newspaper. You're not stuck reading one sentence. You can look wherever you want. Do I think there's anything to that? Yes. Are there UFOs or are we in the Matrix? Yeah. I'm a student of the SEPI, the Search for Infraparticle Intelligence, which posits that the highest forms and most complicated forms of intelligence are subparticle level. We've been oriented to a large idea of a humanoid or anthropological. The larger it is, the more powerful it is. But we know through physics that's not true. We know through basic science that's not true. So yeah, I believe there are UFOs, but I believe that if the real UFOs are advanced enough to not have backup lights on them and fucking blinkers. So I don't think that, and I also think that the extraterrestrial intelligence is very, very small. We know that parasites control our moods, our appetites, our behaviors, our reactions, our dreams. And these things are sub-perceptual with the eye. So, and are we in a matrix? Yeah, I mean, we are co-creators. In a large regard, we get stuck in the either observation mode as an audience, but we have to understand we're the audience, we're the producer, we're the writer, we're the person behind the camera, and that psychedelic experiences hopefully will allow us to switch those roles more effortlessly. So if we find ourselves frustrated in life, we have to say, am I approaching life as an observer? Or am I in the acting mode? Sometimes when we're in acting mode, we just, what they say, going through motions of life, just walking, just going through the motions, not really feeling any joy to it because you're in the actor mode. Sometimes as a producer mode, you're sitting there like, what have I done with my life? Where am I going? How can I change the set? And so understanding how we can fluidly switch with facilitate, our life experience, and psychedelic experiences allows us to help see reality to help seed that future and to become that part that, you know, to help plant that seed and then become that in the future. So yeah, when we comes to UFOs and the Matrix, you know, all of that is real. One of the things we understand is that human beings are not native to the planet. You know, particularly, you know, original human beings. So most original tribes on the planet Earth, in particular Africa, they'll tell you by fact, we don't come from Earth. Their name doesn't mean shit. Zulu doesn't from the stars. So no, we're, you know, and that's a whole deeper mystery that has been kind of obfuscated and lost in a lot of regards. And that's another download we get from going into this psychedelic realm. We get an understanding that our existence is not local. It's not local to the planet Earth, and that our connection to other sentient life forms are not localized to the planet Earth. Also, that we are not, and hopefully most of us get this, that we are not our bodies, right? And so, yeah, we are the extraterrestrials. And this allows us to interact with other forms of life, other intelligences. And yes, we are in a matrix that we can manipulate. And so part of one of the reasons that I'm an advocate for high doses, that you can go in and you can go and chase Mr. Smith instead of Mr. Smith chasing you, you know, so that you can go and look at these influential forces that may, you know, influence the course of human thought or idea, because we don't want to believe it. But yeah, there are individuals who know that there are thought forms that you can create and send for humans to eat. You know, these we call in the internet world memes, but memes are not new. Memes are something that ancient high scientists knew for years how to create memes. You know, how to create emojis. You know, this is something that we're just getting hip to, but this is old science. How to manipulate human thought on an en masse level through unseen techniques from the unseen dream state. And so what's happening now is this just reawakening is about the farmers finally getting the rifles and learning how to go into the realm and shoot back instead of, you know, the peasants always being running around. So this is why oftentimes most of us, we go in there, if you go deep enough, you'll come across a nefarious force to say, what the fuck are you doing here? You know, this is our space, you know, and that essentially is what's going on here. And it's been iterated, you know, and this is the tug of war between the corrupt priesthoods and, you know, when we look at the traditional ancient or mystical Christianity tradition, you know, Jesus ben Christos, or, you know, the youth leader of the Essenes, it wasn't so much about one individual, is about making sure that there was a community of people who were passing this anointing to each other, which was forbidden because it was only the elites who were able to go into these realms and create realities and define deities and forces. And so that's why, you know, I'm an advocate of the high dose work for those that are prepared. And it's important that we know that a lot of this work does require preparation. A lot of this work, you know, ancient traditions require that you maintain a physical health. You have to have a certain amount of physical health to do well in these spaces. You have to maintain a decent gut microbiome to do well in these spaces. You have to maintain a decent relationship with people in the waking realm. You know, all of these things were requisites, and it determined your ability to work in these realms. It's like scuba diving, you know, to the extent that you are relative, that you have your respiration in shape, to the extent that you have your orientation with death, to the extent that you have your comfortability with darkness, to the idea that you have your ability to orient when there's no cardinal point to look at. All of these things are prerequisites to scuba diving, you know, and to the extent that you're good at that is to the extent of how deep you can go, how long you can go, and what you can experience down there. And so as we move forward, you know, I'm always an advocate of for those individuals who choose scuba diving, you know, making sure that, you know, we are going in for the right reasons, and two, not doing it as a sense to like as a just a peeing contest, just to say, oh, I go deep or I do this, but just to provide real value. Because when you go in on that level, I'm sorry, I'm not even looking at these chats, so it may be other questions. But when we go in on this level, there are things that happens. You can ward off energies from your psychic bubble. When I say psychic bubble, that's the group of the individuals that you can think about, those individuals within your thought realm. You can go in and you can protections for your village per se. You could identify individuals in your village who may be going through particular stresses or pains and help support them in the dream state. You can evoke supportive energies around individuals. You can evoke favorable circumstances to create things. This is the work, that's about. You create favorable circumstances for certain things to happen. Then you come on awakening and you facilitate those things to happen. And that's the high science. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Y'all forgive me. I'm looking for the hands up. There's several people with their hands up, and I love to hear from y'all as well. So, could you give me a hand, Nikki, please?
Yes, absolutely. Mother Jaguar, you had a question. Mhm.
I think you were first. You go ahead.
Sure. I'm curious about your perspectives around all of our hidden mounds in the U.S. As it relates to. I mean, I know Baba Kalindi had brought strands from Egypt, and there's conversation that the U.S. Is also part of Kemet, or the original, and I just kind of wanted to hear what your perspective was on that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ample evidence, like even here in Detroit, there's a thing called the Burroughs Collection, which, there were mounds of Kemetic artifacts found right here on the Detroit River. You have the cache found in Illinois, to King Kubus. I think I'm saying his name incorrectly, but down in Illinois, you have huge caches of Kemetic jewelry, large amounts of Kemetic wealth and value. So yeah, there's a we have what we call a microwave history, and then there's what you call long Earth history. And long Earth history suggests that we've been here far longer, and that this idea of mastering technology has been done about 5 or 6 times. Each time, had its different endings. So yeah, there's ample evidence that the ancient people of Kemet, the ancient people of Mali, the ancient people of Morocco, all of these had traveled over here many times. And it's been, proven through Thor Heyerdahl. I think one of the things that's hard for us to imagine is that the first 300 years of this country was, the first 100 years of this country, the history was written by a bunch of illiterate. I mean, to be very honest, literacy was very low, and then their cultural literacy or world history was very non-existent, still to this day. And so their orientation, unfortunately, can only start from their knowledge of their own world history, which is limited because of, issues such as the Dark Ages, the Black Plague, and consistent wars, fractured, many Western European understandings of history. And so because of that, we have to learn how to go back and look at deeper sources. And when we look at those deeper sources, such as the Azteca, the Maya, the Olmeca, and we study them, it's ample evidence, that peoples traveled and traversed the globe, and it was a much more sophisticated human culture than what we were taught. And so this was part of ancient Kemet, Mississippi being part of Nile, all of that. It's a whole cache of information that's been lost. And it requires a certain psychology to be able to go deep and to be willing to throw out certain things you believed in all your life to start to investigate. So yeah.
I just had one follow-up. In your travel, your ancient travel that you've been doing, has there been any kind of standout governing patterns, or maybe even governing patterns that Baba Kalindi may have shared or expressed with you, potentially related to sacred geometry or not?
Mm. Yeah, so I understand that that's a very heavy science. So yeah, understanding sacred geometry and then governing patterns on several levels. So first, the purposeful alignment, placement of objects, uh, movements, all those things to better align with energies was very key to what we were taught. Understanding the placement of things, the proper placement in time. And when it comes to sacred geometry, that, like I was taught, if you want to understand math on a functional level, you start off with geometry to better understand like the structure of the universe, but even on a deeper level, how to balance energies. So like for one, just basic example or lesson that I was taught was the understanding of the 90-degree angle versus the circle. And so if we look all around us, we see we're surrounded by 90-degree angles, which directly dictates our perception, our interaction, and our conception of reality. And if we look at ancient cultures, those that oftentimes we look at for guidance, their structure was rounded. And those represent two different energies, electromagnetic, male, female, whatnot. And so understanding that helps you understand how you can help shape your surroundings, to help better, create harmony in your space. Understanding, learn like in the tradition of the Congo, what they call the sacred V, which is the emanation which comes out from your growing area, extending 3 feet in front of you by 5 feet, that directly engages the person in front of you. And so all of this, I mean, it's complicated. I wish we can get deeper into it, but all of these things dictate to everything to how you face a person, how a person's facing you, the appropriate energies you're giving person, whether you're receiving energy or not receiving energy. It gets really complicated and deep. So yeah, it was a major part of what we call the high alchemy, and ways that masters knew the science and used it to influence outcomes for the good and bad, because we realize this work isn't all light work. There are individuals who do sorcery work as well. So understanding that was part of this deeper tradition of understanding, like, uh, traditional warfare, as they say, and how it was waged and how to prevent it and how to soothe, those energies that you come across. So that's just a really snapshot, but yeah, that was a major part of what we learned.
Gratitude.
Yeah.
Mother Jaguar.
Grand rising, Madhu. So I wanted to ask you about your experience with decriminalized nature.
Oh, okay.
Because I was asked by Carlos a couple of years back to be involved here, which he brought some, at the time I was the only Black woman or woman of color that was on the board. And he brought a young lady in, which was, I think her name was Simone, to lead. And I had a situation where I noticed that we were spreading the word in white areas. And the moment that I brought up, hey, we're in Atlanta. We got the West End over here that needs to be educated about this. We got Fulton County that needs to be educated about this.
Yes.
They got triggered around inclusion. And what we discovered is a lot of them were not comfortable with being in Black neighborhoods at the time. And me and Carlos had some moments, which, I told Carlos, I was like, well, they hung me out to dry, actually, this white group, stating that I had a problem with white men. Just because I found out later that this young man, because I addressed him about inclusion, taking us into the white areas and everything, he behind my back, he went and put something in a post or in some group saying, you know, Mother Jaguar has a lot of issues with white men, and I don't trust her to be a medicine woman, blah, blah, blah. And I found out about it and I addressed him about it. And everybody that was white on the board got triggered. And of course, this is my personality all day. You know, like I don't go above a certain octave. I don't meet people at their frequency of fright. Like, so I'm here in this place of like trying to figure out like what's going on, what is triggering you so much. Let's get to the root. You know, because if we're talking about going out into the community and making this accessible for people of color, I'm trying to figure out what y'all doing here. What are we really doing? That's what the ethos were. You know, the ethos talked about making this accessible to people of color. So I was like, why are all these white people on this board and trying to gatekeep this image of decriminalized nature in Georgia? So I wanted to know, like, did you face like the same challenges working with Carlos?
Yeah, similar. So I worked on 3 different levels, like a national, and then with the state of Michigan, and then in Detroit. So my initial engagement came at the Detroit level, and it was a little shock, you know, because they didn't realize that our campaign was organized and moving. You know, a lot of times, you know, the West Coast community don't understand, like on this other side of Mississippi, you know, we enjoy mushrooms too. And so they have a chauvinistic kind of ideology that it's a California thing. And then also it's like you say, it's a very like traditionally white facing space. So then when we reached out saying, hey, you know, we had this campaign, they were like, okay, yeah, whatever. But as it began to gain steam and look like, hey, no, we're seriously like very close to passing it. A couple issues came up. One was remuneration, which we thought was important to our community. Like, yeah, our people need to get paid for therapeutic measures. And they were like, well, we want to keep it sacred. Like, well, that's we were talking about our community. Another thing that came up was the idea of it was remuneration, and there was one other issue. But yeah, and so at that point, I did realize there was some bias. There was a little bit of ignoring. Now there are other people, like I say, on the board. I won't call their names out. They're pretty progressive, forward-facing people, and so I had my relationship with them. And so then it was funny as we got closer to passing it, it was almost like they were looking at me to get permission. They're like, well, you got to check with National to make sure the language works and this and that. You know, it's like it's an alignment. And I'm like, no, we aren't a major city on the way to passing this regardless. You know, it'd be nice to, you know, get some resources and help, but we're going to do it. And so some of the more progressive folks, you know, they understood and they just gave us support. And then when we passed it, once again, they were shocked because this was a voter initiative. And so at that time, they were used to legislative initiatives for the most part. And so they were like, wow, look at the percentage of Black people, you know, not literally, but it was a cultural shock. And so at that point, a discussion was made about, hey, do you have any Black representation on the national board? And they were like, no, you know. And so some of the more progressive members was like, yeah, let's do it. And others were like, well, I guess, you know. And then it was this whole thing where like, look, you know, and so I came on board and I did have some interactions with Carlos. You know, most of them were positive, but then I quickly found out that he had a very you know, as an individual considered non-white, he had a very white approach to this thing. And so he began to get mad. Like, I don't should be any movement because we were like, hey, we got to raise money for these cities. So well, it's supposed to be on. And so he was used to this big model getting checks and things. But anyway, to fast forward short, he's since left. I stayed on for posterity because I think our folks need to be represented. And we are definitely retooling. And so I have a substantial leadership there. And so it's worked out. But I do feel you, sis. And this is we have to constantly be able because organizations like this, especially not only just through race, but just through region, these folks do not want, you know, they think it's all about the West Coast, you know. And so for a year and a half, the discussion was about peyote and this and that. And I'm like, well, there are other people, but out in Colorado, the peyote discussion, I'm like, well, we got 17, 18 cities west of the east of the Mississippi that's passing, and we moving on. So yeah, it's a new focus, and we're trying to make sure that it's more relevant to people on the ground. That's one of the reasons I remained on the
he's asked me to come back on board for
who, Carlos?
women. Yes.
Oh, well, that's another politic, but he's resigned.
Yeah. So
And
this
he's
is what he's wanting to create on a national. He wants to create a one for women, women of
okay.
color,
Okay.
and because I kind of listen, I am used to tokenism, and I want to say that I'm
Yeah.
saying that because of awareness, everyone. I mean, I don't want us to have our heads up our butt about this, but there is a such thing about tokenism. And since I've been in this field, especially with plant medicine, I get pulled into all different types of areas.
Mm-hmm.
And once I seen that on him, I was like, Carlos, I know I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I can't be in environments like this where you are willing to kind of ignore the fact that these people need some training and about what inclusivity is. And also maybe they need to read the ethos that you created over and over and over again to understand what what the goal is. But yeah, I heard a little bit about, all of the women on my side, like Charlotte out there in DC and Gabby and all of them, they were like, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't encourage it just because there's some perspectives that are not as wide as they could be. So I'll just put
Right.
it that way. And that yeah, and the connection with our community is not necessarily, I don't know if it's as strong as it represents. And then also too, just real quick, there's it's a different life out there in the West. Their perspectives of what the real world looks like is different. And so their understanding of the realities for Black people in this world are not often in alignment with, I guess, the rest of the world or the nation. Let's just put it that way. And so it makes it hard to translate what's needed versus what they see. So yeah, we're at the top of the hour. It's a bunch of questions. Do I think VK he was? I don't understand that one from Leo, but yeah, it's a lot of questions.
I was asking, I was just saying people get MK Ultra and there's supposedly like a Yale connection. I was kind of making I was making a joke about Carlos. I was like, maybe he doesn't even know he was, it was just like a joke.
It's funny. There's an individual here in Detroit that came from Yale that created a whole lot of funk that was all over national news for trying to pimp out a church, but that's a whole nother question. Anyway, but yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so I'm so thankful to be here, and I appreciate, like I said, the dialogue, and I know I'm at the top of the hour. So I'm gonna stay on, but I realize that another host will probably be jumping on soon. Do we have time for one more question, or I don't know?
Well, Mudu, what I did want to have you do is if there's how can people reach out to you for the activations that you want us to participate in? That would be really wonderful since you're doing so much.
Yeah, I can be reached directly at Mudu Baki, Moudou Baki, on your traditional Instagram, MOUDOUBAQUI. I have mudubaki.com is my site. Organizationally, I could be reached through the Detroit Psychedelic Society, through that, or through Decrim Nature National. But preferably you could reach out to me directly, one-to-one. I do a lot of stuff. I have sweats and activations on my land. I have some private land that I work on. I do private work one-on-one. I do grow consulting, legislative consulting. Yeah, I do a lot. So if any of you are interested, let's link up. And for those of you that are interested in the decrim work, I know the last iteration was distasteful.
Thank you so much. Oh, he's frozen. Oh.
I just encourage us to keep organizing within our community and make sure I can marshal those supports for y'all. So
Thank you for your work and your leadership, truly.
I don't know. Thank us. And we're gonna change the world with this work. So, this is what we call silent revolution. So I appreciate everybody. And I'm gonna stay on. And so how do I do this? Do I just leave and then wait for the next co-host? Because I want to stay on, but I don't want to. Do I just leave and come back on?
No, you're good as you are. You can just mute and sit back while we introduce the next speaker.
All right.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Leo, okay. So our next and final moderator for our full 24 hours. It's been amazing. What a journey. Is Jay Yochanan Russell. Did I pronounce that correctly, sir?
Greetings. It's actually Yochanan.
Yochanan, excuse me. Thank you for the correction.
That's okay. Yeah, the J stands for John. Yochanan is actually John in Hebrew. So if you forget Yochanan, I do answer to John.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome. We're excited to hear your share.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to thank you, Mother Jaguar. I want to thank all the hosts for making this happen. This is beautiful. Glad to tap into Mudu's last. I was here for about like 20 minutes or so, but want to tap in more. And this is all being recorded, right? We can review everything. Okay. Yeah, so just give you a proper introduction. My name is Yochanan Alchemetic. I'm the son of Sandra Bonita Lopez, her father, Luis Lopez from Mexico. And don't know too much about my father's side. I did meet my grandparents on my father's side back in the day in Oklahoma. They're all Blackfoot, Cherokee, Seminole, and indigenous, to the Americas, Aboriginal to the entire continent here. And so I come from that line and that lineage, and I represent that ancestral, power and that potency that comes through. And I've been on this path for many, many years, working with entheogens and with psychedelics. I'm kind of like one of the underground elders, if you will. I'm a fire dragon and Cancer within Western astrology. So as dragons, we maintain our meditation deep within the depths of the waters, or deep in the high mountain caves, And that's what I've been doing all my life, basically. I'm not really so much of a person that goes out into the spotlight and, toots my own horn or, sounds many things or try to impose whatever onto humanity. I'm a kind that upon request, I show up. If you ask me, I'm going to be there. If you want me to come share or whatever, here I am. When I say that I'm an old school elder within this entheogenic culture, especially within the Black diaspora, my journey began way back in 1991, before my first son was born, which I was about 15, about to be 16. I was introduced to psilocybin by a good brother. His name is Peter. His dad, he's a junior, so his dad's name is Peter as well. And he took us up to the San Bernardino Mountains. I'm from Long Beach, California. And he took us up to the mountains and handed us a beautiful bag of about 7 grams of psilocybin. We didn't call them golden teachers at that point. They were just magic mushrooms, but they were of that particular strain, psilocybin cubensis. And that experience was so impactful and so transformative and so it informed my entire life. It revealed so much. It gave me the keys to unlock the codes of my destiny in this life. And I'll never forget any of the details of that experience. They remain within me, within my consciousness. And I always tap in. I'm still integrating those lessons, in fact, from back when I was, 15 years old on 7 grams. It's a pretty high dose. What they call it, a hero's dose, right? And it was so beautiful and profound. It had left an amazing impact on me. I partook. In fact, when we were driving up, he handed us the bag of shrooms, and I'm looking at him like, okay, this is interesting. These dried shrooms. Before then, I was just smoking blunts, cannabis. Didn't have any idea about the other realm of the entheogens, I'm like, so how much do we eat of these things? And the dad was just like, oh, just eat them, just partake. And I'm like, oh, okay. I had no idea about dosing or what was, the effects were going to be. I had no reference points, no nothing. Partook that entire bag. We rolled up. We end up hiking up this beautiful trail and end up in this lovely meadow with these trees. And I saw this lovely grandmother tree, and I was beginning to feel the effects come on. And so I went and just sat beneath this tree and just made a connection with her. And she just downloaded and revealed to me so much, gave me all these amazing visions. Again, I could never forget any of those details. And it was so profound. It was amazing. I was sitting there, just getting into meditation practice, in fact, too, around that stage of my life. So I was sitting just in a simple, sitting meditation under the tree, dealing with the waves, as you all know. I know that I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about these effects of, the psilocybin and that particular elemental. They're powerful. They want to bring us into like almost a fetal position, right? And bring us closer to the earth and into a bowing, prostrative type of position with our bodies. And I was kind of just fighting that because I kept like, feeling like, ooh, the gravity of the earth is just pulling me. But I was just sitting there, much like the Buddha under the Bodhi tree, which I had no idea about at that point in life. But I was just sitting there, just receiving these amazing visions and downloads. And she showed me my entire life, every single phase and every single decade of my existence was revealed to me. And after like about, say, 3 hours or so, she said, okay, well, now that you've lived your life basically in this vision I've shown you, you can either come, leave your body here, or you can just remain and fulfill what I've showed you. And obviously, I chose to stay. Here I am. I'm still here because of that. And the things that she just gave me, which is so beautiful. That was the kickoff initiatory phase and just beginning my step on this path of entheogenic culture and entheogenic involvement and just integrating these things into my life. From there, I discovered LSD, and I had a beautiful time just partaking of LSD. In fact, it was a good friend of mine who I was 16 when my son was born, and he gave me a book of like 1,000 hits of LSD. And he was like, go ahead and make yourself some money for your son. I'm like, I have no idea how much this cost or what to sell it for or whatever. So I went to a party that night, handed him out, partook for the first time myself. And then I was just so taken back at the power of what LSD did, just like fulfilling what the term psychedelia means, really, to unveil the mind, to reveal the mind, to unveil the consciousness. And that was going on. I'm like, yo, this is like amazing. Back then, I was coming out of Christianity and verging into the Rasta faith. And so I had my Bible with me all the time. So I was reading the Bible on high doses of LSD every single day, just downloading all this information that was esoteric, deeper. I was reading in between the lines, reading what wasn't written in the scripture, but what was being revealed for those who had eyes to see, right? And I remember just taking that entire book and didn't make no money on it at all. I just ate every single tab of LSD every single day. And it took maybe about a year or so. It was crazy. Yet again, it really empowered me. It really uplifted my awareness, expanded my awareness, brought me into a deep, deep connection with just my ancestral heritage, my, you know, the genealogy of the lineage that have crafted this entire body in this form that I'm in now. In those moments, I was receiving just all of these amazing activations, awakenings, memories, that were being remembered within. And being in Long Beach, California, at that time, this is the late 90s, coming out of the 80s, we're pretty still thick in the crack era at that point. And where I was raised up, it was nothing but that. In fact, I've lost some family members to the whole crack epidemic. And, that entire life is pretty traumatic to speak about and think about. But there I was as this young melanated Black kid that was merging into an alternative culture. And so every time I would go anywhere and introduce entheogens and psychedelics to people, everybody would be like, of course, as we know, oh, that's white people shit. What are you doing? Oh, that's a hippie, this is not for you. But, stick to the 40 ounce. Try to get yourself involved in this gang over here. You going off track. You ain't black no more. I was told that a few times, more than a few times. But I was always not, I didn't have the support of any other melanated people around at that time. There was not this movement that we see, which is so beautiful now. None of this was going on back in the early 90s. And so I was always the one that was in the circles as the only melanated person. And, I heard the word tokenism was mentioned recently. I was being tokenized for many, many years after that, had that experience. But all the while, just hearing these whispers of the ancestors, hearing these amazing just memories and just these deep, deep activations of the awakened consciousness by working with these tools. And so it led me on the path of becoming an herbalist. I was given a Dr. Sebi tape at the same time, and I was given, these entheogens. And I just went in. I went in and began to really just transform my life, being raised as a, you know, just, living in a food desert where all we had available to us was nothing but, um, food, not food, food like food, all the fast food joints and whatnot. One time we had home cooked meals is what we made, what moms made at home, of course. But even then, we know that it was all, we got government boxes of food. I was raised on welfare and things were kind of rough and tough back then. But when I discovered this Dr. Sebi, he inspired me. I went into studying herbalism. Fast forward, I moved to Oregon, where I'm at now, back in 97. And it was here that I became an apprentice to a master herbalist on the coast. And that was my going to college. I left high school, didn't even finish. And I just started to hack my own education and all the things I wanted to learn. And then I went into herbalist training and became a full-on, herbalist within 4 years of study. And then I went on to study Chinese herbalism as well. And then also I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner. So I've studied all the Eastern medicine of the wisdom of the Athara Veda, which is the fourth Veda of the ancient Sakya philosophies and all these things of ancient India, which in fact we can find traces of it that go all the way back into all the different indigenous origins. It's a deep, profound indigenous medicine practice, as we know. And that brought me into a deeper attunement to, the body, into balancing out ourselves with the elements and with nature, learning all these things, learning from nature itself. And all I can attribute all of these things, all these inspirations that led me on the path that I've been on all my life to the activation of what entheogens brought and gave me. My life has been immersed since then, from 15 years old until now, being guided by that beautiful, all of those beautiful elemental spirits, plant spirit medicines. Back in 90, or it was actually 2017, I was diagnosed with cancer and nearly died. I was given a death sentence. I had bone marrow cancer, myeloma, as they say. It's like, for melanated people, one of the worst types of cancers. And, they gave me 3 to 6 months. They were like, yeah, you're out. All we can do is give you chemo. And prior to knowing what I had, it was a struggle because I was going through so much. I was a vegan for 27 years straight, for about 25 years. And I thought I was living on this clean, high ITAL, chemical-free, toxic-free lifestyle diet. And then suddenly I get cancer in 2017. And it just threw me and everyone else for a loop. Like, what? My family thought I was going to be immortal. They're like, how did you get cancer? What's going on here? And I'll talk about the causes of that later on, more on a psychological level. But knowing what I had, thankfully, through the diagnosis, I was like, okay, now I know what's going on. It took me about a good, maybe like, let's see, it was from November of 2016 to April of 2017 to get the information as to what was going on with the body. And then once I knew, I'm like, okay, now I know I can actually cure this. I can actually work on the path. Knowledge is power, as they say. And this is the reason why. Once you know what you got to work with, we can employ all the tools and bring everything you need to, to bring healing up. And so that's what I did. I started to employ all the things that I know on a herbal level, doing my own self-care methods and regimens. And then I went down to Mexico, and down in Mexico, they're curing cancer every day. It's like no thing. Like cancer is curable. People should know this. When we get cancer, it's not like, oops, nope, you're done, you're gonna die. Just accept that. Nah, that's not the way to look at it. Cancer is, in fact, a very powerful healing teacher. It's a master teacher. It invites us and it brings us into a deeper connection to our humanity that's so humbling. And so instead of fighting, instead of having this resistance and going against, you know, um, this so-called disease, I leaned into it. I invited it in. I befriended it. I wanted to learn from it. And I went down to employ all these amazing methods and techniques that they do in Mexico. And of course, employing my own knowledge and integration from all of the amazing experiences I've had with entheogens. I also was given the well, it was about, let me see, just to back up a bit, ayahuasca does play a major role as well. It was back in 2002 that I was given ayahuasca after my mother passed away. In fact, she was taken tragically and ascended after a car accident back in 2002. It was shortly after that that I found myself on the island of Kauai and was introduced to the mother ayahuasca and other plant medicines at that point as well. But I sat with my teacher who was trained within the Quechua and the Science of Diamond tradition. He merged these two, and I sat and was his apprentice and made medicine for a month straight. And during that entire month, we served about 2 ceremonies. And it was my month-long dieta with the ayahuasca itself, drinking from the pot that we were making and brewing medicine in every day, all day, every night, all night for a month straight. I basically, just all I drank was ayahuasca. Hardly no water or food. It was just pure from the pot. So that set me on a full-on, like, decade-long journey into serving medicine, being an advocate, sponsoring, being an assistant to many different ceremonies and diving deep into that. And that was amazing. I'll never forget any of those beautiful experiences and downloads and visions that I received while journeying with ayahuasca as well. It was about a decade again, like I said, that I spent with ayahuasca. And I actually took like about a decade off and went into a hiatus and a semi-retirement, if you will, until I was called back again just last year. Well, I sponsored some events and some people to join some ceremonies in between time within that decade, but I would only partake just a little bit. And for me, I'm so sensitive to the medicine. I partake of cannabis and I can activate the ayahuasca. I partake of psilocybin. I can activate the ayahuasca. I can do some pranayama, some breath, different meditative techniques and whatnot, cold shock therapy, and activate the ayahuasca. It's like it's so intertwined within my genetic makeup on a deep level within the consciousness. And so all I need, if you give me just like a quarter of a cup, I'm the type that I fly so naturally and effortlessly within the astral plane with ease. And ayahuasca has always been an amazing tool that has helped me for that. And that has taught me so much, just learning how to navigate through the internal dimensions and the multi-dimensions and the multiverses utilizing that particular entheogen. But I like what Kalindi EE says. I'm kind of like a far off student of Kalindi EE. Haven't had a chance to meet him in this life. I mean, we had some correspondences before he passed, rise in power to Kalindi. And we were planning on meeting up and doing some things together, but that didn't happen. But what brought me to him and what I was really inspired by is what he taught on just how, DMT and ayahuasca, or DMT and psilocybin and psilocin, the compounds are so similar, they're the same. They're basically the same. Like when we partake of them, you're gonna get the same experiences. And especially if you partake of ayahuasca and get infused and initiated with those codes, and you partake of some psilocybin, you're gonna be activating that DMT again and again. And I find that experience to be true. And yeah, so lovely. I also should mention too that now I am now working within, I've developed my own production company, media production company called Golden Embryo Productions. And what I'm doing now is serving as a non-performative journalist within this space and offering conscious media. And I'm right now in the midst of recording a documentary, a docuseries, which is called Entheogenic Roots, the Indigenous Origins of the Psychedelic Culture. And there's also a companion podcast that I'm doing as well alongside that. And so the vision with that is to bring out and to centralize the Indigenous voice and the presence that have always been involved. We know that the psychedelic culture and the Renaissance didn't begin today, or it didn't even start back in the 60s. It goes way back into the diaspora of all of our cultures, melanated peoples, indigenous peoples upon this planet, on every corner of the globe. And so somehow, as we see what's taking place with colonization, clinical colonization, colonial capitalism within this space now, all these new laws and rules and policies are being granted so that we can, have more freedoms around all this. But what I've seen so far, especially here in Oregon, there has not been much counsel request from the elders of the indigenous populations. And there has not been an invitation in on how to we take that wisdom from them to develop these policies and how to actually move in this space. In fact, they want us to ask them for permission on how to do this, when I feel it should be the other way around. And so instead of becoming an outspoken, like in the street protester against what they're doing, I'm going to be providing this conscious media and providing a platform for us and for our peoples and for our ancestors and our elders to have voice and to be in the spotlight to share. And so I'm constantly, or I'm actively doing that right now, doing interviews. In fact, I'll be launching my first podcast episode next week. And I'm going down to Cali. In fact, I'll be down in LA offering some interviews, not interviews, but interviews with all the different people that are in the space. I got one with Tony Moss, lining up something with Lizzie Jeff, and many people. I'll be with Mother Jaguar later on this month, and I've got my sons coming with me, and we're going to be there covering some things and, providing that spotlight for the work that she's doing, which is so amazing and which is so inspirational. But yeah, that's what I'm doing nowadays. And I'd like to just speak on like what I see taking place today and where I would like to see things develop within our, melanated diaspora, and also how we can impact the world with what we've been experiencing as, beings that are partaking and having a relationship with entheogens and psychedelics. I mentioned the colonizer, and my stance is really against colonization. I'm about the decolonization. And when I speak about decolonization, it's not just in this space, but it's in general, of course. But in this space, we see a lot of that taking place in an unconscious, mechanical kind of knee-jerk response. It's just happening by the descendants of the colonizers. And so when I say that we need to work on decolonization, my aim is not so much to cause divisiveness against people based on how much melanin or not is on the skin tone, because colonization is a mental thing, right? It's a psychological state. And I feel that even the descendants of the colonizers, they need to be decolonized as well. They even have a history as, in indigeneity somewhere on this planet, maybe the Caucasus Mountains, somewhere in Eurasia or whatever. Before they were even colonized back in the day and learned these methods of corruption that we see that's been rampant within, thousands of years of history. And now we live in this neo-colonial era. And when we talk about neo-colonialism, it's not just the descendants of the colonizers being, the repeaters of the past, but it's everyone who's been colonized. It's something that we all bring because we're in this, we're under this particular spell within this particular zeitgeist, where that has been the ruling agenda and the push, the narrative that's been pushed is how to just, show up in spaces without having the true respect for the land, for, the people of the land, the natural laws, cosmic laws, the different things. And as we can see what the world domination agenda is taking place with what I clearly see and define as Zionistic um, psyops that's based in, the Semitic faiths and the Judeo-Christianity and all these things. We see that it's been blanketed across the planet. And we have people that don't understand that all these things we hear about that have come from these traditions can be found in nearly every indigenous tradition. Like there isn't to be one that's highlighted and meant to rule and to dominate the entire world and the consciousness of the people. We need to acknowledge and see from every perspective how divinity works and plays its part within our lives, and that we are divine beings as well, regardless of what tradition or spiritual path we choose or religious system that we choose to follow. So I think we got to start there, when it comes to the decolonization piece, is to, reflect and question all these different aspects of how we have been conditioned within this Western world and within this neo-colonial system, and begin to do a revision and begin to look into the ancient ways of not just even our own particular lineages and genealogy, but also all the others, and to have more of a cohesive respect for everyone else and to bring together a unity consciousness once again, because there's so much divisiveness, and the divide and rule psyops is working every day so well. It's like a living machine that is growing on so many levels, especially when it comes to these election years that we're in, and we can see what's taking place all over the world. We see what's happening with Palestine and how that's causing all this crazy divisiveness. Like we've seen that since 2020, the world is flipped upside down, right? It has been so crazy to see all of the contrasts and the different things that are contradictory come up to be the ruling way that people are being forced to think and to behave like. And so it's so crazy. As somebody said, CERN. CERN is a crazy, yeah, what they're doing with quantum physics and what they're doing and trying to discover the so-called the God particle and all these different aspects, and you know, so much that can be done with all of that. And so what I see us doing is, as people within this space, is sharing our experience. I want to hear more of our own personal experiences that can be offered to others to help with this process of decolonization, and also the examples of true healing that has been done. I've spent so many years within this, entheogenic culture. I've seen it all. I've seen everything that everybody talks about, the complaints, the pros and the cons, the benefits, the things that have been challenges and whatnot. I've seen it all since I was very young, being heavily influenced and involved in the cultures. I used to live in Hawaii, and we had ceremonies every weekend here up and down the West Coast. And what I've seen, the reason why I actually stepped back when I mentioned that I took a decade off, is because what was taking place within my perspective was people were creating these false personalities and these identities that can be called spiritual egos or spiritual egoism, and of becoming identified. And so when we have these profound, beautiful, empowering experiences with entheogens and psychedelics, of course it's going to mash up our world. It's going to take our worldview and rearrange everything and give us an entirely new perspective on things. But if we're not careful, it creates and crystallizes a whole nother ego out of that, a way of identifying and a way of culturally becoming attached to particular cultural nuances and norms that, we begin to change our names, we change the way we dress, we, end up acting very judgmental to those who are not involved in the same thing that we're doing. We become basically religions of the pot, like people make a religion of the kitchen. We make a religion out of entheogens. And I'm not too really sure that that's what needs to happen. I'm not really sure that that's how we should move. Based on just in my experience, entheogens are not the end all be all. They are a beautiful tool. They are a beautiful way of addressing healing and addressing the trauma that needs to be developed and to do the work. But they just give us glimpses of what to do. They offer us the tools. They offer us the the guidance and the different signposts on how to actually navigate and integrate what we've learned. And what I've seen throughout my years of practicing within this space is that a lot of people are not integrating whatsoever, let alone pre-integration. Nobody's even doing there's pre-integration and post-integration that needs to take place. And those who have been trained understand that when they serve, there's a prep process that people have got to go through at least a few weeks prior. And then afterwards, there has to be a conscious self-isolation for the deep work of self-reflection, self-accountability, and self-transformation to take place. And instead of all that, people are just taking on new masks and personas and acting like they've had something take place that changed them and whatnot. And they're ignoring and they're suppressing and repressing. And I've done it myself. I've taken some profound experiences, learned some amazing lessons, gone to some places that were kind of scary and didn't really want to look at and like really deal with. And then just like afterward, sweep it under the rug or try to suppress it and forget about it and like act like that's going to work somehow. But no, it doesn't work that way. And so for me, bringing back up the cancer journey I went through, I learned very, very, it humbled me out very, very profoundly that, the reason why I developed cancer was from the suppression of the emotions that were rooted in traumatic experiences of my upbringing and trying to repress all of that. And so what that did is cause, cancer cells to fester within my own bones, what has to do with familial lineages and your ancestry. And so having the cancer, I was given the opportunity to purify 7 generations behind me and ahead of me in the process of the healing. But that meant that I had to deal with all of the things that I've been pressing down and trying to ignore. And so, of course, we know this is the shadow integration work. And that alone is the most amazing, profound entheogen we can ever engage with, is shadow integration work. And so I say that this is what entheogens help us to look at and to take a glimpse of as to what and how to do this work. But we can't leave it up to the entheogens alone to do the work for us. They're just allies. They are completely just here and they're innocent beings and they're neutral. We have to understand. Mother Ayahuasca is a neutral earth spirit universal, cosmic spirit, that she doesn't give a damn what you do with the power that she gives you. You can become a black magician working in the dark arts and gain all kinds of power from ayahuasca to do so. She doesn't care. She's like, oh, this is what you want to do? Boom, here's the code. Or if you want to become full on, a light worker, work in the positive way, uplifting humanity and yourself and doing some deep, profound healing, she grants you all those empowerments too. Oh, you want to do this? Cool, here you go. It's easy work. And so we got to understand that, and that's the same with all the other entheogens. Psilocybin is the same way. We talk about peyote, we talk about the mescaline of the San Pedro, Wachuma. All these plants, they're innocent, neutral plant spirits, intelligences. They're not about good or evil. They don't deal with duality the way that we do. They just give us power and give us information and give us some deep insight on how to explore consciousness. But aside from that, it's up to you and your intention, as we know. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here, but hopefully somebody can review this and take some notes and, be inspired by it. I'm just saying this to say that we've got to look at our life. And this is what I want to see, like when I'm talking about sharing our experiences as a living example of what entheogens have done. We can talk about the science. We can talk about the trauma healing potential that it has what it does for mental health and all these things. That's beautiful. That's being done. There's merit in all of that. But the question is, what is it doing for you today on a day-to-day, in a momentary, moment by moment basis, regardless if you partake on a daily basis, if you drink every month or whatever it may be, if you microdose every other day, regardless of any of that, have you integrated the first experience that you had how many years ago? You know, are you really working with the notes and the journal that you've taken and the promises that you made with the Divine Mother at that point? Are you keeping track of all of that on a daily basis and tracking the results and seeing what has actually happened in your life, Not just to say, oh, I partake of this much every day, or I'm only for the high dose and all this stuff. And it's not a competition, It's not a thing that we have to go and beat our chest around each other and act like we're in some type of a race or some type of a competition. This is something that, I mean, if there's going to be a competition, let's see who's doing the real work. Let's see who's transformed themselves. You know what I'm saying? Let's see who shows up with real deal, not just with words or the way you look, but what's going on in your family? What's going on in your circle? How have you impacted your community? You know? What is the entheogens given you that can be an actual tangible, real matter of fact thing that you can see and present? Like, here, this is what it's done. I think that's where we need to be at and sharing those experiences. I go to conferences and whatnot, and I see everybody's talking about, the politics and things that are being developed and science and all this and that. And again, beautiful. That all has merit. But I'm not hearing people really talking about their own personal experience, like dropping the policies, dropping the mask of the personality, and just saying, this is what entheogens are doing, like in my life, and this is how it's showing up. The challenges, the good the stuff, and the bad, all of it, We need to be fully transparent and understand that it's offering us a chance to do this work of self-reflection, self-accountability, and self-transformation. If those things aren't going on and all the time you're spending with ayahuasca or psilocybin, whatever, then it doesn't matter. You can go on all your life doing that. And if you're not employing these three factors that actually transform oneself for the benefit of humanity, it doesn't matter. You can, you might as well just eat cantaloupe pills for the rest of your life and think you're getting somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm glad it seems like I'm the last one on this whole 24-hour event, which is amazing. And I'm, seeing the comments that it's good that we're leaving it off on this note. And I'm glad that I can be instrumental in that and be here to offer that. And I really do appreciate the platform for that. But yeah, this is like just the message of what I share, and this is what I offer. Like, I've got sons, I've got a 30-year-old, I got a grandson too. And that's how I can be confident in calling myself an elder in this space now. I'm an abuelo at this point, I'm a young looking grandfather, but nonetheless, I'm a full-on grandfather. I got a 2-year-old grandson. I got a 5-year-old son and a 20-year-old. And so I'm leading some serious young men and leading by example and showing them how this work does and what it does, for real change and transformation and how to show up in the world, And so this is where I'm at with it all. If there's any questions, if there's anything else you want to hear me clarify and speak on, please share. And I'm really excited to just build these relationships with all of you and to be connected. I left all my contact information in the chat down there. So if you wanted to contact me, please feel free. Let me give you my email address as well. I'll leave that down there. Yeah, I'm accessible. So
brother, I'm over here in tears right now, just because I love you so much.
Thank you.
I love you so much. I mean, you were the perfect person to close us out, to bring us right dead center back into our bodies, to understand what this medicine is for. And it brings us back to us, not so much as outside, but back to us. So I'm so grateful for you. And you just sparked up so much emotion in me.
Uh,
because I think we're both dragons. Were you born in 76?
I was, yeah, fire dragon.
Yeah. And so this whole like, I'm very passive aggressive with my energy. I come out, pop out, go back in for like
Yeah.
years. You won't see me.
I'm the same.
And
Yeah.
so doing this work has been, when you said you took a decade off, like I was getting ready to throw in the towel a long time ago, just because of all of the politics that was happening in this work, and all of the backbiting, and all of the
Yeah.
struggle and envy, all that stuff that was coming up. But I gave my life to ayahuasca. Like, I honestly gave my
Beautiful.
life.
I know what that means.
And I was running from what that meant for a long time, just because the responsibility is so huge.
Yeah.
And here I am, just struggling, trying to be responsible for my soul and myself, and having to stand in the space of being of service to others that are looking to do the same thing. But this work is a gift that keeps giving, and it also puts us in a frequency with each other that gives us compassion for another person's suffering, even if they're not aware of how that suffering is causing them to behave. And I think in my family, that's where it started first. And I realized that this medicine made me, after I shunned my whole family, it was like, I don't want to F with none of y'all. Like, I want to raise my children in safety and blah, 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 just because I wasn't safe when I was young. So I departed. But ayahuasca said, baby, you got to go back. And she just kept bringing me back to building the relationship and having the courage to confront, some hard things. And so when you talk about, like, we're not out here to beat our chest about this medicine. And I think Harry, Will Smith's brother was on earlier yesterday morning. And I caught him in a moment where he just was crying about how much this medicine has enriched his life and changed his family structure as well. This is where we start. We start with ourselves, and we start with our families, and then it goes to the next layer, to our communities, and then to our nation, to our state, and to our, those are the layers that we should follow. So I'm just saying that you always got my vote. Wherever you go, you carry my spirit with you in every direction that you may land, every footstep, every struggle that you may have, every triumph that you may have. I am your sister until the day we start to play in the stars.
Thank you.
Ashe.
Yes,
Ashe.
I see where we came from and where we're going. And that's beautiful, because that was one of the first messages that I got from ayahuasca when I sat and had my time on my day when I was over in Kauai. It was that you got to bring this to your family. That was the first, and I was like, whoa. And at that point, my family just went through a tragic loss. My mother was taken in the car accident I mentioned, and it caused a major fracture within the family. It caused a lot of trauma. Even still now, there's a lot that needs to be healed up. And it took about a good 20 plus years. In fact, I sat with my sister on her 50th birthday last year. I hosted a ayahuasca ceremony for her. And my sons were there. It was the first time sitting up in the circle. My eldest son has been sitting up in circle without partaking all his life, because he was just growing up with me, But this was this time that he actually had a chance to partake. And I had my 30-year-old and my 20-year-old and my sister, and my niece was there. It was like it took a long time. So I'm just saying how, when we're given that message about what to bring to the family, we got to just relax on the time frame and not push it and think that it has to be done immediately or right away or the next day, next year, or whatever. It's going to happen when it needs to happen, just as long as we hold our ground and hold our position and be available to be there when that time comes. Because that's where I'm at now. I'm at a place where, okay, you want to come into this world, step in. I'm here to help and help guide, to help show the way and to help alleviate and give you some clues as to how to integrate and deal with all of these things. It's this profound, as you know. Ayahuasca is no joke whatsoever. Very powerful, very, very beautiful. We can get so much. But at the end of the day, it's always about, how are you being human? I think we need to flip the script in this day and age. It's not about how spiritual you can be. How human can you be? You know what I'm saying? I don't care how spiritual you may look or sound or try to be or whatever, going around teaching this or that or like talking about these extra dimensional realms. And okay, how is that really affecting your day-to-day human existence? Have we dropped into your body as a human being? That's what cancer taught me. Like I said, cancer was the most amazing entheogen, the most potent I've ever partaken of. It was cancer itself, because cancer taught me to drop all of the spiritual airs and the, you know, bells and whistles that come with it and just be a human being, just a simple, authentic human being. That's all that's required of us on this planet. You know, in fact, I was watching earlier, this beautiful elder was saying on a post, Wisdom Keeper's post, about, you know, to awaken is not that hard. All you need to do is be with Mother Nature. Go to a river, go down to the ocean, put your feet on the sand, you know, on the earth, hug a tree, sit with a tree. You know, that's all it takes to awaken. We don't have to go and do all these crazy things that have all these spiritual sounding, you know, highlights and whatnot. It's just the simple connection with the Divine Mother Earth. And this body is the Divine Mother Earth. Your humanity, you are a divine human just existing, you know? And so, yeah, I think that's the highest form of spirituality, is being fully embodied as an authentic human. And this is, I think, the ultimate message of entheogens and the psychedelics, you know? That's what they do. They take us out, they show us the consciousness and how to really exist within a all-seeing, all omniscient way of being. It's very powerful and beautiful, but we are here in these individual fragment sparks as a human being. And we're here for a reason. We're embodied for a reason. We're not here to try to escape our humanity. We're here to become enmeshed, enveloped. You know, we're here to drown within our humanity. And that's where the transformation comes. That's where true spirituality comes, from that. You know, if you would have told me this back in my 20s, I would have been like, nah, I'm going to the ashram. What are you talking about? You know, I don't want to be human. I want to be spiritual. But now it's like full circle. Like, nope, I don't want to be spiritual. I want to be human. It's amazing how it works like that. I'm seeing some other questions. Let's see.
I think Emilola has her hand up. I see. Emilola?
Yeah, please feel free if anybody
Yes,
has
speak
anything.
aloud. Oh, sorry.
Please.
So, first of all, let me just say that you tickle my heart when you speak. My heart tickles. My heart just tickles. So thank you.
You're welcome.
But what I wanted to ask was like the literal part about the dragon thing. Because usually when I take a medicine, I always see myself as a mermaid on water or something with water. But recently I did a Bufo journey and I was a dragon. When you mentioned that, I was all right, I'm gonna ask him. I was a red dragon and I was in chains. And
Wow.
I was in chains and I was trying to move out of this and I couldn't break the chains. And then I asked, how do I get out of this chain? And it told me, you're doing it. Just keep on, you're doing it. Just keep going. And
Wow.
days later, I transformed from this red dragon into like a silver dragon, and I was like shaking off the red off, and I was like, well, I guess I was because I'm angry. Oh, is it? So my question is, these dragons and these different entities, because I thought I was a mermaid forever, that comes up, are there deities that are there to work with us, or is that what we were? Like, can we transform? Like, can we go back to transforming? Like, is this something we can do now in this person and this who we are? Like, like, you know, like you have a dragon card? Yes. I've always seen these
So,
dragons, but I never, I was the dragon. And my body was in pain after that. Like I felt as I was moving, trying to get out of the chains, my body was in pain for a whole week. And I was like, I was really doing that. So
yeah.
I wonder if it's deities or if it's really me or thinking
Well,
I'm seeing stuff. Hmm.
yeah, it's really you. You know, the thing is about the dragons, they literally had a true existence, you know, in physical form on this planet. In fact, there's now fossils being dug up that people are saying these are dragons, you know, and there could be some dragons still on the planet somewhere. Like I said, they exist depth in the depths of the ocean or deep in a mountain cave, like in the high levels beyond, you know, our level of existence. But universally, they are a ubiquitous symbol. You know, the dragon has you know, a reptilian aspect and also a aviary aspect. It has wings. And in fact, ancient dragons had feathers. And so we talk about the Quetzal, the Quetzalcoatl within the Mayan tradition and the ancient, you know, Aztec traditions. You have what is known as the feathered serpent, the plumed serpent, which is the dragon. I studied many years within the mystery schools of ancient, you know, mystery teachings, Hermetic teachings, Gnostic, ancient Hebraic, Kabbalistic.
Sorry, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing Uber right now.
Oh,
At the same
okay.
time.
You were saying something. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But then within all these studies and all these traditions, they talk about the dragon being, it has twofold meaning. The unchained dragon can represent one or two things. It depends on the time frame. So if you see a dragon that needs to be chained, that means you need to work with your own internal instinctive reptilian drives and passions and energy that is very powerful. Dragon holds the power. So if you see in all the ancient mythologies, there comes a time where they talk about slaying the dragon, but that's been, you know, that's more of a Christian colonial type term, to slay the dragon. We don't want to slay the dragon. We want to subjugate the dragon and make the dragon become a servant for us and to work for us and to work with us. Because the dragon is none other than the divine mother, Kundalini, the divine mother that exists on that level of the reptilian potency and with fire. So the dragon is also related to fire and water. It has those two combined in itself to create this alchemical process. And so if you look into the old alchemical teachings, we see the dragon always symbolized in all the different drawings. When the alchemical practitioner is working with the elements, the salt, the sulfur, the mercury, what they're doing is looking to transmute base metal, which is the metal of the personality, into the gold of the soul. And the only way to do that is to work with the dragon, to activate the dragon, and then to learn how to fly the dragon, to take the dragon to be your vehicle, you know? And so working with the deity, we see the deity Avalokiteshvara in the personification of Kuan Yin, who rides the dragon. Kuan Yin is the one who shows us completely on what to do. She's riding the dragon with a vase full of Amrita nectar, the most potent medicine that can transform your consciousness and heal your being. And so all those things we have to do within ourselves. You know, these are all external symbols that speak to what we have to perform. And it's happening within every one of us. It's a universal, ubiquitous drama that needs to be played out that we all go through. So yeah, the dragon's a potent symbol. And it's funny you mentioned that because I had a dream last night about a dragon being chained. No lie. No lie. Yeah.
Nice.
Powerful
Yes.
impression.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. So what does the chain represent again? Because I was split and trying to do too many things at the same time.
Yeah, so the chain represents the process of subjugation. So the dragon chain, see, the dragon is first feral, wild, like, you know, it's got the most potent, it's the most potent energy on the planet. In fact, this earth is ruled by a dragon internally. It's a dragon that controls the volcanoes, the hurricanes, everything, all the elemental forces is being controlled by the dragon. And so the dragon is the mother of all the elemental forces. And so in order to become a master of our own lives, we have to chain the dragon first and subjugate it and train it. We chain it to train it. And then it becomes our ally and the most potent tool that we can use and work with to help us to awaken and to fight that fight, not an external fight or an external war, but an internal process of transformation. The dragon is the guide of the shadow integration work. We've got to call on the dragon to help us with that process and awaken the dragon. But yeah, look into it. That's a very powerful symbol that you had, that dream.
Yes, so I please drop your info in the chat. Sorry, I can't even, there's so much I want to express that I would like to say, but I'm doing too many things at the same time. And then, I know other people have questions, so I'm gonna fall back. But I just had to say.
Feel free. Yeah, tap in anytime.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Actually, we are top of the hour. This fully completes our 24-hour journey together.
Ooh.
And what a journey it has been.
So proud of you, Heather. I mean, I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you so much, Leo. Leo, you are a big firehouse, lighthouse, rainbow dragon, slaying everything that you bring forward for our community is so beautiful. It's such, it's such an honor to call you an ally in this world and being able to talk to you in this way and just hearing the intelligence of everyone here, like where you speak from and your experiences. I had no idea just how many people were out here doing the real work, just because I've been over here in the bunkers, like trying to hide from the people that's not, so I'm so grateful to have been able to be connected to all of you. And before, I know, Kether, I didn't know if you wanted to say something else. I don't know if you want me to, can I call you Kether or Nikki? Which one would you prefer?
So Kether was actually a name coming from ayahuasca. And so Kether can be used as a title. So Kether is fine. Kether Nikki or Nikki is also okay.
You're rocking with Raziki, which me and Raziki, I don't know, we are magnets. I don't care how much we tried. You go other way. She can go to Ghana, she can go wherever, but somehow she finds her way, and I find my way back, linked up with Raziki. And there's some things that I really want to sit down and talk to you about as well. Thank you for the comment that you left. It's funny that you're not the first person that says I feel like a fire hose.
Yeah, your heart, your
Like
heart.
there's a-
Well, just to be transparent as we're in, just to be transparent, as we were ending, I just sent a message to Mother Jaguar and said that through the 24 hours, I witnessed her open, and I started to feel her energy more. And in these last 3-4 hours in particular, her heart began to open, and so it then connected to her throat chakra, and she was able to really get into who she is. And I was so happy to finally meet that person. So thank you so much. Ashe, ashe. And thank you, Leo, because this is a medicine journey. Like this, we witnessed it. We witnessed it go, whether the nighttime and as it comes. So and we peaked 100. We peaked 100, right? For the first time.
We did.
Yes.
So we sold out. We sold out.
Nice. Beautiful. So
go ahead. I mentioned that I was going to close with a song when everyone finished their.
So I just want to express gratitude for everyone, and I pray that everyone has found a new part of themselves in all of the reflections that we offered ourselves and each other during these last 24 hours, and just bravo for all of us. I have really amazing sights and energy for our momentum. And I pass it along to Mother Jaguar for a song.
So this song, am I coming across clear? Thumbs up? Okay. This song in the ceremony came right after uh, I went through what I would call a major exorcism back in 2014 in the jungle, where I was ready for, for God to carry me home. And the shaman, my mother Washi in the jungle, she brought me a leaf, and she rubbed the essence of the leaves in her hand and put it in my face. And I could feel the energy of the leaves like just catching to my nose and my face, almost like it was grafting to me. And I went into such a holy space. And the song that came is a song of the condor. And so I'm gonna sing a little bit for you right now. And if we could just take a deep breath together to help me bring myself into the vessel of the medicine. A deep breath. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ri, 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 ri. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, 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 chiri. Sun on way, sun on way. Ay, ri, ay, 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 ay. Ay, di, 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 di. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, 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 chiri. Sun on way, sun on way. Ay, di, ay, ay, ay. Ay, di, 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 di. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, 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 chiri. Sun on way, sun on way. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, di, 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 di. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, chiri, chiri. Chiri, 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 chiri. Sun on way, sun on way. Shada, shada. Beautiful energy. Shada, shada, shada. Such a beautiful song, especially when you hear the birds like tweeting along with you. So it's a beautiful song that didn't just is heart and the flight of the condor to swoop down and then fly back up again and swoop down and fly back up again. So gratitude to all of you. And thank you all for being here. And I'll pass it along if anyone would like to go ahead and do a closing as well. No?
Perfect.
I suggest we end with what you did, Mother Jaguar. It's still vibrating in my heart. Anything else would be like a postscript. We don't need it. You were beautiful.
Yes, yes. Beautiful closing. Thank you so much. Let's do it again.
Bye all. Wonderful.
You all. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Gratitude, gratitude. It was a pleasure, my honor.
Blessing.